All right, we're back. Another Saturday. Therefore, another Saturday night shoot the breeze. You are listening to the Bitter Medicine podcast. I'm your host, Koku. You know what I like to do? I like to hop on real quick and let you guys know what's in store for you. I also posted these topics to the community tab. I'm trying to see if I post the topics in advance, do I get more engagement, more folks joining the panel? Let's see. So, what we're talking about tonight is Afrobeat becoming a new direction of global black music, or just rebranded, repackaged North American hip hop? That's a topic we were supposed to tackle last week, but we didn't have enough time to get to it. We're also going to be talking about Alabama town that abolishes police department after officers' slavery text surfaces. We're going to talk about how we must pivot our mindset first, and then things will change. We're going to talk about the original meaning of race first versus deviations into black first. We're going to talk about, we're going to watch a video on I Am Not African. We're going to, we got one special for the forecast tonight. Hopefully the forecast comes through, about being black first, or race first. We're going to talk about why making mistakes is a fundamental feature in learning. We're going to talk about how to get business credit. We're going to talk about why some criminal organizations are more organized than us black folks. And if time permits, we're going to ask the question, should we take the advice? A Jamaican leader was talking about folks who leave for greener pastures, quote unquote, greener pastures versus staying home and working on the issues in their home country. So we're going to talk about that if time permits. I see we got Tanzan in the chat already saying peace to Bitter Medicine podcast. I appreciate you, Tan. In fact, that reminds me, let me drop the link. Anyone who wants to join, any black equals African person who wants to join the panel tonight can use that link that I just dropped in the chat, and you guys can join the conversation. Lero says, peace, loved ones. I always like how Lero comes through. Peace, loved ones. Gas them up is out there saying, good morning, my neighbors. Gas them up is on the continent right now. We got NYC Sports Archive saying greetings. So, okay. So we now know what we're going to be discussing tonight. Let's start the show. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 for this week. All right? So stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine podcast, where it's all about black empowerment. Our show focuses on black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku, and I'm having a bit of a technical difficulty. For some reason, my headphones are not showing up. My headphones are not showing up in the options of things. So I'm going to have to do it a little differently. I'm going to have to use my speakers until I could figure it out. So in the meantime, we welcome in Gas them up. Gas, how are you this week?
I'm good. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm good. Hope all of you are well. As I said, good morning, good afternoon, my neighbors.
Absolutely, Gas. I don't know what's going on with my setup here, but let me welcome in Kevin Carre. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
It's a beautiful day today. The heat wave is over.
Yeah, it was a good day in New York, temperature-wise. Good to hear from you, Kevin Carre. Glad to know that all is well, at least today. Let me welcome in Jay. Jay, how are you this week?
Sweaty over here. It's still hot, even though it's 2:00.
I'm sorry to hear that, Jay. It's always difficult to be uncomfortable in this heat, but I appreciate you coming through and hanging with us tonight. I know it's late where you are, so thank you for that. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
I'm good. How are you all, good brothers?
You
good, man. Down here is, it's the temperature is always on hell. So I mean, the heat is the heat. You know what I mean?
But you got some rum and coke though, man. You good to go.
That's the rum is making you hotter.
For real. So y'all bear with me. Sometimes tonight you guys might hear a feedback because I don't know what's going on with this microphone now. I have to manually do some stuff here. But anyway, let's focus on the positive. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Is Afrobeat becoming a new direction of global black music, or is it just a rebranded, repackaged form of North American hip hop? This came with a link. Let's check out the link as well. Let me set it up and then I'll share my screen. Okay. Let me share the screen with you guys. All right, you guys should be able to see that. We'll watch the video and then we'll discuss it.
In terms of cultural output, social connections, and internet influence, Nigerian music is unrivaled among African countries. Other African countries surprisingly still remain in the dark about the country's artistry, even though artists from these other countries may put in the same effort or use the same equipment. Nigerians have taken music beyond its basic purpose of music for the soul to a means of survival. In this video, I'll be showing you 6 reasons why Nigerian music excels both locally and globally in comparison to other African countries. But first, let's take a word from the sponsor of this video. Thrive's small business management platform provides you with powerful tools to help you transform your business. The platform allows you to put your customers first and get back to what you love doing. This means your customers will always look forward to doing business with you. Keep watching and later I'll tell you more about Thrive and how you can get it for free. Nigeria has an estimated population of about 220 million people. According to a digital data report, the country has over 109 million internet users, of which 43 million are active social media users. When there is an audience to appreciate such creativity, music or entertainment in general is amazing. The greater the number of fans, the greater the passion in such artists. Surprisingly, 1 year after the launch of Spotify, Nigerians created 1.3 million playlists. This massive increase in music streaming allows Nigerian music to excel both locally and globally, giving them an advantage over less populated African countries. It might sound a little lame to say that Nigerians are more hardworking than citizens of other countries, but the extent to which they apply efforts to get what they want is extraordinary. A belief that anything that earns money is worthwhile makes Nigerian music more of a source of survival than a means of entertainment. At the moment, the country is experiencing growth problems in almost every sector as a result of increased population and poor administration, which presents a slew of issues: hunger, unemployment, and insecurity. Acceptance of self-employment, such as music imprints, is one way to adapt to such environmental changes. Nigerian artists understand with high self-esteem and empathy that the industry has shifted from recording demos and distributing them to the public to the use of social media platforms. In the Nigerian music industry, social connectedness can be in two ways. The first being connection with major record labels. So far, the Nigerian music industry has the highest number of major record labels in Africa. The presence of popular artists such as Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, and Tiwa Savage alone makes work easier for upcoming artists in the country. Once they are signed by a major label, an artist can easily become popular or blow, as it is said in Nigeria. Another benefit of being signed under a record label is marketing and publicity. This mutual chain of artists, record labels relationship overcomes other African countries with limited labels or already made artists. Such major label albums attract collaboration from artists from other continents, making their music go viral globally. Another kind of social connection that helps the Nigerian industry is connection with fans. Nigerians have the highest internet access compared to other African countries. Thus, with the help of social media, most artists are able to connect with people, build relationships with fans, and even face criticism, which gives them the opportunity to change or stick to their musical style in order to reach a larger audience. The artist's social connection with fans allow them to comment on or show appreciation to fans in order to keep them coming back to their thriving communities. If you want your customers to keep coming back too, Thrive is a very cheap and effective platform for you. Thrive software is everything you need to run your business in one place. It helps you build your brand, keep organized, and get paid faster from anywhere in the world. Thrive can help you build an online presence which will help you reach more customers locally and globally. It can help manage your day-to-day activities, get paid digitally, and get reviews from your customers, which will help your business grow much faster. Running a business has never been this easy. Use my referral link in the video description to sign up for a free demo. You can use it for some time before paying. So, if you want to make your customers happier, get Thrive today. Now back to the video. One other reason the Nigerian music industry is more successful is the size of the diaspora market. With about 50% of Nigerians expected to be poor by 2030, the average Nigerian's dream is to leave the country to seek greener pastures in Western countries and sometimes in neighboring African countries. UNDESA estimated 1.2 million Nigerian international immigrants in 2015, providing the Nigerian music industry with a new audience in the global market. According to CBNC Africa, the African diaspora will triple to 100 million people by 2050. Currently, about 34 million Africans live outside of their birth country. When marketing their songs, Nigerians also try to reach out to Africans in the diaspora. They recognize the demand for African culture and lifestyle in diaspora communities and thus promote Afrobeats to them. Music becomes the most convenient means for them to connect with their motherland. Fans of a particular artist become really satisfied and confident in the artist's ability when he or she is able to attain a level of consistency. Many Nigerian artists rose from obscurity to the top of the food chain by consistently releasing singles and albums, regardless of whether they become hits or not. The music industry is densely populated, brimming with talented stars, and possibly extremely competitive. As a result, dropping songs back to back is an excellent strategy for increasing fame and productivity. It goes without saying that consistency raises awareness while inconsistency lowers it, regardless of talent. Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Olamide, and many other musicians are examples of artists who have embraced consistency throughout their careers. To prove this even further, consider how many popular artists other African countries have and how many of these artists are consistent. The last reason is branding. Branding and lifestyle are extremely important. Nigerians are aware of this. As a result, They invest heavily in developing brands and lifestyle for their artists. Rema, for example, arrived wearing a mask. Ruga is well known for wearing an eye patch. This item's imagery makes it easier for the audience to identify and differentiate these brands. The luxury lifestyle also adds to the buzz surrounding these artists. If you think there are other reasons as to why Nigerian music industry is much more popular in Africa and globally, please let us know in the comment section. Remember to like this video and subscribe to this channel for more of this kind of content.
All right, sorry about that. I see Tanzan had an interesting comment in the chat. She said, quote, Nigerians work harder than other Africans, end of quote. I scoff at such a claim. And, you know, there's something in that I've been thinking about a lot too. I think we undermine ourselves when we start taking the actions of one of our people group and pretend like it's everyone, you know, like Usain Bolt is fast.
Tan is just a jealous East African, though.
Hold on, let me fix this thing real quick. Let me fix my sound situation real quick. I was able to fix it. All right. So yeah, you know, we tend to take the accomplishments of one of us and extend it to all of us in a certain nation or people group, and I think that actually does us a disservice. I think we should change that thing. I'll talk more about that another time. Gas them up was there speaking for a second. Gas them up. What are your thoughts? Is Afrobeat becoming a new direction of global black music, or is it just a rebranded, repackaged form of North American hip hop?
I mean, well, you know, as they say, right? Start with the good, leave with the bad. I will say, if the premise is new direction in terms of getting the kids away from that murder, kill, genocide music that, you know, the so-called trap music that they're presenting to you know, African children in the diaspora in the Americas, I think that's a good thing. However, for me, you know, it's always interesting because the Africans in the diaspora have different musical taste than the Africans on the continent. You know, there's certain general songs that play over, but a lot of times when you come into Africa, the local hit song is much different than what the hit song will be for those in the diaspora, right? Like, it's similar like in the Caribbean. I know, especially in New York, you have like the real roots reggae, and you got the real dance hall. Like the guy who just came from, you know, Jamaica or Trinidad, he's playing you that real soca that the people on the ground are playing, and then you got like the, you know, the person whose grandmother's Jamaican, and they're playing what they think is, you know, Caribbean music that they heard their grandmother play. So there's a distinct divide in terms of taste, and I think it's interesting. No one really talks about that. You know, historically, a lot of the Nigerian music wasn't as polished, and a lot of times it really talked about social conditions. They made hit records talking about social issues. You know, but now I think what happened is that there was a shift, and that shift occurred with artists who these were kids who got the chance to leave London, to travel to London in the US, but particularly London, because London has a stronger Nigerian diaspora than, you know, it's more concentrated. And of course, the British audience still looked at them as Africans. So they had the know-how to create a new type of African music that can be digested, because they have more exposure to the West than those Africans who were local. And those who know African music, like the Sound Sultans, the Daddy Shokis, the Baba Frios, those are like the equivalent of like the Ninja Man in dancehall music, as compared to, like, you know, the Popcorn. You know, and I like Popcorn, no disrespect to him, but Ninja Man for me is like, yo, you know dancehall, you know Ninja Man, you know Super Cat, you know, you listening to those local guys and what they were talking about, what they were singing about, as opposed to now you have this new Afrobeat thing where it's just more like these guys who their parents sent them over to London to study to become doctors, lawyers, accountants. They failed thoroughly, so the next best thing was music. They have the resources, they have the exposure, so they're able to come in with a new style of music that, ironically, now those people from the ghetto that used to be able to use music as a means to escape actually have been pushed out. And I'll end with this. In the Caribbean, especially in Jamaica, from what I've researched, you will rarely ever see the son or the daughter of a wealthy Jamaican play music.
Right.
But in Africa, particularly Nigeria, you see a lot of these guys who come from money now playing music. And they've actually affected, no one talks about, they've literally pushed out the poor kids who used to make the local music. So these poor kids and the ones who do get to make music, they have to mimic what these rich, educated, Western exposed Africans get to make. So you see a guy who's never driven a Bentley, he's rapping and he's singing about Bentleys and this and this and this. And it's just like, dude, talk about, what's going on that's gone. So I don't know. I'll end with that.
Before you end the gas, let me ask you this. So like in the Caribbean one time, and you kind of touched on this a little bit, there was protest music and we had a song going down Burma Road and all that kind of stuff, right? Lord Kitchener and them had protest music. And then for the most part, with the exception being Jamaica, to be quite honest, most of the music, or at least when I was growing up home, most of the music was more about having a nice time, like a vibes type of thing. What's the main message in the music in your neck of the woods after all this exposure to the West? Is it vibes? Is it like nice time?
It's just it's my baby, my sweetie, my sugar. It's nonsense. It's nonsense to me. As somebody who I actually drum and I really like music and I'm listening to different things and I'm like, you guys can come on. And the excuse is, if I make that type of music, it's not going to sell. Well, that's a lie. Because you had artists like I said, Daddy Shoki, who which was like the latest version of what we would call dancehall. It's called Galala, right? Galala. And he was talking about fire in our country, like the country's on fire. You had a guy, Idris Abdul Karim. He said Nigeria's, jaga jaga, which is Nigeria's messed up. And these were hit records. You had lewd songs, right? It was Zule Zoo. You had Africa China singing about certain, Mr. President, lead us well. You get what I'm trying to say? And so, talking about like there was a little gang called, I won't say a little gang, I don't want them to beef with me, but it was like a group, political movement called the OPC. Africa China was talking about the OPC and some of the stuff and things that they were doing. So it's just like now, none of that's happening in the Nigerian music scene. It's just all really music that, and if you really think about it, who's downloading most of these streams? Like the guy was talking about the internet. That's all to me smoke and mirrors, because yes, they do have a lot of people using the internet, but they're not using it to stream per se because the cost of streaming is still high. Internet access is still expensive. Right. It's not cheap, so the people who are really, they've created Western palatable music that's easy for Westerners to listen to because Westerners have the foreign income. So why would I make local music or protest music, even if it's a good track, when I could just make you this, my sweetie, my baby, dance with me, Africa, jollof rice, nice colorful clothes, catch the vibes, and this guy in Brooklyn is like, I'm just gonna download it. I like it, I don't blame them, because now you get the American dollar, you get the euro, you get the pound, you get the Asian currency. So now you can go on tour, So I understand where they're coming from, but yeah.
But just as one last question for clarification, it's not the shoot 'em up, do drugs type thing that's going on in Nigerian music today, is it?
Not typically. There was in 2019 there was a big song about codeine. They were talking about the codeine because that stuff is all over. A lot of these guys are all on drugs. You know, unfortunately, they're trying to copy the West. You know, as they say in Jamaica, America sneeze, Jamaica catch a cold. Well, you know, if America sneeze, Nigeria gets malaria. So they copy everything full on out. I mean, now I'm seeing girls walk around with bonnets. I mean, just 6-7 years ago, you would never see a girl walk around with poom poom shorts. Now these girls out here with poom poom shorts. You know, so of course the guy in me is like, woo, but then the other part of me is like, nah, this is terrible. What are we doing here? You know, so it like I say, I'm not for it, but you know, this is the way they want to go. So
okay. No, I appreciate that because I always look at the music and the art of a nation or people group, whatever you want to call it, and I always note how the music or the art reflects, you know, what the culture is doing. And like I said, I remember when I was coming up in Nassau, you couldn't hear, especially a local artist, you wouldn't hear them singing nothing about no drug dealing, women, shoot them up and all that kind of stuff. The only exception I knew of in the Caribbean in that time was Jamaica at that time, you know? And that does something to how you know, that does something with how you kind of interact with different groups of people too, by the way. Let me go to another child of the continent. Let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, how are you this week?
the lazy East African
versus the self-lying Nigerians. How does he just have that arrogance to say, "Oh, we work harder than other Africans," and yet at the same time trying to sell to other Africans? Like, you know, learn some sales lessons. Anyway. No, they, just for the record, they do not. Kenyans are the most hardworking people in the continent and in the world. So, well, for me, when it comes to Afrobeat, I said it before somewhere. I just don't like it because it all sounds the same to me. It has this too happy, chappy dance, and it has come to dominate the continent. And you know, for me, I think I liked it when every single part of the continent produced its own, you know, its own very unique beat. And even South Africa has also become very stale with that piano. It's just endlessly, it's the same beat over and over. It reminds me of that reggaeton. It's like different songs to the same beat, and after a while you just get sick of it. So for me, those three are the same. When a trend is okay for a while, and then it just becomes dull and tiring, but they're still just whipping the horse because it's still, you know, still barely alive. But, well, it's not barely alive. It's actually growing, unfortunately. But, you know, there was a time when you had, you know, South Africa had Yvonne Chaka Chaka. They had, you know, Lucky Dube. They had all these different styles. There was Lingala.
Brenda Fassie.
Yes, Wulindelela. Yes, all that good music from South Africa, Cameroon, Congo, to me is always the best in Africa in terms of music, beats, drums. The legends, they all come from Congo, but I don't know what happened to them. They also just went a weird way. But in any case, there was a lot
they
of
became Nigerians.
Sorry?
He said they became. He said they became Nigerians.
Oh yes, that's terrible. You know, the first thing that they did to people is those Nollywood movies. Those were just. I was sad when I would see my cousins watching those Nollywood movies. They are good and all that, but it's anyway. I won't say too much bad about Nigeria, but. One other thing that I realized about Nigerians, they're very insular. Maybe it's because the country is so big, but up until now they didn't interact with the rest of the Africans. So you'd find the Congolese, coming to Kenya and so forth. The Ugandans and Tanzanians, we had this David Kabaka who was Tanzanian, but he came to. Anyway, we had this sort of interaction. But Nigerians until now, they just exploded all over the scene all of a sudden, when before they didn't care about the rest of Africa, and we really didn't know too much about them except for Fela Kuti. That was the only Nigerian musician that we knew. But I'll pass the mic.
Tan, before you go, I want to ask, coming from the continent, what are your thoughts and feelings about Caribbean music?
Oh, we like Caribbean music. We like, but unfortunately, most of us got it after the dance hall era. And that's the most that we know of it. But apparently, there was a lot of other better stuff. Oh, obviously, we know Bob Marley and Don Carlos and the rest, but we missed much of the roots reggae. Roots reggae is for those hardcore, reggae people, the one who are just comfortable in dim lit areas.
It sounds like you guys also missed out on folks like Kitchener and Sparrow and stuff too.
Yeah, no, I don't know who those are.
Yeah. No, they didn't miss out. I've told you before, a lot of Africans are stealing music and vice versa. Kitchener, his stuff is pretty much high life music.
Right.
It's pretty much a lot of those rhythms are high life, and influenced a lot of South African music as well.
Interesting. I didn't know that part. Okay. All right. Interesting. Kevin Carre, is Afrobeat becoming a new direction of global black music, or is it just a rebranded, repackaged form of North American hip hop?
I see it becoming. I think it's something new, but the way I look at it from a different way. It ain't Nigerian or Kenyan or Caribbean. I just see it just another black creation. That's all it is. We can rival what we want over it, but all I see is just another black creation. But
yeah, I'm similar to you too. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm excited for it. It's a new form, man. It's a new way of doing things. I said, Koku, me and you, we're old enough to see, when we were young, all that stuff. Well, growing up here in New York City in the '80s, every weekend my mother would turn on to an old station called WLIB.
I remember it.
All day. Just listen to all kind of music. What was it? Dr. Bob,
David Levy,
all that stuff, man. But but for me as an artist, that's what influenced my work. Photography. Now I'm looking at old stuff again because of this music. What's that guy that made that thing from the '70s? He's from Cameroon. Sol Makossa.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I forgot his name.
Manu Dibango.
Yes. Great stuff, man. But as I said, all I see is something new and something exciting. As I said, it's still in its early stage, so it'll mellow in time. But my only concern is seeing all those foreigners in the music videos. That's my only concern. But I'll digress.
When I watch this video, there's a scene here where, bringing it back to being Caribbean and understanding that we have African roots. There's a scene here. It's just like you were at Carnival in Trinidad or something, or Grenada, or and I've seen out of Ghana and certain other West African countries, you'll see something that they do that's just like what Bahamians call Junkanu music. It's very interesting, man. Yeah, like this scene right here. Like you can't tell me that's not like the Eastern Parkway or Carnival or something like that in the Caribbean, right? Let me go to Jay. Let me get another perspective from the continent, in Europe now, but from the continent. Jay, is Afrobeat becoming a new direction of global black music, or is it just a rebranded, repackaged form of North American hip hop?
I'm where Kevin is. Yes, yes. I think it's new black new black music direction, and you are actually speaking with the producer of the very first Cape Verdean rap project.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
And what we did back then in 94, 95 is sample, and that was just American, hip hop, but with Cape Verdean samples. That was the little bit of culture, and I've been the past weeks I've been listening to those new artists, Burna Boy and such, and here and there I hear also samples, but from it's the other way around. So it's an African feel to the music with samples of brandy, for example, somewhere in the mix. And I like it, man. I like it. What Tanzan said about South Africa, we Cape Verdeans suffer from that too. So everything is flattened with one beat, and they call it kizomba, but to me it sounds like one song. And there's the more popular rappers rap over that, but there's a sort of pure-ish stream that maintains the African American, excuse me, the African American handle. But lately it's becoming more like maybe it's Nigerian music that influence Cape Verdean rappers lately. The culture, the real Cape Verdean culture is coming through. So it's like what Nigerians also do. The African music in front with so reversed as what we did back then, over African American music, some Cape Verdean samples, and it's turning around. It's now Cape Verdean culture with an African American flavor in it. If you following me, I like it. I like what's happening. I hope it catches on in the United States. Is it?
Oh yeah, it is. It's played a lot on urban radio here in New York. So yeah.
Okay, so because Black Americans are still they still pull the cart to the direction in which the black world goes. I don't know if Nigeria will be able to do that. What do you guys think?
Can I interject something real quick? What you just said, it's very interesting. What you just said, that's going to shift. Remember, at one point, the hottest city in the world was Paris. Then it switched over to London. Maybe in the other way around, but now it's New York City. But New York City is losing its cool. So Africa is a new direction.
Yeah, you think Africa could be the
will be, not could, will.
All right. Okay.
I just want to put it for the record. I'm firmly against Africa ever being any of those things. I hope it's never those things.
That's tether talk, man. That's tether talk.
Years ago, I used to play out too. Make music too. And I remember years ago, I used to tell people,
I hope it doesn't come to pass either.
I was telling people back then, I wish and I hope that that the sampling culture within American hip hop or Black American hip hop, I was hoping that it would get to a point where they would start to exclusively sample continental sounds and work out a way where continentals could eat and bring these new and interesting sounds. And this is like about 17, 18 years ago I was saying this. I was hoping that would happen. The problem is, though, the folks here, I don't know about the continent, but the folks here don't own the music. They don't own the industry. So even if you're sampling from the continent, who's it really going to benefit over here? So that's one of the problems I have. Before I go to Mr. Untouchable, let me read some of the chat here. Bobby Wright says, greetings. NYC Beauty says, power to Black equals African people. Sister Roa says, saying greetings. Daily Affirmations is humble bragging. She's saying good evening from Fort Lauderdale by the sea. Sister Roa says, heat is for the living, cold is for the dead. I get that. House Rally Podcast is here saying peace, family. The matron is also here saying peace, fam. The Forecast Radio is here saying what's up, y'all. Y'all make sure to check out House Rally Podcast, Matron. Matron is the Learning Curve, and the Forecast, as well as Brother Bakari, and of course the Pro-Black Perspective in Tanzan. The Forecast says to Tanzan, I thought that kind of stuff was supposed to be divisive, talking about her earlier interaction with Mr. Would gas him up. Lero says, I definitely see Afrobeats becoming more mainstream in the Western world. I think it's a genre of its own, though. Maybe some R&B, hip-hop influences to appeal to the Western demographic. I actually agree with what Lero said there. Ketter says, to gas him up, so true. I think Sean Paul was the only upper-class dancehall artist. There was Sean Paul, and what's the mulatto fella whose father was like from Germany? He was big one time. I forgot that light-skinned fella's name. He was big. No.
Shaggy?
No. It's around when Sean Paul was really big the first time.
Red Rat?
No, not Red Rat. It'll come to me later. I just can't think of the guy's name.
Ruby?
Huh?
He was from Germany.
He was from Jamaica, but I want to say like one of his parents was from Germany, or maybe he was from Germany and his parents was from Jamaica.
The only German guy I know about is this guy named Gentleman.
Gentleman, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Okay.
Gentleman, yeah. He was big at one point there. Yeah, he was big for a second there.
I couldn't stand him.
The matron says it's a rehashing of old characters branded for local markets. She goes on to say the junkie did not become a popular character in music until after gangster rap got played out. They will continue offering quote-unquote deals to the poor as the children with better options break into music. Ketter says 100. The Zuliism said it's rebrand. Same built sexual what? He goes on to say just a rebrand. Same vile sexual lyrics about money and big cars. And that is not Afrobeat. Fela Kuti is Afrobeats. This Burner Boy doesn't call it Afrobeats. He said that's disrespectful to call it that. Okay. Thanks for that info, Zuli. Ketter says, gentleman is full white German. He has no roots in Jamaica or the Caribbean. Oh, really? I could have swore one of his parents or something was a Jamaican. Was like a military person in Germany or something like that. Okay. But I could be wrong. He says, gentleman is from Cologne, Germany. With that said, let's go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, as the prompt states, is Afrobeat becoming a new direction of global black music, or is it just a rebranded, repackaged form of North American hip hop?
I think it's rebranded, and I think it has to be. And why I say that is the reason why North American music will probably North American rap music, black music will probably dominate the rest of the world is because they have something the rest of the world doesn't. They have the freedom of speech, the freedom to articulate, whereas in the Caribbean, we have relative freedoms, freedoms with consequences, big time. And in Africa, everybody knows the story of Fela Kuti. Every Nigerian artist knows the story of Fela Kuti and the consequences of singing protest music. You don't want your mother to get murdered by the Nigerian government. You don't want that. You don't want to have to spend long years in jail because you say something some president don't like. So I go throw you in jail off the trumped up charges. So they have a decision to make. They say, well, should I say or articulate or sing songs that was actually going on in my country? This idea of content music, protest music, or should I give the market what it wants? The market, it seems like the market wants party and bullshit. They want America in Africa. They want the lifestyle. They want to live like bling bling. Regardless of the fact that the majority of people don't live like that. Even the people who pretend to live like that in the West. You know what I mean? They want the idea. So I think that the artists say, well, I could sing protest music and get locked up in jail, or I could sing party and bullshit, fluff music, give the market what they want and get millions of dollars from it. You know what I mean? And for me, a poor person coming out of that condition, the choice is clear. It's already been made. You know what I mean? Most artists are gonna sing the song that the people them want to hear, regardless of the fact that it has no real substance to it or not. They're not gonna sing fella cootie type of music. No way. Why would they do something like that? You know what I mean? That it's gonna put them in a terrible position. It's probably gonna put their family in a terrible position. And I think that for me, I think their choice is clear. With our music, I feel like our music is almost on the same vein. Our music for the longest, for the very longest, has don't it lack a lot of substance. You know what I mean? It ain't like in Jamaica where they sing about what's actually going on. The last person who started to sing about some content, you know, or what we call protest music was KB. I remember you singing about the prime minister, jokey leaders and things like that. He now lives in Cuba.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
So I feel like sometimes there's clear decisions coming out of that situation and condition, and you have to, and these brothers them saying, man, we got to go with we're going to put us in a financially better position to help our families. We could sing about where we come from, but what's that going to get us? What position is that going to put us in? And many people don't want to walk that. Fela Kuti created some heavy shoes. Bob Marley, and a lot of Peter Tosh music. When they were singing about it, that music was banned. You know what I mean, in Jamaica. Yeah. So it's like, why would I want to go through all of that when I could sing about gummy, bubble gum, my sweetheart, my love, my wife, and get $1 million for it? You know what I mean? To me, it's an unequal trade-off. Some people will do it. But the majority are not going to do it. They're not going to pay that toll, man. It's not going to happen.
So Mr. Untouchable. Oh, go ahead, Coco. I mean,
nah, it's okay, Gas. I'm going to be quick. Mr. Untouchable, real quick. What's more damaging with the music, though? Is it the bubblegum, sweetie, I love you type stuff, or is it the straight up gangsterisms and all that kind of stuff?
I think,
in your opinion.
In my opinion, I think that both of them carry the same kind of same kind of destructive nature to it. Because if I was to really, I'm still putting anyone who listens to it, I'm still putting them to sleep. I'm lulling them into a thoughtless lullaby, because our interpretation of relationships, how to relate to a woman, how to love a woman, respect family, is sleep for me one night. You know what I mean? Or if you leave, I will die. That's not reality. And that's not how a normal relationship should go. My normal interaction with the opposite sex shouldn't just be about sex. So if I'm singing these bubblegum, just love me for the night, yeah, I mean, so what happened for the rest of our relationship? I mean, where's that gonna go? How do we deal with one another on a real level? And on the other part of it, and then you see these broken relationships that occur. Because in the mind of the woman and the man, we supposed to live this Beyonce, Jay-Z, fantasy for the rest of our lives, where we have no conflict, we have no rows, we just rich and deal with the wealthy and just live off into the sunset. That is a fantasist belief or idea. And then when it comes down to the reality, you see a whole lot of brokenness. And when you start to talk about the gangsterism, we don't even have to get into that and to see what that is manifested. So for me, it's like orange, the difference between oranges and oranges. Yeah, also, but that's how
I want to ask you a question along similar to what Coco was asking, but just to point out something, right? So in the chat, somebody, I don't know the gentleman or the woman, no disrespect, they stated that's trigger happy that I'm assuming it says, to be frank, there's no difference between Afrobeats, emphasis with an S, and Afrobeat, no S, right? And one says that one is a so-called modern version and one is Fela, and that's, you see, with the black pentagrams, with me, Ted, and Jose, that's where I try to get into the occult, because this is the magic and the evil demonic voodoo of these people. Because no Caribbean in their right mind would ever confuse Sean Paul and Bob Marley or Peter Tosh. No. Because two distinct, hey, listen, we love you, Beanie Man. We love you, Sean Paul. You make some great music, but there's a whole distinction between what you were doing and what Peter Tosh and them were doing. what is it Mighty Sparrow and those guys were doing, what Third World and those guys were doing. It's a whole different level of what they were approaching. And what the West did, because remember, they named it Afrobeats purposely to conflate and remove what Farah's message was away from that protest to this feel-good nonsense. They purposely did that. That's the magical power in naming things. That's why names are very powerful, and nomenclature. So these people, like I always say, one of the biggest magics of the West, aside from their guns, is their ability to name us. They just come to a land and say, "Blah, blah, blah, blah," like Harry Potter, and instead of you say, "No, who told you? I'm not a Nigerian." We just, "Thank you, sir. Yes, here the white man. Thank you. I'm a Nigerian," and we just go along with this nonsense. And no one says, "Wait a minute, I'm not a Nigerian. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't want that shit." But tell them that they're African. They say, "God forbid." Jesus would never allow it. And say, "What the hell? You didn't say God forbid to being a Nigerian, but these people are crazy." So I think we enlightened ones should at least, pinpoint these things. But I guess my question, after saying that mouthful, was that the shoot 'em up music that's happening with black people in America, and I hate the stereotype because not all that. I mean, Kendrick isn't making shoot 'em up music, right? But the typical trap music and stepper music and all that drill music nonsense. One argues, their typical go-to argument, their typical crutch is, "Yo, man, I'm just making music that describes my neighborhood and the environment." You know what I'm saying? Because, I'm from such and such neighborhood and we sell drugs and the girls are hoe and blah, blah, blah. That's their excuse. Isn't it interesting that in America, the black artist is often tasked with exaggerating conditions of that environment to present to white culture to consume, yet the African so-called Afrobeats artist is now told, "Don't describe your environment, come up with Fantasyland, and we're going to package this Fantasyland and sell this bullshit." Isn't it interesting how this European trickery man works? This fork-tongued man. You see, I don't know if you guys are seeing what this guy does on a global scale. You see this game. So I'll stop there.
Is it maybe, if I may chime in, is it maybe that it's it's repatriating, it's repatriated, so it was groomed outside of Africa, and now it's repatriating. So those boys that may be in the hood in London, they think they are hood, but they can't relate to hood in on the continent.
I personally think that the North American markets, because we deal with markets now, the North American markets, the majority of them are European consumers. The European consumer market wants to hear about the destructive nature or the destruction of the black male person. So the more of that you sing and promote, the more they'll pay into it. African market, by and large, are black consumers. And it's not to say that a lot of us don't have white minds, but initially, if you go to Africa and start singing about how you gonna bust a short in the N-word head, they just the people who are buying, they so what the hell are you talking about? Because they have different things behind that dollar. That dollar represents a whole lot of different kinds of ideas. In particular, the people who are going to purchase the albums. So, I mean, if you want to create an atmosphere, you could. It's not to suggest you can't create that atmosphere in Nigeria or in African countries now. You could create that, but the dollar or people who are going to patronize that music are people with faces that look just like me and you, our brothers and sisters. And since they have been to some extent disconnected from that North American or Northwestern idea and culture, they don't have that bloodlust. They ain't asking for the red meat or the blood from the black male person. You know what I mean? So that they're not gonna really run after that. That's why the music, I feel like the music.
But that's what I'm saying is the interesting thing. So I guess what I'm saying, because I wrote in the sentence, is to say that the African based on the environment. You look at Sierra Leone, Liberia, you look at these war-torn ghettos and these hoods that they actually live in and the poverty and everything. The African, technically based on the environment, should be making the trap music.
It's
While
more
the African
celebrated.
American, being in the country of plenty, in the so-called most developed country in the world, should be making the Afrobeat style music. The African American should be making my baby, my sweetie, my sugar, because you have all this abundance around you. And the African should be making, yo, kill them up, nigga, shoot you in the head, motherfucker. That's what you get what I'm saying? It's funny.
Yeah. Does anyone know the Somalian rapper living in Canada named Kanan?
Yeah.
Yeah, Canaan, yeah.
Yeah, he's dope, right? He made one song, hardcore question mark, and he compares the hardcore from Somalia with the hardcore from New York. Like don't make me rap about you. I'm gonna make 50 Cent look like Limp Bizkit. It's true. It's yeah, that's dope, man.
No, it's interesting, right? Like the kids in Somalia should be, and the kids who saw the Liberian Civil War should be saying, "Yo, they shoot them up, trap. I shoot you in your head, kill them in the back." They should
And
be
we
rapping
do.
that.
And we
Well,
do.
And the African Americans should be making "Sweetie, Baby." They should be making those type of music because of the environment.
We
the
do in
area
East
that I
Africa.
frequent in
We do. We
Senegal.
actually have a band called Brooklyn Boys, after Brooklyn, New York, of course. But yeah, there has been that other. That's why I said at least it's better, for them to sing the happy music than what's going on in East Africa. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, where a lot of these young kids in the ghettos are now really, the fake gangster morality with the gangs and all that, and the tough talking. They're talking about ops and things that I never had except in Black American songs. They have Kenyan trap music and this stuff. So in East Africa, they're copying the gangster aspect of
I've seen a video clip of Bloods in Ghana.
Oh, in Ghana too?
Yeah, and it didn't look that serious, but they were identifying with Bloods and dressing like,
Wow.
it didn't feel that killing, but it was certainly, yeah, violent and such. But one thing
Yeah.
funny, where I frequent in Senegal, or where I landed in Senegal, because now I'm all over the place. But in the south, the Casamance had a rebellion issue, right? So there's one rapper that that's very daring, to dare to open your mouth and be critical about both sides, the government. But the government is quite safe in Senegal. But to be criticized, to be critical towards the rebels, it's like, okay, yeah, okay, you got balls, my brother. But also other rappers that were calling themselves gangster, over there, gangster was telling the truth, right? So he was practically, his message was, this is another rapper, his message was practically, yo, finish school and make sense. And he called himself a gangster rapper because he was telling the truth, right? So it's kind of mixed, just like the N-word, people were calling me also, yeah, my nigga, but it's something completely different than here in Europe, and especially in the United States. It's something else. It's like it's more like my brother.
In the chat, the matron said, "Young, Famous, and African" is a Netflix show to demonstrate that party, bullshit, and disrespectful lifestyle being emulated. Ketter is here. Ketter says, "That's the only form of music the West wants from black folk. They consider their classical music as the highest form of musical expression." Ketter goes on to say, "Gangster or Afro beats or dancehall music is entertainment for them, considered unintelligent, and it doesn't criticize the system they control." Matron says to that 100. Harsh Reality Podcast says to that, Keta needs a show. Low key be dropping jewels, LOL. Keta gives the black fist. Yeah, Keta, I mean, by all means, reach out to us. Trigger Happy 262 says, I think us not seeing a numerous amount or conscious on political music has to also do with the destruction of the Black Power and militant movement. So now that type of music is marginalized. Just as so many other aspects of a growing has been destroyed and marginalized, right? Lero agrees that Keta is a legend, such a great mind. Azulism says, through Afro beats, they're going to morally destroy the little bit of dignity that they have. That's an interesting concept, but I don't disagree with what you're saying. Trigger Happy 262 says, I mean, I think it kind of gets intricate though, because it's probably a difference in the type of poverty. Most of the drill music is from like urban America, where gang violence is instigated by America. He says, I don't know if that's the same with the continent unilaterally, maybe South Africa. Lero says, I don't think these rappers are over-exaggerating about the environment stuff. They really do beyond that in some of these hoods. Unfortunately, it's really like that. Trigger Happy 262 says, and drill music is being emulated anyways. Azulism says they will use Afro beats to create moral debauchery. Lero says material reality influencing the music and vice versa. Trigger Happy 262 says the only way it would be the same is if the gang violence was the same on the continent. Lastly, Lero says the murder rate adds up to the music. Yeah, I think in America, I do think there is a reality. There is a reality. Again, it's the music reflects what's going on culturally in an area, oftentimes. Most times, music and art, they reflect it. And so what you hear in the reality raps, like those guys actually, if they didn't live through it directly themselves, they were tangential to a lot of the violence, and perhaps there might be, some of them, not all of them, actually lived through it themselves. But so yeah, some of them are probably inflating, what they heard. If you remember, I think it was Nas or someone who was accused of that back in the day. Like he heard, and he lived in Queensbridge. He saw what was going on. He heard about stuff, and he wrote rhymes that kind of reflected it. But he himself didn't go through that, because Nas's father is like a big time jazz player or something like that, right? So yeah, I imagine what Gas was saying is a little bit true, and what Lero was saying is true. Like a lot of that is the reality. Some of those artists are faking the funk a little bit, kind of pushing it over the top a little bit. But a lot of these dudes really do live that, and we can see that. We see some of these rappers gunned down in their own neighborhoods and all that kind of stuff, Let's go.
Same here in the Netherlands. Very young rappers like making videos pissing on each other's on the opponent grave, and yeah, it's whatever, man.
Yeah, I think what Lero said, the murder rate adds up to the music. I think the music also adds up to the murder rate. I think is a case of the dog biting at its own tail, man, and it's sad, I think we had a good discussion on that topic. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Make sure you guys hit the like button for me, please. If you're here tonight, you hear my voice, you hear Mr. Untouchable, Jay, Gassed Him Up, Tanzan, Kevin Carre. Hit the like button for me. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight is Alabama town abolishes police department after officers' slavery text surfaced. This came with a link. Let's check it out. So this is going to take us to the New York Post once again. The title of the article says, Alabama town abolishes police department after officers' slavery text surfaces. Okay, so it's the prompt. A small Alabama town disbanded its police department over a racist text message allegedly sent by an officer on the force, according to a report. The Vincent City Council voted to shutter the department and sack police chief James Shrigley and Assistant Chief John L. Gross on Thursday during a heated meeting. Quote, "We passed a resolution with intent to pass an ordinance to disband the police department," Mayor James Lattimore said. The move comes after city officials confirmed a racist text by an officer that surfaced on social media last week, the outlet reported. So I guess his Assistant Chief John L. Gross was fired after Vincent City Council meeting. So I guess this is the bastard in question. The unidentified cop, no. So he's the Assistant Chief. My bad. The unidentified cop allegedly texted, "What do y'all call a pregnant slave? BOGO. Buy one, get one free," the report said. And that joke is corny as hell anyway. But the town, which has a population of less than 2,000 people, won't be left without any law enforcement, as its county sheriff's office has said it will step up to help. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office said it condemns the officers and it, quote, "stands with the city of Vincent in providing emergency law enforcement related service to the citizens of Vincent at this time," the outlet reported, citing a release from the office. So I guess this is the image of the text. "What do y'all call a pregnant slave? Question mark. Question mark. BOGO. Buy one, get one free." Corny. Yeah, Alabama town abolishes police department after officer slavery text surfaces. Gas them up. What thoughts do you have to this?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Look, it's America. Is anybody still surprised? I'm not. You know, I'm not. I don't have nothing else to say.
All right, Tan, what say you?
Yeah, they do like making fun, when they can't really extract their true revenge. And they don't make jokes just to make jokes. And a lot of their jokes has, their real intent behind them. So always be cautious when they're laughing. Yes, I'll pass.
Thank you for that, Tan. Jay, what say you to
it? They get quote unquote punished in the United States, but meanwhile they are sending billions to Nazi in Ukraine. That's my point / issue or whatever. Ukraine, where they used to go on vacation and have these campings with Nazis from Germany, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, or in the playing Indian and cowboy or whatever that they were doing in those training camps and shooting camps in Ukraine. I mean, we're not winning. It may look like that because these guys get how do they call it here, abolished. These guys get abolished and such. But someone puts up a GoFundMe and they get a couple of hundreds of thousands as reward, and they will still be having cozy chats with Nazis all over the globe. I don't believe in these abolishments and these fire and whatever, man. I don't. Nothing positive. It's not a win.
Yeah, it's a game, really. These police guys, they commit these heinous acts, beyond just some silly corny joke. They actually kill black folks and stuff, and they get they'll get fired from a police department in this area here, but they'll go across town and get another job. They're not fired. They're not fired. They're just transferred, right? Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
No, this article absolutely makes no sense whatsoever, and I think that it's really it's just a cathartic article to make the readers of this newspaper feel like there are things going on in the country that is stopping people, especially authority, people in high authority or authority figures to be punished for their errant actions. But if you think about it, you mean to tell me that in Alabama, that these police officers in this particular town or in Alabama as a state are the only people to be sending these kind of racially charged texts?
Right.
And if these people are not the only ones, what are you gonna do? Close down all the police departments in Alabama? That's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. You know what I mean? And it's like it's to say that you think that the police officers or the police officer is going to be punished because y'all closed down that police station. You didn't say that he can't police anymore. You didn't say that he can't ever get a job via the government to hold any authoritative role. These two people who would have sent these texts, they say, no, we just closing the police department. So these guys can go to another police department, an hour away and get another police job. It's really a ridiculous article to me. And for me, it's just fluff. I see nothing in it.
I can't disagree with that. Kevin Carray, what are your thoughts on this?
Oh, welcome to America. It's the South. What do you expect from these people? And I said I kind of agree with what Mr. Untouchable just said. I don't think it's just the police, but right now it's expedient to blame the police, with the what's going on, the climate. But they have each other's back. As you said, they're just gonna go across the state or across town to the next police department to go get the job again. So,
Thank y'all for that. Yeah, this is one of those stories that it's really a non-story. I imagine the New York Post just trying to fill space because it's an Alabama story at that too, right? I imagine the Post.
I just have something to add very quickly after you're done.
Yeah, I imagine the Post is just trying to kind of fill up some space. Lero in the chat says, check Darren Wilson. He got fired, and after white folks raised $500,000 for him, that back the blue ain't just a slogan. Absolutely. KW7 says the cops and the KKK are one and the same. Do we not remember Cecil Price and the Mississippi burning case? Yeah, so like I was saying, this is just one of those things. We just talking shit to talk shit, but it doesn't mean anything. Gas them up. You get the last word.
Yeah, I just want to say quickly that I think I was wrong and all of you are overreacting. America is not so bad. I want to encourage all the black women who are looking to divest. These are the type of white men who you need. So all those sisters who say black men are no good, please send them this guy's Facebook page. Let them talk to these type of white guys. I'm all for it.
And good luck, huh? I get it. By the way, you guys check out the community tab here. I posted some stuff in the last couple of days I think is interesting. I posted a poll tonight, and so far it seems like more people did not know that today was the birth of the a lot of people call it the Pan-African flag, but I think it's really the Black Liberation flag or the UNIA flag. Was born today in 1920. So a lot of folks didn't know that. So this is why, we have these types of shows and these types of forums, man, to keep people kind of up on what's going on. And also, like I always say, iron sharpens iron. You come through here, you listen to what we're discussing, and perhaps it sharpens, your outlook on something, or it changes your idea about something. So yeah, make sure you guys are interacting with the community tab. Judge Joe Brown posted a tweet the other day that was kind of wild to me for a man to say. But I put the picture up, gassed them up, commented earlier, Tan commented as well. You guys check it out and drop your comments. Real Black Gentleman is here saying, what's good, fam? Peace to Real Black Gentleman, who was on the panel with us last week. And by all means, you can join us again. We have some spots left on the panel, so come on through if you feel to. In the meantime, I think we're finished with that topic. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Shooter Breeze topic number 3 is nothing has changed. We must pivot our mindset first, then things will change. Just came with a link. I think it's a YouTube video. We'll check out the video as we always do, and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
Somebody come try to take over my dirt. Place I live. And because I don't want nobody bothering me, I guess that's why. I use game wars to protect my territory right here, to protect this area, the turf. That's my game war. Oh yeah! 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 Up on the roof, 100 proof. It's in my spine. That's okay. Why? Then we be on Darren Street, right? First, we be on Darren Street drinking. From all the rest, who drink the most? The solid folks. It's in my cap. Those Apple Jacks. A bowl a day. Keep the niggas away. It's in my khakis. Banana wackies. It can't be beat. I drink myself because it give me a nice feeling when I'm drinking. A nice high. Make me feel right then. Then I remember when I'm sober. It makes you feel kind of good. Feel you could beat the world. And that nobody's gonna bother you, you know, because you feel as though you can't get hurt. Shredded weed, it's in my socks. Bird on the rocks, it's in my shoes. Oh, what a fool! It is so fine. That's okay wine. $1.09. Drink it any old time. And we will rumble. And we will tumble. Put some wine. Any old time. And for a quart, a tail of pork. And for a half, we'll kick your ass. We are the most. From coast to coast. It's on the wall. St. Peter Paul. What's on the floor? Geronimo. Who get the booze? Cerulu pools. Who get the taste? And Leach and Marvin, they leave because they going over to mess with these girls. So when they go around the corner, John Lee gang around there again. We had asked him where was he from. And he said from 12th and Apple. And so at that time, during the time we was gang war, because we had moved on the runner anyway, and that time we had moved in on him.
I took a stroll by the poplar streetscapes. I know I shouldn't, it was really too late. There they gathered 100 thick. I ran around and found myself a big stick.
Comes around the corner and see the Cossack speakers leech up. So then we jump in and start fighting. And then they run away. When they run away, we catch one of them and we stomp him.
gang war any day. Rain or snow, no hell, no sleep. For any gang war we will be. After we go back around and we see JB, he didn't go with us. JB stayed with the wine. So then Marvin said, that JB stayed with the wine. So then JB had to go through the line. So we have a kangaroo court the next day over the playground. And JB tells his story, and Marvin tells his story, and me, Charles, and Leach would be the judges. So after JB tells his story, me and Leach and Charles say, well, he got to go through the line. So then we take him over to the playground, and he goes through the line. All right, quiet. Let's get it on with.
Me and Leach went around to see these two broads. So the cops has moved on them. So Leach told me, come around and get the rest of the gang. So I went around there. So I told him. So we went around there. I looked back, I seen JB laying with the booze. So we was around there buckling. I ain't see JB. So we went back down there and he was still there with the booze, so he must ain't go down with us. And he probably was sipping on it while we was gone.
JB, man, why didn't you come with us?
You came down, man.
Man, the contacts were strong, man. We could have used you, man, but you laid in the cut. On account of what?
I was getting my bottle, man.
So in other words, man, you put wine before you put your corner board, right?
I put my corner board up, man.
So the way I get it, you ran out on us.
I was just getting my dude then, man.
Oh, man, shut the hell up.
Yeah, JB left them hanging. He pretended he was deep in his bottle, but he left them hanging. I don't know if that was from a film or if that was a documentary piece. It says amazing 1968 documentary made by a gang. Okay, so I've seen similar archival footage like that before. And the one thing I saw in here that I've seen in the other footage that I've seen is that the gangs, because we always get beat over the head with this idea that the gangs were created to protect the community, as if it was to protect the community against like white folks. But everything I've ever seen, it seems like the gangs were created to protect the turf, as the kid in this thing said, from other black kids. I've never seen one of these archival footages where they're handing out, some protection, so to speak, against some white folks. That's just me. Kevin Carre, what do you think about that footage and the prompt that says nothing has changed? We must pivot our mindset first, and things will change.
Earlier, I saw something. Someone, I think, in Discord says, it makes sense that there was a program back in the day where they used to give the gangs camera or people to make film of themselves. Well, a lot of it is just acting. That's not real. But alluding to the question though, those same problems. It's like in America or the black people all over the world, we have not moved an inch. If you look at the situation back then, it's just a different day, different music, but we're in the same position.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing has changed. But one thing I must admire about the gang, though, they had their ways, they had their own courts, their own system, everything. Man, we can learn from that. That's the one positive I can get from this film. But if only we can get to the youth and push them more into the right direction. but I'm gonna pass the mic.
I appreciate that. I've been looking at a situation near to me, and I'm beginning to realize something. I don't know. I don't know, man. That's all I can say is I don't know. Brother Bakari entered the chat, so peace to Brother Bakari. Urzuliism in the chat said, when your men are morally corrupt or defeated, your nations will collapse. Right? Tan, when you see these young black men in this documentary, what are your thoughts?
Well, at least they had some style. The ones of today are just, sagging and all that. But, if this kind of power and, I don't know, working together, it's so rare to see black men together like this, So if this kind of energy or efforts was towards something good, that would have been admirable. But I didn't know. Yeah, this is the first time seeing that, about the TAFO. But I also always thought that the gang was started with the collapse of the Black Panther Party, and then it was taken over by protection, trying to protect the community. So that's a new narrative. You say today, but. It's but when you talk about pivotal mindset, who are we talking about? The people in the ghettos do pivot their mindset or pivotal mindset towards them?
If I had to guess, the prompt is about folks in the ghettos, like what we see in this video, need to change their mindset from this gang-related stuff, drinking and bullshitting again, and protecting streets and areas that they don't own, right? Against other black folk, because again, you don't see it against these white folks. I've never really seen it.
Right? Isn't that what the NI tried to do with the young men in the streets? Take them in, clean them out, and then send them to the streets with a better purpose.
Well, the NOI was known really as a prison system religion for the most part. That's where they got a lot of their converts from. And they did clean up people off the drugs and whatnot, and they gave them the other drug of the NOI God. But if you go through the NOI's history, if we're being honest, they still carried out, because they got a lot of those guys from the prison systems and stuff, a lot of those guys were thugs for the NOI afterwards. Right? They were just thugs for a different group of people. So, yeah.
So they took the thugs from the streets and they put them in the mosques.
Yes. I made them a different type of thug.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Okay. Yeah, well, I don't know what we can pivot them towards. You have to have an alternative, but mostly it's the economic mindset. You have to give them something for them to give up what they currently have. And if we don't have that, I don't know how that mindset can really be changed at this point. But I'll pass it on.
I appreciate that time. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari this week. Brother Bakari, how are you?
What's going on? Everybody on it. What's going on, Koku? Everybody on it now. Everybody in the chat. What's going on?
Yes, sir. Bakari, did you get to see that video that's playing right now?
That one right there, yeah. I'm gonna tell you something. I heard that before what the guy said about acting, but I'm gonna be honest. I really don't get into gangs was started to protect the community. I think that's another feel-good story about black people because they don't want to accept responsibility to try to stop it. Now, if you go back and you study the history of certain things, you can find where some black people who were gangs and allegedly was using underground economy did help the black community, and they helped the black community mainly because it helped them. But it's some that actually did a lot of work that helped the black community. But I don't think that's why it was started. I think that is just a myth. I think that is some feel-good myth. And in all honesty, no, much haven't changed. That's what the big city did to our people. Then our people who was in the big city came back down south. So then they did it to the people in the country towns down south. They changed the mindset because they made that BS look cool. All you got to do is look at rap music today, hip hop. But they make being in a gang cool. So you find people want to sit around and make their own little gangs. Then they all want to come up and say they're blood or they're a Crip because they made it look cool. So these people that went to the city, who act like the big city, who left the South, the small country towns in the South, act like they had it going on in the city. You can look at this and see what they were doing. But then they came back down south to those small country towns, right? And made it seem like being in a gang was cool. So that's how the shit spread, pardon my French, but that's how the stuff spread it. That's my take on it. And I really don't think it was started, because if it was started to protect the community, even when you watch these so-called big time black gangster movies, like what the guy was named from New York, Frank Lucas, what did he ever do to the Italians? I'll wait.
Exactly.
What did they ever do to the police? I'll wait. The ones that actually did something and did help the community and did control their community, most people don't even know who they are. Like most people don't know who Frank Matthews was. Most people don't know who Jeff Ford is. Most people don't know. Yeah, they did that stuff too, but they did stuff in the community and they didn't back down and they didn't let nobody else come in their community and control. They didn't let no Italians or nobody else come in their community to control anything. And when you talked about, I heard you mention the NOI. Like I said, I always listen to this NOI guy, right? But have y'all ever heard, it was back in the day, of course, they were called the Black Gangsters of Philadelphia, the Black Mafia in Philadelphia. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? I can't think of what they were called, right?
Okay, I'm not certain. I don't know if anyone
Junior
else.
Black Mafia.
But you do know back in the 60s, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, it was called the Junior Black Mafia.
Junior Black Mafia, okay, 60s and 70s. They were actually Nation of Islam people out there doing this. But I got this literally from a guy, I say his name all the time, Leon Muhammad. He was in the Nation. He was a captain with Malcolm. A lot of time I talk, and he's on YouTube. You can find him and listen to some of this stuff. When I mention it, a lot of the time, I'm mentioning it from somebody who was in there. And he talk about how, and he say Malcolm was right. It was a criminal organization. They had more bank robbers and drug dealers and any other kind of robbers. And they intimidated black people with force in their community. And even he say, but they never went at the white folk. Now I get him right.
Yeah, like I always bring up this guy. You can look him up. He's done several Vlad interviews. This guy from the West Coast, Melvin Farmer, who's attributed with creating one of the first Crip sets out on the West Coast. And
Yeah, Melvin Farmer, 8 Trade Gangsters.
8 Trade Gangsters, absolutely. And he talks about how he wish he never did that shit. He said that stuff was completely anti-black, and he said it actually messed up the civil rights movement. I don't know if Gaston caught that, right? He said it actually messed up the civil rights movement. He said because it was completely anti-black, and he's gone on. I've talked about this ad nauseum, so I feel funny bringing it up again. He talked about how these dudes had a particular code where they wouldn't cross a certain street, like they won't cross MLK Boulevard or something, because they know you cross there and you get caught up around them white folks doing some shit. That's 20, 25 years. But over here on this side, you get caught slipping by the cars, you might do a little 4 or 5 years. That's cool. They're good with that. You know what I'm saying? Mistreating and abusing their own folks. So this idea that's been pushed, someone might need to be muted. This idea that the gangs across the board, I like what the Harsh Rally podcast just said. This idea that the gangs across the board were created to prevent the white gangs from running amok in black neighborhoods, like D Webb said from the Harsh Rally podcast. The 60s, it's well documented, quote unquote, some of the gangs started to stop the white gangs from coming in the hood and attacking. However, that was a long time ago. They've long passed that history and are detrimental. I mean, that's the tweet right there. You know what I mean? That's the tweet right there. Like, these guys are not on that anymore at all and haven't been on that in a while. And I think it's over exaggerated that the gangs at any time across the board were created to prevent white gangs or white cops or whatever from running amok in black societies. These guys are going up against other black folks. We read it in papers before on this channel during the week where you would have slaves on plantations bragging about whose slave master had the best plantation house, or happy when the English beat the French and bragging about the English beating the French. Like, we've had this shit in history, and this is just more of the same stuff. But let me hear from other folks. Let's welcome in Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
Hey, what's up? I'm good.
Good to see you again. Real Black Gentleman, what are your thoughts on this prompt right here? Were you able to see the video?
Well, yeah, I was kind of moving around. I was kind of busy. I mean, I kind of got the gist of what it was. I mean, like the idea that, like, people, joining gangs, and saying that, like, it was a necessary thing. I mean, it's kind of a two-sided thing because, I mean, people are going to, like, tend to congregate. I mean, it's not like, people are social animals for the most part. So, like, people are going to, like, congregate, and they're going to, like, do things to kind of get validation. You know what I'm saying? Like, the idea, though, that the gangs was, like, there to protect, black people. No, we weren't. I mean, not like the word, not like in general. I wouldn't say though. I mean, it might have, I suppose, diverted attention in ways, but I mean, I wouldn't say it was protection outright. I mean, that's really a unfair way of describing, the dynamic involved. You know what I'm saying?
Mm. Okay.
But yeah, as far as like nothing has changed, we must pivot our mindset. I mean, this is the thing. I've heard it said, like, the black community in America is not a closed ecosystem. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are buffeted by all kinds of pressures by peoples and stuff. So, like, it's not that nothing has changed. It's just that we aren't the one leading the change, kind of because we haven't yet really had our bearings as black people. Because, I mean, you have black people today who have all kinds of worldviews, mindsets about the world and themselves and other black people. So we are naturally not on one accord. And part of that, I think, is outside people agitating black people, which I think is a big thing that, black people really, personally, I think, black people getting agitated and spied on and all that. We don't talk about that enough. We haven't, like, shored up our defenses in that regard, because we get inundated with all kinds of ideologies that just overwhelm. We it's like whack-a-mole. We beat one phony nonsense and another one creeps through, and we're kind of reacting all the time. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So as far as, like, nothing has changed, like, I think that we, in the main, I think there's more people who are conscious, who are, I won't say conscious, who have solidarity with Africa, let's say, as black people in America, who numerically than have ever been, but it's just that there's just more people who just aren't. And I mean, I know that I live in this country. I'm born in the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see all the rights and all the things that I have, and I wield them just like I would, but I know that they don't necessarily have the same effect. But I'm going to use any defense that I can to, defend my prosperity. I mean, as far as, like, black people, I mean, I think that schools, basics were like, if we can't control, a territory outright, we got to be at least controls a building. We got to go back to schooling and making sure that we do have our own schools and, like, have, I think it's important. I mean, personally, I think that young men should not necessarily, between, like, a couple of years, we need, like, rites of passage type schooling.
Absolutely.
For black people for, like, 3 years, let's say, young men from, like, 13 to 15 or so, you know what I'm saying, are just separated in at least in terms of schooling, you know what I'm saying? Like, outside of school is whatever, you know what I'm saying? But, like, in the schooling, you know what I'm saying, we can do things. That's one thing we can do. I mean, because as long as, like, we as people and young people grow up and we're buffeted by the greater societies around us, we won't have the capacity to, functionally change. You know what I'm saying? To say we have to pivot our mind first, it's not we don't need to pivot. We just need to stand still and, like, really, like, reinforce an aspect of our mindset to answer that question.
Mm.
I'm gonna leave it on that.
I appreciate that. This reminds me, African Power on Twitter put up a tweet this week saying, "Become a better man, eat cleaner, read more books, get more sunlight, lift heavy weights, reject degeneracy, learn self-defense, master self-discipline." I put it up there and I asked the question of gentlemen, really, but some women responded as well, Tanzan being one of them. What would you add or omit? And I think it's a good time to remind you guys that the community tab has that post up there. This is a good time for you guys to respond to that. Like, what do you add to that? What do you omit? Because I think it's an important thing. We got to start getting to these young men. Clearly, these young men in the video in the 60s were kind of wayward in that way. Men needed to step up and get to them as well. I mean, these dudes are openly standing up in the corner drinking a 40. I just walked past dudes standing up on the corner openly drinking a 40. It's the same shit, you know, just different style. Lero in the chat says Coco snapped with the other drug, the NOI God. Yeah, the NOI God. Those guys was putting in work for the NOI God. You know, Malcolm had to be afraid of some of them NOI dudes. Them dudes who's calling themselves X and 13X and all the old shit like that. Yeah, he had to be kind of fearful of them. He knew some of those guys would take his life in a second if given the order. Zuliism said fake bravado is mental slavery. I've never seen the gang protect shit. And the police is murdering black people, they never did shit. They fight and destroy their own. Zuliism goes on to say, too weak to fight the beast, but quick to kill their own over a corner. Absolutely. He says these Negroes got perms, by the way. I thought two of them niggas was Chinese for a second there. Ketter says the gang was practicing social Darwinism with an occupied community. I agree with that 100%. Right? Who else? He says the gangs were no black militia. Right? Trigger Happy 262 says plantation wars equals diaspora wars. I think he said that when I brought up how like the ex-enslaved on some of these plantations, especially like in the Caribbean too, would be cheering when the British beat the French. Or would be bragging to, you know, amongst one another, whose master has a better plantation house. I mean, come on. Lero says the gangs today not even loyal to their own gang. They in all that paperwork when they get jammed up with 12. They might off a pig on some crash out stuff, but it's not revolutionary or even progressive. That's true. They might take out one of them fellas in blue, but it ain't on no revolutionary shit. It's just on some wild shit. With that said, let me go to Jay. Jay, you saw the video. You heard everyone's responses. What say you to this prompt?
Well, we all heard in those rhymes, we all heard something like "keep the niggas away." So it's most definitely, you know, I was in the very beginning. One of the brothers said, "Yeah, I'm here to protect the church and such." And I was like, oh yeah, okay. This is in the days that the church was the center of the community. The church meant something. And seconds later, they were chanting about keep them niggas away. Well, what I must say is that the fighting looked very real. The fighting looked real. And another thing, the real gentleman or the real black gentleman, he summed up a few things that we must do. The should have, would have, must, and we must, and we should, and those type of things. You know, the Netherlands, often I get the impression that African American brothers think that, or Americans in general think that America is the only multicultural melting pot, but of course not. You know, of course not. In here, and so I believe in the United States also we got so many examples, and the best example in here are the Turks. Why don't we? I mean, you know, we just want to, you know, accountable. Yes, we don't want accountability.
No.
You know, you got men blaming females for not being accountable, and what is the answer? Yeah, just repeat it, but with the opposite sex. Oh yeah, no, black men don't want to be accountable, and no one is accountable. Pointing fingers, we are pointing guns at each other, and nothing happens. You know, I felt deputy shame when the real gentleman was speaking about the we must and we have to. You know, it's tired, man. It's tired. We find every type of almost anything turns into gangland. You know, ADOS, FBA. It's you know, it doesn't matter what, we will always find a reason to blame each other, kill each other, hurt each other, shame each other, and practically never with the intention to forward, to be competitive on the world stage of power. You know, we don't. It's too much work. It's so much work. No, let me just you know, look away. Let me look away, because else, you know, else it will cause pain, or you know, else I get a look, or else I get punched, or else I get shot. I you know, I don't know, man. I often feel alone in my endeavors, and lately lately I'm very bitter. I'm bitter on social media. You know, if you know me in real life, I think you still can laugh with me, but on social media, it's really the intention is to be bitter now. You know. Yeah. Oh, these negative. Yeah, you're being negative. But I never try to humiliate a brother. I never try to, you know. I never was active in gossip. I never, you know, anything that I did was to forward us. You know, it's not only in the Cape Verdean world that I wrote history, and us, the people that were involved just shitted on it. Why? Because JB in this little movie, JB is the traitor, you know. but JB was always pushing and fighting for us, you know. But JB thinks he's important. Tired of the shit.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at with it. I'm kind of tired of it, because every day I see more and more examples of us falling behind in what it is that we need to do. And it's going to come to a critical point where we're going to be so behind, we'll just never surmount it. And that's my fear. That's the thing that saddens me, that's what's in store for our future generations. And we got to change that sooner rather than later. Some people, I think I heard Oni say it this week. A lot of people talk about, it took us 400 years to be enslaved and this, that, and the other, and it'll take us another 400 years. No, it don't have to take us another 400 years. It doesn't. If we wait 400 years before we get our shit together, we're done.
Yeah, I wanted to say that. I started the sentence, but something else came up in my head. We are all born in the same world, right? Mm-hmm. It's not that African Americans they went to that 400 years. That's not true. You're not 400 years. You're 50 like me. You're 30, younger than me. You're 60, right. You're 70. You're not 400 years. You're born in this same world. Mm-hmm. Why aren't we uniting in this same world? Mm-hmm. But no, I am better than you. You are less than me, or at least you are not more than me. I'm tired, man. I'm tired.
Before I go to gas them up, Real Black Gentleman, I see you said AO in the chat. Do you want to add something again?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what was all that oblique and like obtuse like references to me? Like, all I know is that like I said that like I'm not trying to tear no one down or anything like that.
Nothing
I'm about a
personal.
solution. When I said like young men, I mean, should definitely be like, we need that's one thing that can be done that like still hasn't gotten traction. And it's just a small section of, look, if you don't want men running around, you have to get them young. You have to have some semblance of, and a lot of it does have to do with development. Young men do need to be separated from young women just in order to just like develop, and men need to teach young men how to be men.
Yeah.
Now I say that let's not say that that's tearing no one down. The obtuse and obliqueness towards me, like, hey, that's all I'm saying.
Now,
we are here together building. Nothing is to put someone else down. You helped me remember that we in general all over the world, it seems like we have to. Well, I step outside and I see Turks taking over. I see Moroccans taking over. I see Pakistani, and they are not a lot. There's not a lot of Pakistani, but they are in the business, right? And we, Ghanaians, Cape Verdeans, blacks from the Dutch Antilles, Dutch Guyana, we are lacking. We are lacking, just like you in the United States, just like our brethren in Brazil. And I'm guessing just like us in the Caribbean, we are still every generation, and that's what I meant, and that's why I wanted to add that in the last moment, we are born in the same era, right? So we have the same other people around us that we can see building, right? So and we have the same struggle. We have also each other that we see lacking, right? So please do not take it's personal. It's personal. I am part of this lacking, right? I am like I said, I'm becoming bitter, right? Yeah. And that's not I have a problem with people calling me negative, but the broom is negative to the sand in the room, right? So you clean it up, and well, the sand is gonna suffer because the sand is gonna end up in the trash, right? So what exactly is negative? You understand? So no, I did not. Do not take it personally. You were addressing things, and we are addressing those things every new generation, and that's what I wanted to say.
Right. I was going to go to Gas 'Em Up next, but Gas 'Em Up seemingly had to dip. I know Gas 'Em Up is on the continent, and like he said earlier, it's expensive to really, access the internet and stuff. So perhaps that's why he had to drop off so suddenly. But so I just want to say my appreciation for Gas 'Em Up for coming through. I was really interested in hearing what Gas had to say about this prompt and this video. But with that said, we're going to go to Mr. Untouchable next. Kevin Carre, I heard from you on this one, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, when I see this particular prompt, I think that there has been many things that have changed, and the reason why I say that is when I watch this video, I liken it to the beauty of Africa and to the perversions of Africa, and I'm gonna get into that in a minute. But just suspend your belief for just a second, because on the face of it, on the face of it, I understand that people may just see it as gangs. But if you watch this video and watch the contents of it, right, I don't understand why some of us don't claim to be African people. Because if you watch this video, the first thing that stood out to me is the call and response. When the guy was initially singing, and then the group was responding to him singing. That call and response is an old African tradition that we bear out of Africa. And it's interesting that these brothers, in the inner cities of Chicago still kept that wisdom, still kept that culture going, that call and response culture. On top of that, when they start their little beating and their rhythms, you know what I mean, their chants and beating and clapping their hands and this, the beatings they was doing when they was beating their hands together, whatever, in the rhythms of speaking whatever they were speaking as far as their gang affiliations and things like that, that's very old. And it's interesting how they kept that, even in the south side of Chicago. But I know these people coming from the south, so they've maintained that tradition. It's unfortunate we try to disassociate ourselves from that reality. Another thing that I recognize as well, as far as the beauty is concerned, is their ability to organize. Organization, we believe sometimes is something that is only really left in hands of Europeans, but that's not true. You know, we've been organizing for a very, very long time, and our ability to retain that, you know what I mean, in the conditions that we are under, even in the south side of Chicago, is phenomenal. These brothers, them organizing. Now, the cause and what they organizing for, we're going to question that in a minute. But the fact that they have the ability to do it, to me, that's beautiful. Another thing I recognize in this film is the responsibility of the group over the individual. And this was when they was in a little courtroom session and questioning this JB fella and saying, well, why wasn't you participating in our group activity? And the guy was like, well, I had to do this. I had to. He's like, no. The group supersedes your individual cause or interest or whatever. You are bigger than just yourself. This is why I say we are. There has been changes, because now you see the proliferation of the individual at the forefront and the group is secondary. Whereas these guys say, well, the group comes first. Our needs, our interests, and our ideas, or what we're trying to establish, comes first over the group. Another thing that comes from that is if you transgress our codes, our organizational codes, you know, if you transgress that, there are repercussions. Now, these brothers are not necessarily educated people, but culturally, something still holds, because just as they had their repercussions for JB and standing in the line and him taking his licks, in our groups in Africa, we would exile you if you used to do something that transgressed the group itself. So they had their own repercussions, their laws, you know what I mean, for transgressing the needs and the interests, acting outside, acting as an individual outside the group. That is beautiful. These things that I feel are commendable. These things that we have retained from Africa, and I can't just easily dismiss these things. The perversions.
Yeah, but they're doing it for shit, though.
Give me a minute. I come into that. The perversions come in when they get together for the interest of drinking liquor on the corner. Some liquor somebody else create. Back in the day, we used to at least create our own palm wine. You know what I mean? They drinking something the government or some corporation create. Getting
Coke
together.
45.
Coke 45. You know what I mean? Coke 45. We're going to drink the liquor. And also, just as in Africa, these are perversions of Africa. These brothers are beating up on other black men within their own little small communities. Just like in Africa when we eat each other. In Rwanda, the Hutus and the Tutsis was eating each other. Say, you different from me, I different from you, because what lie was created and propagated among them. So now we see ourselves as different. So now we got to kill and beat up on each other. So for me personally, when I look at this video, I find that there is a beauty in Africa in this, and there's a perversion in Africa in this. It's the perversions of Africa and the beauties in Africa. But I also believe that these things could be corrected, I think that the organization and the abilities of these brothers have been perverted and distorted. And a right-thinking person, I think the brother was talking about Jeff Ford back in the day, and Jeff Ford was a very powerful figure. If anyone is interested in the Jeff Ford story, they should look him up on the internet. You know, but I think that these guys are away from their natural selves. You know what I mean? And I think that a right-minded individual with the right type of guidance could lead these brothers to constructive behavior rather than destructive behavior. But these are the things that I recognize and see in this particular clip. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I appreciate you seeing the Africanisms in it, the retention of Africanisms. I talked about that in an episode of the show before. But I do think what supersedes is how it's being used, right? In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says, in a kind psychological philosophy, someone is not a realized person if they are not participating in the community. There is a difference between a person and the biological human. He goes on to say, this showcases our communitarian or communalist practices that African people have always had. Black people have always had these philosophies, but being in another man's country, we live in contradiction. He says the contradiction is that our philosophies are either subverted or they are marginalized. Then we take on the philosophies of other people, European, rugged individualism, or we consume their, I guess, degenerate behaviors. It's important that we change the marginalization of the philosophies we have that linger and instead institutionalize it. So again, I agree with what Trigger Happy is saying, and I agree with Mr. Untouchable is saying. I do, at the end of the day, I look at the usage though. I appreciate the retentions, but what are you using it for, and who did you allow to influence you to use those retentions in this way? In the chat, Jay says,
go ahead.
1 second. In the chat, Jay says, a Trigger Happy, we got this expression, quote, you don't serve anything. And I believe that also has to do with your participation, aka value to the community. Tan wanted to add something. Go ahead, Tan.
Yes, the brother said something to the effect that the men should get together and organize, and that's a wonderful thing. And what happened with the disintegration of our society was that not only did men not have an area where they could collectively organize without, and create that mini bubble, because yes, we live in a poorer society, but other communities find ways of, fencing or having their little boundaries within the larger ones. But I don't think that black men have had that space. And the other thing is that when people have common problems, they usually find common solutions, and in this they did. The other aspect that for me is missing from all this is, in every successful organization, there's the leader. You can take UNIA. There's the leader. There's the followers. There's the organizers, the members, the workers, the grant workers. And I think one weakness with these organizations is that while they can have that male organization, they did not really take advantage of their female organization, because even in companies you can have all the men, the CEOs and all that, but it's in a scenario like Mad Men, I don't know, I didn't see the show, but I know the synopsis. But the women who are actually doing the secretarial work, they're the ones who are taking care of the laundry for the boss, and sending the flowers and doing all these things, meeting with people when the boss is late and things like that. Those things, while they're not really celebrated, they do take a lot. Even Gavi's wife, and I think Amy, and Amy, yes, she was very instrumental in helping organize, his work and his books and so on. You need somebody to do that work behind, and also just to bring balance. And I think in these kinds of situations that the men had that kind of male organization, but there was that female organization that was lacking. And then the other thing that is, it's African on the male side, but unfortunately, if you go to Africa, we all know about the Susu, and in East Africa, in Kenya, they have the Chama and all that, where women also come together and, they solve their problems as women. They come together, they talk, they bring up solutions, especially when it relates to children and so on. And I think, interference by outside parties also broke that bond with women, where you could also spend time together and just work on things. Sometimes, I wonder why women still go to this beauty salon, this hair stores, when they could just, or this nail salon, sorry, when they could just easily learn the same. Doing nails is not a, it's not a technological impossible thing. Any black girl in LA can learn that stuff in whatever, but you're still paying somebody else to do that for you. Amongst 5 of you, there should be one who can do nails or hair or things like that, but we don't have that female organization either, because everyone has just been taught to be individual. So I know, Koku, you answered that it was just the beginning of the qualities, but I think that should be one of the main ones for everyone. For the man to be, have that communal responsibility, not just eat well, sleep well. That's all good and stuff, but that just applies to you. You should have that. But yeah, like you said, that was the beginning. So I'll end it there.
Yeah, I'll just add one quick thing too. I don't really care about your African retentions when I got a duck behind a car as you shooting up the block, as you oppressing the folks on the block. There's an African retention of pouring out a drink for the lost ones. Yeah, that's cool and all, but when I gotta worry about you robbing me of my car, or you breaking into my shop or my home, those African retentions don't really matter to me at that point. If you're gonna carry on African retentions and big up African, uh, you know, um, actions, right? They should match the behaviors that you're trying to carry out as well, right? They should be something of African uplift. So that's the only pushback I have against the African retentions that we see in this video. Before we go, does anyone else have a yeah, I have no patience for African gangster retention. I don't care if you're calling yourself the Zulus. If you out here making it difficult for me to walk my kids to school or what have you, for me to go to work, or for me to go on to try organize with like minds to build something positive, then you are as much of the problem as the European to me. And I know Forecast is somewhere probably shaking his head, but you are a problem. African retentions be damned in that case. Does anyone want the last word on this prompt before we go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight? Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight is the original meaning of race first versus its deviations. By the way, later on tonight, we are going to talk about why criminal organizations are more organized than us too. So we'll keep some of these thoughts here in mind. In the second half of the show tonight, we'll talk about. I want to thank everyone who's here tonight. I see the numbers are kind of going down now. That's fine. Thank you for those who were here and for those who will be returning. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight is the original meaning of race first versus its deviations into B1 or black first. This came with a link. Let's check it out. And on the other side, we will have a discussion about the prompt and the video as well.
Race first. What is race first? Let's begin with the words of the most honorable himself. In a world of wolves, one should go armed, and one of the most powerful defensive weapons within reach of Negroes is the practice of race first in all parts of the world. Put your race first, like all other races do. So in this context, the race is synonymous with terms like Negro, which was the capital N Negro, which was the one of the primary terminologies which was used at the time to refer to us, even though that was being challenged at the time and we reject it today. And African, yes. So you have the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. The race, Negro, and African, yes, are synonymous terminologies within this context. The idea being that the race, as characterized by shared ancestry and shared culture, shared historical experiences, is a biocultural entity. Yes, a biocultural entity that have certain interests that are inherent to it based upon its current condition, position, and historical experience. Through what we call the Ma'afa, African people have been subjected to invasion, conquest, enslavement, colonization, and neo-colonization. And this gives us a shared experience, yes, that has brought us to where we are in today's world. And so therefore, the biocultural entity also is inherently a political entity, again, with certain goals and objectives that are inherent to it based upon its current position and condition. As a result, race consciousness, yes, becomes a vital prerequisite of race first. In other words, the race must become aware of itself as a biocultural and political entity, and therefore work towards solving its problems, its own problems, based upon its own agency. And so but the awareness must come first. Every liberation movement must solve the problem of identity, identifying who and what the people are, and then from that foundation, identifying their collective interests. All right. As Papa Garvey states himself, no man can convince me contrary to my belief, because my belief is founded upon a hard and horrible experience, not a personal experience, but a racial experience. The world has made being black a crime, and I have felt in common with men who suffer like me, and instead of making it a crime, I hope to make it a virtue. So race consciousness must be accompanied by race pride. And this is important because as African people being taken through the Ma'afa, we were indoctrinated into a consciousness of self-hatred, self-denigration. Everything about being black and African was demonized, from our physiognomy, our phenotype, to our culture, our civilization. But they said we never had no civilization. It was barbaric and savage, yes? And in particular, in the context of our culture, our indigenous spiritual systems. And so, in order to actualize the principle of race first, race consciousness had to be accompanied by race pride, which means the restoration of dignity to the race, the restoration of pride to what the race looks like and how the race behaves, how the race sings, dances, how the race walks and talks, yeah, how the race ceremonializes and ritualizes, etc., etc., etc. And this was imperative because of the condition of the world as we know it. Papa Garvey gives expression to this in our next quotation, which says, "The world is not in the disposition to divide the spoils of materialism, but on the contrary, every group is seeking the aggrandizement of self at the expense of those who have lost or who ignore the trend of human effort in the direction of self-preservation. The Negro, surrounded as he is, has no other alternative than going forward in the atmosphere of racial self-interest, working for the generation of the present and providing for those of our posterity. In the service of the race, the Universal Negro Improvement Association finds its program, and for its advocacy or promotion, we offer no apology." So for Papa Garvey, race first was the only logical response, the only possible logical response to what we had experienced as African people and what was taking place in the world at that time. The idea is that every race was seeking to work out its own problems to its own benefit. And in order to survive and prosper in the world, African people had to begin to do the same. This also, however, required us, if we look at race consciousness and race pride, it also meant that we had to reject the racial indoctrination of other groups of people. In this instance, particularly that of Europeans within the institution of global white supremacy, European and Western imperialism. And this rejection, of whiteness was given expression in a beautiful poem that was written by a sister contributor to the Negro World newspaper of the time, yeah? And the poem is called The New Negro Woman's Attitude Towards the White Man by Estella Matthews. And she says, laugh with your lustful eyes. We will never bend our knees. The shackles ne'er again shall bind the arms which now are free. Some strike for hope of beauty, some for the hope of pride. We battle to defend our all for which our mothers died. We loathe you in our bosoms. We scorn you with our eyes. We despise you with our latest breath and fight you till we die. We never will ask you quarters, and we never will be your slave, but we will swim the sea of virtue till we sink beneath the waves. So we see that race first required us, yeah, to affirm ourselves and reject consciously the psychology of the oppression of whiteness in the affirmation of ourselves.
All right, that's Shakara Speaks. If you're on Twitter, you should be familiar with that brother there. Always drop some pretty solid information. So I appreciate that brother there. Let me start with Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, the original meaning of race first versus deviations into black first. You talk about this a lot. Speak on it.
Excuse me, that deviation into black first, as far as I'm concerned, is something I would never say it's a bunch of crap. That is something that people from this country thought of because they say they are the only black people. If you listen to them talk, they are the only people black, right? So you wouldn't be considered black because you're not from here.
Right.
People from the country. So I'm race first. I'm race first. I try not to get on every little internet social media trend and just say it because other people say it until I get the meaning of certain things. Because if I'm going around saying I'm B1, I'm black first, there's no way I could be friends with you, Oni, my brother Mr. Untouchable, Tanzan. I couldn't be friends, Jose, the brother from Haiti, gas him up. I can just continue. There's no way I could be friends. There's no way I could be here and have a real friendly conversation about brotherhood, about respect, about loving one another, about protecting one another, about starting to build and do things together. So the deviation that these people came up with, the first one I ever heard said was the God nobody ever sees. So I'll just leave it at that. But he was the first person I ever heard said. And the first time I heard it, it sounded good. The second time I heard it, it sounded good. The third time, sound good. So the fourth time, I said, what the hell does this mean? Right? Because I hear these people saying they black first and they have a problem with people from a place called Jamaica, people from a place called Haiti, the Bahamas. So how the hell are they? So, they don't consider them black. So I'm not that. I'm race first. I'm a 21st century Garveyite that still do everything to practice Garveyism. I'm never black first. I'm going to be following the ultimate coward, Neely Fuller Jr. And I'm not going to ever do that. I'm going to remain race first. I get the mic.
Yeah, for a long time, I thought black first was just another way of saying race first. And then in recent years, like you, Brother Bakari, I realized that, well, black first is about blacks in the U.S. first. Yeah, it was Professor Black Truth, who some people say is also Jason Black, one and the same. They were the ones who were pushing the B1. If you are one, B1. And it's in recent years. I don't know if this was a pivot, because actually I do think it was a pivot, because I always tell folks in real conversations, I remember a time when I used to first listen to Jason Black, the Black Authority. And I remember he was talking about the 5 things you need to have in a Black community. And one of them was like a Black mall with Black stores with an African theme and motif. And he was on that Black, that Black equals African thing heavy at one time. And then these guys just pivoted to something else now, like Brother Bakari said. And so now I can't even say B1 or Black first. I just have to go back to the original statement of race first, Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
Yeah, just to piggyback off what you just said, I used to listen to Jason Black a lot, man. And, thinking about, with the recent climate and what's going on, the social media beef, I say you just got to rethink your position on things. Yeah, I am race first, man. My people comes first, I make it a point every day when I go out to go to a Black-owned restaurant. When I'm going out back to the city, I stop there first. If I can find a Black, where I am, it's getting better, because right now where I am, we have 3 Black-owned supermarkets. I make it a point to go when I can, go to them and purchase from them instead of going to the major supermarkets. But I'm doing my part, man. But I'm gonna pass the mic here.
And it doesn't matter if it's a Jamaican or American or Haitian spot, does it?
No.
Kevin Curran? Right.
I was here. I got race first. Our people come first.
Yes, sir. Bakari, you were saying?
I wanted to ask him, where is he? Where did he live? He says 3 Black-owned supermarkets in the area. Like, shit, where is that?
I wish I can give you my location. I like to be thing, but I live in Queens.
Okay, in New York. Okay.
I'll tell you where they are. One is called Ernest, right? I'll tell you the story. They just started on it's near Merrick. If you go down Merrick Boulevard, okay, you take the train to Jamaica Avenue to Jamaica, and you take the train down the 5 bus down Merrick. There's gonna be a park named Baisley. Is it not Baisley? Roy Wilkins Park. A block down, there's gonna be a supermarket called Ernest. It's not a big supermarket, but it's more. They sell more organic things. There's another one.
It don't have to be big. It's Black. It don't have to be big yet, as long as it's Black.
Yep. And I found someone, but the problem is in Brooklyn, they're so far out there. And a lot of times it's very inconvenient to get there, but it's still power to go there and support your people, man. Because I said you start small, then you grow. Listen. Look at all the vendors when they came to this country from Europe. They start out in the streets and then eventually got their own store. But I'm gonna hold it. I'm not gonna be selfish, Mike.
No. It's not being selfish. By all means, express yourselves when you got the mic in the chat. Trigger Happy 262 says race first means something, but pro-Black or B1 means nothing. B1 essentially means everything and nothing at the same time. It's a micronationalism. The forecasters out there in the chat, he says, in the words of Tanzan, it's not race first, it's race only. Sister Raw comes and echoes those sentiments and says, she's only Black only, right? KW Don 7 says, you have people who profess B1, but will call Marcus Garvey a scammer and support divestment talking points like abort all Black male babies. Shaking my damn head. Tan, what say you to what you saw in the video and to the prompt?
Well, firstly, I think you should just read that poem again, because when I heard those words, I literally cried out loud. Like, it's so painful what our people have gone through. And then the fact that some of us are just willing to just throw it all away and take the sacrifices that our people, made for us to get here. People talk about, divesting and, going the other way, leaving the men and the women and the people and walking off. Like, is this what they were struggling for? Is this what they suffered for? Is this, when I heard that word loathe, that's the perfect word for it. that's the opposite of love. This love that we think. How are you going to love somebody who has done this to you and think that somehow they just became better over time? Just time made them better. Now they're nice. Can you just read the poem again, just one more time?
Let me see if I could cue it up. I think it came towards the end of the piece here. Let me see if I could find it from the sister. It's right here somewhere, right? Hold on. Let me see it up.
By Estella, an expression in a beautiful poem that was written by a sister contributor to the Negro World newspaper of the time, yeah? And the poem is called The New Negro Woman's Attitude Towards the White Man by Estella Matthews. And she says, laugh with your lustful eyes. We will never bend our knees. The shackles ne'er again shall bind the arms which now are free. Some strike for hope of beauty, some for the hope of pride. We battle to defend our all for which our mothers died. We loathe you in our bosoms. We scorn you with our eyes. We despise you with our latest breath and fight you till we die. We never will ask you quarters, and we never will be your slave, but we will swim the sea of virtue till we sink beneath the waves. So we see that race first required us, yeah, to affirm ourselves and reject consciously the psychology of the oppression of whiteness.
Yeah, that's the poem again. Thank you, Tanzan, for that.
So it's not just a being pro something, it's not just about loving yourself and being happy with who you are and all that positive feel good nonsense. It's also knowing that you are against something that is against you, that is against your very existence, that wants to take you and just wipe the floor with you. This is not just about, self-care and self-love and, pumping your fist in the air. Somebody is out to destroy you. This is how serious it is. This is not about love or, this feel good nonsense that and especially we women put ourselves into. It's not about, oh, he treats me right and all these things. The world is far more complicated and, simple than what we will give it credit for. But I don't want to get too emotional. I'll pass the mic.
Emotions are a good thing sometimes, Tan. I appreciate.
Can I make a?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just briefly, can I let the brothers go? Tan, I just want to remind you, sister, and I understand that as a female person looking at this, it does solicit an emotive response, but we are in, as far as black race goes, we are in a war, and we will win. I am confident we will win. Cry when we win. Cry when we win. You know what I mean? But we in a war right now, sister, and we just fighting to get through. But eventually, we will have the victory over our enemies. Understand that, you know what I mean? And I understand sometimes it looks very stark and bleak, in the things that we have to face on a daily basis. But eventually, we will win. We are garnering a whole lot of experiences, what to do and what not to do in this struggle to dominate. But eventually we will have the victory. We just have to go through this learning process, because there has been a great learning curve in the world, in particular for Black people. And the reason why I say that is we are very embracing. If you study our history, we are very embracing of peoples from other cultures, other nations, other kinds of people, because we don't understand the concept of these people will eventually enslave you and treat you like a cow or a horse or a dog in the street. You know what I mean? That's not really been our experience of humanity as humanity goes. But since we've been through this process, there's a process to get to our eventual victory, but there's a learning curve we must get over and eventually conquer, you know what I mean, and dominate over. And I think that this is what the Gavis of the world and the X's of the world had to understand. And we have a vast learning curve. We have to supersede to get to our eventual victory. But I understand, the initial response. This is a motive response, but we in a war, and understand that. And you just have to take up your role in this war and do what's necessary for the race to progress. You know what I mean? But it's just in our progression as a Black race. You know what I mean? It's just we gonna learn, we gonna fail, we gonna fight, we gonna bleed, we gonna die, but we gonna win. We gonna win. It may take us a long time, but we gonna win. Focus on that, sister.
Shout out to the community tab once again. I put up a tweet earlier about a French ambassador sitting pretty before her coronation as a queen mother of the Osu Kingdom for her good development works in Ghana, right? And Ghanaians are so happy about this, and it just goes to what Mr. Untouchable was talking about, how we are so we so embrace other folks, a smiling white face. We embrace it, not realizing that smiling white face will be our doom, and it's something that we have to get over. That's the learning curve. Although I feel we've had enough experience with this stuff, we shouldn't still be going through this learning curve. But that's where we are still.
I know, brother. This was written exactly 101 years ago. The sister wrote this 101 years ago. And do you think that we have gone forward in the curve, or have we regressed? Because it seems to me that they have way more spirit back then. For somebody to write that kind of powerful statement in 1921, this was before civil rights. This was before all that. She wrote this in 1921, and where are we now? Where are we now talking about divesting and all that nonsense? Okay, sorry, but I do appreciate. I know that it's not all bad, and some of it is more exaggerated than anything. So it's not that it's I know that there are people amongst us who are who got it, who have it, and who are working towards that day. But it also saddens me that there's so many who still are still in that mentality that it doesn't make any sense to me. Things should be so obvious and logical that and it's not just one people. It's just something that I don't know if it's inbred in us. It's just instinctive. It's just I don't know where it came from. I don't know. I don't know. But at the same time, sometimes I do have these moments where, like Jose, I just feel like, what? Just I'm going to pour out all the negativity. But at the same time, I still have faith in both the ancestors, because they figured out things that we are babies too. They knew so much that if we even got a bit of what they know now, we would just, we would be like, we would take over this stuff in a second. Like there's so much that they knew already. And also because I also believe in our future. I don't just think that, this is the end. That's nonsense. I think that the first, attitude towards fighting or even going into a game is that you have to know that you're going to win. And we are going to win, because our people did not die in vain. They did not fight in vain. They did not lie. They did not go through all of this in vain, and they did not learn everything that they did just so that we can throw it all away. We have to go back and take it back and use it, and use what these people, built from us, because all this knowledge that we worship, this is something that was taken from us, from our labor, from our minds, from our spirit. They even took our spirit. They even forced us to bow to their gods. Anyway, sorry, I'll end there.
Real Black Gentleman, were you able to listen to that video just now?
No, I had to step away. But
Okay.
as far as the title, I can be quick. It's like
wait, hold on a second. I have to step away for a quick second. Yeah. Real Black Gentleman, speak your piece and then pass it over to Jay. I'll be back by that time.
Okay, I'll be brief. I'll try to be brief. Race First is like the classic. It's the original. Like B1 naturally, it from the first thing that kind of came to my mind when I think about B1 going back to South Africa, because you have BLF, right, which actually stands for Black First, Land First. They just say BLF to be short with it, for shorthand. So I mean, like, Black First is not necessarily, like, I would say, an American thing. If you really think about it, it really is like, in some places it really is like, look, we got to be Black first, and that going back to that consciousness of naturally being of race, of Africanism first. And so, like, it can kind of devolve, nationalistically. It's like, be one just for the people of this country. You know what I'm saying? I know where that gets at. And so yeah, I think that we have to go back to a broader sense of Africa. We cannot, as Americans, be arrogant and think that, like, just because there's a little ocean between us, you know what I'm saying, that, oceans can be overcome. You know what I'm saying? We're all Africans at the end, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Race first. I'm done.
Okay, so it's my turn. Didn't we all listen to Professor Black Truth? There's 2 or 3 guys. I'm confused. That don't show their face, and their voice sound the same. Didn't we all listen to them in the start? And didn't we all think that Black First meant what Black First always meant, and that's worldwide? Black First, race first was the same thing. But all of a sudden, yeah, but I forgot, and I just reminded myself what I used to say. I used to say we have to be patient with our African American brothers, because what if you grow up in the United States? I'm assuming if you grow up in the United States, there's only one world, and that's the United States. But us in Europe and the rest of the world, I assume, because even in Iran, people seem to be fan of America and Americans. But in the rest of the world, you have 2 worlds. I live in the Netherlands, okay? So as an immigrant, so actually I have 3 worlds. But let's act as if I'm Dutch, right? So I'm Dutch. I grew up in the Netherlands, and there's the Dutch culture, the Dutch world, Dutch news, Dutch entertainment, Dutch sports, right? And the American dream being sold. So you have these American shows. We watch Dallas. We watch Dallas in the 80s and 90s. We watch Friends. We Love and Hip Hop. So every country has its own world, plus the American dream being sold to us. And I assume, so that's the assumption, I assume that in the United States you don't realize it. For people that grow up in the United States, Independence Day is Independence Day. Yeah, that's the flag, and it's the world being saved. And elsewhere we see, the Americans are at it again. They are the world's saviors. If you understand what I mean, because always, many times, at the end of those type of movies, the American flag is being raised, not the UN flag. Not no flag that represents the whole world. No, it's the American flag being raised. So I assume that in the United States, you are not aware of the formula that is being pushed in the entire world. So it's not early today I saw a Chinese American comedian, and she was speaking about being married to a foreigner. And what was the ethnicity of this foreigner? Irish. She said, I'm married to a foreigner, right? So she is Chinese, right? She's a child of Chinese immigrants, or maybe she is a child of children of Chinese immigrants. It over here we count the generation. I'm the second generation. My parents were the first generation, and my children supposedly are the third generation immigrant. And you're always going to be an immigrant, generation after generation after generation. But why? How did Europeans become American and call everybody else a foreigner? Even Irish people that come later. So Irish people that became American now call Irish people foreigner, like the Chinese American called her Irish husband a foreigner. And so if you look at it at that perspective, the United States is an island, and every race or creed in the United States believes that they are American. No, you're not. You're African, you're Asian, you're European, and that's it. There's one original people over there, and I believe that's also a mix of various people, and various people. Two, personally, I believe it's only two. It's Asians and Africans, right? Because I believe Africans. We have been on that continent for thousands of years. As a Cape Verdean, the ocean streams go past our islands. If you put a message in a bottle in the Cape Verde Islands and you throw it in the sea, it's going to land somewhere in the north of Brazil or in the Mexican Gulf. And Belize is there, and I believe in Belize. I believe blacks were already there before Mafa in a larger number. Let me drop Olmec. Let me drop the name Olmec. But so I kind of understand that our brothers in the United States believe that they are something else, just like the Europeans in the United States think that they are something else and call their European brothers foreigner. Just like Asians in the United States, it's a machine. I am used to say that the United States is a company of mercenaries, workers, and mannequins. The mercenaries make sure that PNEC, Project for a New American Century, or Africom, the mercenaries abroad and the mercenaries inside, so the boys in blue, they make sure that the machine continues.
Right.
The workers, they are the oil in the machine. They work from bill to bill, and they have the thing running. And then you have the mannequins, and they sell the American dream to the rest of the world. And what is the American dream for us blacks? Well, gangster, sport, and entertainment. And I heard your voice, Goku. So I'm pass the mic.
Yes, sir. I am back. Tan had to take a little moment. She stepped aside for a second. I see we got Marcus McGee here. I haven't seen Marcus McGee in a minute, saying brainwashing and indoctrination. I'm really just starting to realize the extent of it myself. Hard getting a correct view of the world when you don't even know what's true or not. Real Black Gentleman in the chat says, didn't some black scholars say the missionaries first, then the merchants, then the Marines? Yeah, that's the order that they did it, right? Listen, Untouchable, I'll give you the last word on this.
Yeah, when I did a little bit of investigation of this so-called Be First movement, I recognized that this is primarily really a mulatto movement, and the reason why I say that is that I go back into history, and I remember the arguments between Garvey and Du Bois. See, what an American is essentially, and people may not necessarily want to admit this, but there's a term in American parlance called a WASP. That's a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So that's what really an American is, and they don't necessarily like to say that because they want to play with this idea of multiculturalism and inclusion. But that's what a so-called American is: a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, men who came from England, who disassociated themselves with Anglicanism and the English Church, and came to the Americas to practice freely, so-called their religion and the politics, disassociate themselves from the crown. Not only that the American construct is the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, but it's also their children. Now, who do their children include? Once upon a time, it just included the children, the essential children of the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, white females giving birth to white males and such, or white females and such. But when the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants start having sex with African slaves, then you had some discord, you had some confusion in the mix, you had some mixing and blending, and those same children are fighting now to be included in this idea of Americanism. But the reality is that the Americas, at its foundation, at its core, these guys said that they were white supremacists. This is a white country, and this is what it is. So I feel like sometimes that this mulatto movement of Be First are trying to shoehorn themselves into this ideology and idea. And to do that, you must disassociate yourself from what it means, the other side. And what's the other side? The other side is your Africanness, your African experience, your African genes, essentially. You know what I mean? You have to disassociate yourself from that to be included in this idea of Americanness. You know what I mean? And I find it to be fascinating because these old arguments that Du Bois once had with Garvey are really, there's a reawakening of these arguments, the reawakening of these old arguments. Because when you do some investigation at the forefront and the face of these nativist movements, like in particular Black movements, who are their leaders? You see the mulattoes,
Claude Anderson, Yvette Carnell,
or you see Black faces or people with children of mulatto children, mulatto folks. That the association and distinction and the lines are very blended. And I find that when Garvey said what he said race first. But Black first sometimes could be nebulous. That's a very nebulous word. You know what I mean? Because what is Black? Black could be inclusive of, I Black, but I have, that one drop rule. I have a Black mom, a white mom, or white dad. You know what I mean? Well, Black is an ideal or philosophy. Race first. Race first.
If I may, very short, that some of them have the same arguments as Cape Verdeans, and we claim to be mulatto and not African.
So
I sometimes mock them and say that Cape Verdeans are the godfathers of ADOS FBA.
Maybe, but race first clears the whole board. It cleans the whole board, and you can't really distinguish because it's like you taking a eraser and wiping the whole board and say race first. Now it's the lines are distinctive, as opposed to this nebulous idea of B1. What's that mean? You know what I mean? What's that? Everyone is included. Well, we could question it. Well, we put a big question mark next to B1. But these are the games that people play, and like I say, the what Garvey said essentially in the 20th century, it still holds true and rings true in the 21st century, even though we would like to play with it. And the nativists of the world want to play with that ideology, but that still rings true, and I think that the philosophy shouldn't be discarded. Yep, I remember a lady was on a protest saying, well, it's an old failed movement. Who says that? She says, of course she says that. Look at her though. She looked like she's Spanish. She is racially ambiguous. You know what I mean? So I understand the mulattoes vying for their position, but the essentially the groundwork has been done. It's race first, and we hold to that Garvey ideology. Whether people want to dismiss that and call him names and critique his ideology and say it's failed or whatever, we will hold to that and move forward with that ideology. And essentially, we will gain the victory off of that, because we are in a competition. Whether people want to ignore that, displace that, or pretend that as if it does not exist, we are in a competition with the rest of the races of the world for the so-called resources of the world, and really to exist on this planet. Because we could go the way of the Indians. We could go the way of the Indians if we don't fight and essentially hold to what's true to us. So I believe that we should hold true to what's to our foundation, and not really relinquish that for some guy who chooses to have a white wife, or some girl who chooses to have a white husband and have racially ambiguous children. Now you have this buffer class fighting with us over what's black, what's really black, who's black, or only this particular group of people are black. Nah, that's games. Race first, and that's what we gonna ride with.
And I like the update, not just race first. I like the update that Tan and them have too. Black race and black race only. That's what we got to be on going forward. When you do that, you get the usurpers like the Du Boises, the Yvette Carnels, the Claude Anderson. Claude Anderson is a very underhanded dude too, man. A lot of people don't realize it because he speaks some things that make sense, at least topically. But he's a very dangerous. In fact, a lot of this FBA talk is really Claude Anderson's ideology is behind that. Him, Neely Fuller, people of that ilk, right? In the chat, I see person Kid 21 saying peace. I believe that might be MG2. I'm not sure. So peace to person Kid 21. Earlier, Real Black Gentleman in the chat said Du Bois broadsided both Booker T and Marcus. They both had energy sapped by him. And what's so crazy is this friggin' guy, Du Bois, later in life, moves to Ghana, dies in Ghana, right? And then talks about, I kind of made a mistake there. So you did all that nonsense to come back later on before you die, essentially. And talk about, maybe I made a mistake. When the damage was already done some 50 odd years before. It's crazy. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. I thought that was a real good conversation, guys.
I want to say one more thing about that before you move on. It's real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you mentioned Dr. Claude Anderson, right, and you said people don't understand how underhanded he is.
Yeah.
All you have to do is if you just truly listen to everything he say, he never speak of himself as the same like us.
Right.
When he talk, he always say them, they, or those blacks. He never ever. And I was watching one of the videos. He was doing a lecture, and he was like, "I ain't telling y'all to hate nobody, because I got white, Indian, and everything all up and down in my blood on both sides." Then he was talking about how he have family members that pass, right? And they asked him, why don't he pass? Because if he passed, it would be easier. He said, no, he chose not to pass because he wanted to help those black people, because those black people are the ones that needed the most help. He never speak of himself as the same as we are. And there's no need Talk mentioned Neely Fuller. He been a coward since he was 5 years old.
Neely Fuller, right? Yeah, I appreciate that, Bakari. Jay in the chat says his family had a bus company that got ruined by a Mila Tulady. I don't know what a Mila Tulady is, but mulatto lady. Yeah, he had his family had a bus company that was run aground in truth. He's talked about that before. I see Forecast and Bakari having a spirited conversation in the chat. We'll catch up to that conversation a little bit later. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight, because it builds off of what we just talked about, I believe. It says, I am not African. This came with a link. Let's check it out. By the way, if you're in the chat right now, and if you want to join, I threw this out to Bobby E. Wright the other night. I think he was on Brother Bakari's live stream. You know, Bobby E. Wright tends to have a lot of information. He really remembers and recalls information very well. By all means, if you've never been on the panel before, the panel is open. Once you're black, the panel is open for you to hop on and share your insights. So anyone who wants to hop on, just click that link, the StreamYard link. You don't need no extra anything, no extra software, extra hardware. You could jump on your phone, click the link, enter the backstage, and I'll put you up on the panel. So this topic comes with a link. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss.
And the other thing that we've got to realize that Africa is our homeland. We've actually got to understand that here. Because sometimes I hear some people that say things like, oh, and you see that a lot on social media. Those continentals, they don't like us. Or they say we're not Africans. Imagine you or any of the sisters, somebody comes to you and says, you're not a woman. How would you respond to them? Tell me, think about it. So you're not a woman. You're crazy. Absolutely. They'd either have to be crazy on medication or something, or be bipolar, or both. But then somebody comes up to you and tells you you're not an African, and you become offended. You must be crazy. That's right. You need to understand that. And so there must be that deep understanding, because even people on the continent do not know our history. That's right. They've kept the history away from us. That's the same way it's been kept away from Africans in the diaspora. So don't think people on the continent know all this history. And no, the enemy is the same.
That's right. That's right. Word sound.
We're talking about some of the things that have happened. You said to give some more specifics. See, the thing about Libya was the highest, had the highest quality of life on the continent, and amenities, social services, quality of life, living, because the oil was used for them. It wasn't like how in Nigeria, the benefits of the oil are used, for other societies. And Gaddafi obviously had a lot of plans, was going to change the currency. Same thing, Saddam wanted to do. That the world currency is in US dollars. That's what props up their economy as the foremost economy. So Saddam was going to change, he had just done it, to change their reserves from dollars into euros. Yeah. Gaddafi was also going to do the same thing, but wanted to make it into the gold dinar, that this would be the currency of the global economy. They don't mess. You touch their profits, you're going. And that's exactly what happened. Because it was going to cut out, the monopoly of the dollar. And they don't play. And also, this question of African unity, any leader that pushes that position beyond rhetorics, they're coming. Because that's the one thing. If we achieve African unity, the game is over. Yeah. And that's why for us as political activists, the first work is to achieve African unity amongst the people. Because a lot of times when we talk of African unity, it's still on the state level, on the question of governments and countries. Right. Our continent is ruled by neocolonial criminals, the vast majority of them. And so that kind of unity will not come from the top. We've been talking about it. They will not do it. Because they need to have, their own private spaces where they're able to exploit, the individual economies. So that unity will have to come from below. When we get to a position where the people are saying, we will unite, we're already united, not we will unite. I'm saying that's the level we need to get to. And that can only be done, people to people networks. That then makes the government policies irrelevant because we're already forming these bonds. But for us to do that, even we ourselves must understand deep in our psyche, not just something we say and we don't feel, to understand that we are African. And to study about the other side, because people just sometimes concentrate on their own side. You must learn about sisters and brothers on the other side of the Atlantic. There's your twins all over. You meet somebody who looks so much like you'll be spooked. Literally, you will be spooked. So I'm saying these are some of the things that are our personal responsibility. So anyway, that's what Gaddafi tried to do. Somalia was a victory for us, because a lot of times we don't recognize our victories in struggle. That's right. When the Somalis, took down the Americans, that Black Hawk, incident, they whooped them, like they'll say in America, they whooped them bad. But look at Somalia, a small country. They've already destabilized it, and yet they were able to organize themselves, to chase the Americans out of their country. If Somalia can do that, what about the rest of us?
Yeah, Affiong El Affiong is one of my favorites. In fact, if you look at the banner art for this channel, she is the lone female that you see in the center of Gavi and Amilcar Cabral, etc. So definitely one of my favorites. It's unfortunate. I feel like I don't see a lot of her material out there. Like I've seen this video several dozen times and a few other videos, but I feel like I don't see enough of her work out there, and that's a shame. Let me start with Tanzan, since we're talking about Affiong El Affiong. Let me start with Tanzan. Tanzan, the prompt says, I am not African, and you saw what Affiong El Affiong was talking about. What say you to all of it?
Well, firstly, I just admire this sister. I am going to just find out everything that she has. Just send it to me if you can, I'll also find out. I love her. She is such a, a fire and inspiration, and just, she's beautiful. When it comes to, she talked about, reaching towards diaspora. I think that we have to start with us as Africans. There was Lupita Nyong'o said one thing one time when she got, bandied about for it. She said, I didn't know I was African until I came to America. And people are like, how would you say that? You're from Africa. Everybody is from Africa. Something. But I said, I wrote similar things, years and years ago when, I was trying to describe my experience in America, that we in Africa don't think of ourselves as Africans. You only realize you're African when people call you an African. You're like, who? You're looking around. It's like when when girls used to give out the wrong names, and then somebody calls you by a wrong name, and you're like, who? And you're like, you. And oh, yeah, you. Oh, okay, that's right. Oh, I'm an African. Oh, that's right. I am an African. That's right. These people think I'm an African. Okay, then I guess I am. That was my, mentality and thinking when people used to say, oh, how is it in Africa? And they're like, where? So even us in Africa, we don't think of ourselves as Africans. We're very localized in our thinking. We can talk about the, nationalistic experience, what it means to be, a Togolese, Ghanaian, Kenyan, Ugandan. We can go back and forth about each other, but nobody really feels that they hold the, the mantle of Africanness. So I remember there was this comedy show in Kenya. It's hilarious, but unfortunately, oh man, I feel so bad that people don't, not understand Kiswahili, because the jokes we Africans tell, man. Anyway, But when they used to have an African Day, you know who we consider Africans? West Africans, because they have all those dresses. They come out, they show, they have all those, they act African to us Kenyans. So like, okay, African Day, you have to have the Ghanaians and the Nigerians representing, and then now you feel Africans. So when they say, oh, the Africans and the Kenyans, that's how we view it. But in any case, learning to be African is a process that takes other people's involvement. This is why, even Black Americans, for you to really know what the entire experience of Africanness, not just, your 400 years and so on, it is imperative to go to the continent, not just to meet people from the continent, but to go there, even to wrestle with your, with your demons, because there are demons to be wrestled there as well. So when it comes to Africanness, it's a concept that it's an ideal that we're all working towards, even those on the continent. We're still working towards Africanness, and forget the idea of Blackness, because people on the continent, I can rave and rant about how naive they are about this whole, race thing and so on. I can shake them. I can tell them, look, this is how it is. And they're like, oh, yeah, and they do seem to be coming around. I know that George Floyd was one of the first instances that they really saw the real, America, not just the TV version of it. But I don't really think that they fully understand the idea of race and racialism and all that. I'm sorry. Oh, am I going on too much? Is that the walk off?
Wrap it up, B. Wrap it up. No. Continue, Tan. Continue. Sorry about that.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I try to wrap up. But yeah, and so I do understand why even some people in America have this anti-African sentiment for so many reasons, not just being on the wrong, on the so-called losing team, not just because of the resentment towards Africans, oh, they sold us into slavery, not just because of the shame of being African, even us, when we come out and then Africa is associated with just, people look at you and they pretend, oh, you have the runners and the safaris and all that, but at the same time you're like, oh, you're poor, and then they look down at you and so on. There's all that aspect of being ashamed of where you are and where you come from and your people. So I can definitely understand why somebody would say that they're not African or try to distance themselves from it. But it's just one of those things that you have to come to terms with it. You have to wrestle with it. You have to accept who you are, because what's the alternative? You can't be who you are, and you're basically saying that you got born into the wrong body. You're a transracial.
Right.
All right, please, I'll end at that.
Yeah, you guys make sure you tuned in to Tanzan's new show, Tanzan African Mind, on KWAZ Radio. Her first episode was this week. The live stream was live. It was a 6 hour, 6.5, was it 5.5 or 6.5 hour show?
6 hours, yes, thanks to the revolutionary matron and others.
No, I my phone was making some sounds there, but I didn't mean that as a wrap it up. Although I should probably include a wrap it up button on this thing, but no, that wasn't a wrap it up button for Tan. That was an accident. Trick Happy 262 in the chat says, I don't know if I completely agree with this. Talking about Affion El Affion. I think it's merely a difference in like African as an identifier versus African as an umbrella. He goes on to say, I think it's absurd to say our people on the continent don't use quote unquote African as an umbrella, not in unity, or simply as a demographic, right? Earlier, I believe this is MG2 who goes as Person Kid 21 says, kind of like water doesn't think of itself as wet in the river to Tanzan. Let me hear from Brother Bakari on this. Brother Bakari, you just saw Affion El Affion give her speech. What say you?
Well, I'm gonna come with Kendrick Lamar. I ain't black no more. I'm an Israelite. Man, we we're something is wrong with us, right? So when my sister Tanzan was speaking, right, and she said they don't see themselves as African. She said, she knew she was African here, but on the continent of Africa, she saw herself as Kenyan. And maybe it's what region, or maybe it's just who you're talking to. Because I had one of my buddies on, he's from Cameroon, his name is Ted Onzon. And one of the questions I asked him during the interview was, do you consider yourself African? Like in Cameroon, in Nigeria, are you all African? And he was like, yes, Cameroon, Nigeria, Ghana. And I didn't even know all of them speak the same language until I started hanging with them, right? So he said, yes, they're African before they came, and they considered themselves African. And maybe that's just the region where you're from, or who you are. I don't know. But in the same breath, when Tanzan says she see herself like as a Kenyan, I understand that as well, right? I do understand that. Just like some Black people see themselves as an American. And I heard Tanzan say the Black Americans. I'm being honest. I really truly have no idea what a Black American is, and that's just the honest truth. I really don't. I hear people say it. I really hear people say it, but I don't know what it is, because you have to be human to be a citizen, right? And in the Constitution, we're still 3/5 of a human being. I'm not trying to cling on to this stuff, right? I would say African American, but I'm always African first. I know I was born in this wretched country, in this wretched place, right? So for me, I really don't. I hear a lot of people, and I ask that question all the time, like, what truly is a Black American? I really want someone to explain that to me when they get the chance, whoever it is. Now, the lady here, she was speaking on Gaddafi and what he was doing. They blew that Arab ass up. I don't even care. I'm being honest with you, man. Something.
Yeah, I'm sick of that.
Yes, I have no idea why we love this Arab who was trying to Islamicize the whole continent of Africa so he can be in control. Anything that he do, he was going to be in control. And we were so happy about that, right? So happy about that. We forget about Thomas Sankara, and I mention that all the time. We truly, Black people, we forget about African people. We forget about Thomas Sankara. We go straight to Gaddafi. What about Thomas Sankara? You understand? Tanzania don't like this person, but I'm gonna say it anyway. What about Idi Amin? We go straight to damn Gaddafi.
Sekou Touré, Julius Nyerere,
Yes.
Amilcar Cabral. I mean,
We all have a fascination with one to be led or one to be friends with somebody who don't like you. And we have always made friends with the wrong people. We always chose the wrong people as friends. Gaddafi wanted Sudan. He caused that war because he's trying to get resources. People forget that. And Greaser Head Farrakhan was trying to work with it, right? People forget that. But other than that, the sister who was speaking, she's great. I have nothing negative to say about it. I just want to know why we always mention Gaddafi. And I really do want to know what is a Black American. That's it. I get it, Mike.
In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says a Black American is a nebulous term if we're being deep about it, and a further distancing of the term African and African American for Black American. So I kind of like what Trigger Happy 262 says there. Let me hear from Real Black Gentleman next. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
Well, I'm not African, huh? I think once again, I had mentioned it earlier. It's like a kind of you get born, right? And you get born, and you grow up, and you're a child, and you see the world, and you start to, understand history and whatnot. And so, for me, Africa, I feel like I'm long separated. You know what I'm saying? I'm under, a very convoluted separation from Africa. And I call myself African American. I call myself Black because I think I go back, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. And I know that just because I'm not calling myself African doesn't mean that I'm not African. If I say I'm African American, I can say I'm Black American. I can say I'm Black. I can, you know what I'm saying? I'd say all kinds of, you know what I'm saying? I know who I am. I know where I come from. I know where my blood comes from. I know that I am a descendant. I come from, my people and African people are of the same stock of people. I know that. So like when people like really go out of their way to really like, I think you know what I'm saying? I think it's soft stuff. I think it's, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's like, I know that I'm in this country. I know that I'm not trying to have circumstances that will, you know, because you gotta have a sense of, you know what I'm saying? I know that this country isn't set up for me. And in spite of that, I know I'm going to use the framework as best as I can to make sure that Black people are good. I get that. I know that, you know what I'm saying? We're only 13% of the population. Black people is only 13% of the population in this country. And I know that those of us here who want to espouse, like, you know what I'm saying? I get it. There's a lot of light-skinned, you know, let's be, everything, you know what I'm saying? America, let's double down on America. I know, I hear it. I see it. I do. I really do. But you know, people say I'm not African. Man, I know what they're trying to do, and I don't think it's really going to go very well because of how they're going about it. They're tripping over each other for starters. There's a lot of infighting. There's a lot of just pettiness going on, and so like I mean, you know, a lot of the biggest things is talking about reparations. What I believe that we can do. I mean, this country, I was reading some stuff where this country spends $2.4 trillion in 5 months. I mean, I think Black people are owed 100 trillion. So like, hey, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like there's things that I mean, it's not like it's impossible. It's not, things can be settled. You know, the basic fundamentals that you would think that would be provided to citizens. There's too many open, abandoned houses that are just, you know, for whatever economic reason, just let follow, instead of like somehow like figuring out like how are we going to, you know, get people in these houses, how are we going to get these houses paid for some way or another, how are we going to facilitate circumstances that allow for economic prosperity instead of letting, you know, good material go to waste because, well, someone just doesn't have $100,000 at the moment type stuff. I mean, it's, you know, but I don't want to detract. Again, it's like, you know, I'm not African. You're not who you really are. I'm not allowed to say that I'm an African. You know what I'm saying? That's taboo. It's, you know, I know a lot of like the double consciousness, but you don't have to really be so double if you're who yourself, it really don't matter who sees you for who you are, you know, friend or foe. And I'm gonna leave on that.
Thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman. In the chat, the Harsh Reality Podcast is making an interesting point here. He says that point is what creates the FBAs, though. Yeah, Black Americans got shitted on, but to completely disregard them as a group is what fuels the anything but Africans. He says the Americas, period, were all separated by a boat stop. Yet Black Americans are the only ones who have their ethnicity disregarded, whether we agree or not. And I think that's an interesting point. I will say this. I think the difference is, for the most part, and I could be wrong, anyone can correct me if I'm incorrect here. But let's take Jamaica, for example, right? I think Jamaicans are proud of being Jamaican. But as a group, I don't think they disregard themselves as being African. I know Bahamians could be on some bullshit sometimes, but I think we still understand that I think we still would say we're Afro-Caribbean, meaning that we understand that we're Africans original, right? I think what happens with the Africans in America, and Trigger Happy asked this question earlier also, what do y'all think about alternative names to African American, like New African, African in America, Blues African, American African? I think it's just simply Africans in America. just like it's Africans in the Caribbean or Africans in wherever. But I think that's the thing that separates the situation. I think for the most part in the Caribbean, we understand that we're African. We are designated by where the boat landed, the port that the boat landed, and so yeah, Dr. John Henry Clark used to talk about this. Yeah, we're proud of being Bahamian and Jamaican and Grenadian and all this type of stuff. But at the end of the day, we still know that we are African folks. Even in Trinidad, where the black population is only like 30%, those folks there know that they're of African descent, right? And whereas in America, it's not just now, too. For a long time, there's been this thing of I'm not African American. I'm just American. Raven Simone famously said that a few years back, and I think that's where people bug their head against the Black American. But for the most part, I think most of us see Blacks in America as Africans in America. Let me go to Jay. Jay, what say you to this?
Yes. I was. Tenzen's part was very funny to me. It's the first time that I actually heard someone, and she did it quite funny. But yes, us in West Africa, we our struggle, our the music that we listen to, people like Bongo from Congo, a lot of our bands have Africa in the name. So we have many odes to being African, or to the continent Africa. But I want to share something. Amilcar Cabral, you're in here in the Netherlands. You had a kingpin, a Cape Verdean kingpin, and he used to nowadays it's called human trafficking, but let's just call it pimp and drugs, right? And he was big, he was a real kingpin, and he used to, those were, nowadays it's greedy motherfuckers buying Lamborghinis and whatever, but this brother, this brother bought weapons in Yugoslavia and had them brought to the front lines in Guinea-Bissau and Guinea-Conakry to Amilcar Cabral. And guess who was the pivot? It was Gaddafi. You understand?
Yeah.
So Gaddafi delivered the weapons that this kingpin here in the Netherlands bought in Yugoslavia. Gaddafi had them delivered at the front lines.
Mm-hmm.
And Gaddafi, the Europeans want to call him a dictator because he was tough. Guess for who he was tough? For his Arab, mulatto, or whatever you want to call him, for his North African people that were against black Libya. More than half of Libya was black as soot, right?
That's true.
And he housed everything. He housed everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And the his people, let me call it his people, of course, wanted the richest to stay with them,
mm-hmm.
and not share with the black folks. So he kind of, you can call it oppress, just like Putin is oppressing Nazi in Ukraine. Yeah, you can Nazis in Ukraine will call Putin the bad guy, of course, So Europeans were calling Gaddafi the bad guy because the North Africans that serve their ideology, their anti-African ideology, were being oppressed. So they invented a lot of fake Twitter and Facebook accounts, and voila, Gaddafi is dead, and Libya is a mess. So yeah, I understand. I wanted to say I don't understand where this hatred for Gaddafi comes from. I understand it, but it may not be justified. Maybe it's not justified, but that's
I think it comes from the idea that while Libyans in Africa may have benefited from some of what Gaddafi did for sure. We do know though that historically Gaddafi is pro-Arab and he's more so looking out. He's an Arab opportunist, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke would say.
Yeah,
so I think
that's what people say about him. But what if I tell you that he, in the first place, he's anti-colonist? So when he tried to unite the Arab countries, it was an anti-colonist move, and so he failed because there's a lot of treacherous motherfuckers among in the Middle East.
They rejected him. That's true. Yeah.
They laughed at him, and so he continued his anti-colonist struggle with us.
He's a colonist. He the same thing. He wouldn't even help those Gambians. He literally told those Gambians, "We are different type of Muslims. We not the same."
Yeah, he did.
He wouldn't help them unless he had complete control.
Yeah, that's the opportunist part.
Yeah, and we tend to.
I don't know about that part. I don't know about that part.
Okay, well,
please help me. Please help me. Share.
They was going through some struggles. I thought it was water. I was listening to Dr. John Henry Clarke, and I have my friend from the Gambia who was telling me the same thing. Those people in the Gambia, that dude said they hated a damn Gaddafi, the way Gaddafi tried to control him and wanted to control Gambia.
Can I give a recent example when you're all done, which is happening right now?
Sure.
He was a colonist. He's an Arab. He's not African. So he went and did the same thing that he claimed he's fighting. He did the same thing. He is not African. Our only enemy is not white people. I'm just being honest. They were the first enslavers over there.
He like I said, he helped he helped us with weapons.
I got you. If he did that, I if somebody did something, I won't take that. If somebody did something to help, I won't knock that. So you got me. I will not knock that. So I won't. If he did, the way I see it is, I'll use anybody I can to get what I need to. I can get them out of power anyway. Exactly. That's my goal. If they there, so if he did that, I can't knock that. But I'm just talking about the other things. But so I ain't gonna speak on what I don't know. You just taught me some, Jose. You just
let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, go ahead.
Yes, Jose is right about Gaddafi's. I look at it as this way, with Fidel Castro when he sent the troops and the intelligence over to Angola and other African countries. Sometimes you do have to make temporary allies, but you have to remember that they're temporary, and they're temporary. Not that they're the allies, but they're temporary. So you can't let somebody come in and overrun your country. And the example I was going to give is
that also depends on the terms, though.
Yes,
and the terms are very important, because if you're seeking help from a so-called temporary ally, but their terms are long-term, right? That's an opportunist. But go ahead.
Yes, no, I agree absolutely. So the example I was going to give was what's happening right now with Ethiopia versus Egypt. And as you know, the GERD Dam, GERD, the GERD Dam was a collaborative effort. And these are two countries that we need to look at as examples. Yeah, Eritrea for its military prowess and example, and Ethiopia for its communal effort and results. So the Ethiopians, they gathered all their people, not just on the in Ethiopia, but also the Ethiopian diaspora, all those little Ethiopians that you saw. The President, Prime Minister Abiy, he sent a call to everyone outside to say, let us contribute to building this dam, and they built it themselves without outside help. They worked on it and they built it. Now it's built, right? Guess who comes trouncing in? Egypt. Egypt says, first of all, we want to make a route that excludes Ethiopia, goes through all this subservient country, while Sudan is in the middle of it. If you want to really hear the full analysis of it, I'm not just, promoting Swahili Nation, but today they had a program with Diaspora Talks, and they really delved into the Ethiopian, Egyptian dam issue. But now Egypt wants to control when the dam is going to be released and opened, because they can control the floods that the Nile has, whereas Ethiopia has always known about the floods. They control the dam so that the floods are, limited. And then Egypt now says, well, we got flooded the last season, so now we want to control the times when the dam will be open and controlled. And Ethiopia is like, wait a minute, we built this ourselves with our own money, with our own effort, with our own, strength. And then you want to come here just because the dam ends in Egypt and say, oh, well, we're going to take control of this. No way. So right now, that's the fight that's going on in the dam. They just want to come in and take control and say, you have to play by our rules, no matter that you did it yourselves. So yeah, those weirdos up north, yeah, they just want control. They want you to work for it, and then they just come in and take over. And like you said, they were the first ones to go into. People think that it started in the West. No, the West was the culmination of that whole slave trade that started in the East with the Arabs. But I'll end there.
Yeah, there's a lot of comments going on in the chat, but I need to get to Kevin Carre and Mr. Untouchable. Kevin Carre, what say you?
Well, one thing I say, see last prompt. I can speak for myself. I'm full African. I am full African. I don't want to hear if people want to say, oh, I want to divest. I want to do this and that. Well, you're free to go. Koku and Mr. Untouchable. Do you remember that what was it, like 12 hours? We were up all night last year.
Yeah, with the matron.
Yeah, we're getting close to that anniversary. You know what? After you and I, Koku, we met a few hours later on campus. That day, it kind of woke me up to things, because like all these years, I'm trying to get all these Negroes to say, we're black, we're this and that, and I can never be successful. I'm like, you know what? Why even try to fight anymore? We're getting older. We're at the heart attack stage. We can't be stretching out our priorities in trying to convert these Negroes. I understand they can be dangerous at a certain time, but we got to find ways to mitigate that risk, but concentrate on us. Forget that. You want to divest? Go right ahead. But once you leave, you stay over there. You want to go date white men, date white women, or whatever, more power to you. I'm not going to stop you. But, if something happens to you, that's on you. You want to go to those Asian stores, get beat up, get disrespected, that's on you. I'm supporting my own people. That's just my stand at it. I'm going to pass the mic here.
Thank you. And there's a spirited conversation going on in the chat. I can't keep up with all of it right now. But if you listen to the playback, just hop on YouTube and check out the playback for the episode. By the way, if you're listening to the show right now and you're enjoying the conversation, which I think you should be, if you're enjoying this conversation, just drop a 1 in the chat. Let us know that you're enjoying the conversation, that you're here with us still. I would appreciate that. Mr. Untouchable, you heard everything everyone had to say. I'm sure you're seeing all of the conversations going on in the chat. I am not African. Affion, El Affion speaks. What say you?
Yes, this is what I would say to this particular prompt and everything what has been said. I don't think the world has gotten bigger. The world is getting a whole lot smaller because of the invention of social media and other things with technology, etc., etc., etc. And I am moving away from the idea of this whole idea of nation states and this whole all in idea, all in, as far as we all African Americans, we think like this. We all Bahamians, we think like this. We all Jamaicans, etc., etc., etc. What my interest is really the mindset and the thinking and people who are like-minded. You see, Brother Bakari is from Mississippi, and Brother Bakari is a better brother to me than some Bahamians I know. That's a fact. You know what I mean? He have a revolutionary spirit. He thinks like a black African individual. He is a black man, just like I am, and he is an unapologetic one. Unapologetic. So is Harsh Reality Podcast in Florida. That's my brother. We may have differences, sure. You know what I mean? But he is my brother. We are like-minded individual. Forecast is a revolutionary. And of course, Bitter Meds. Bitter Meds been doing this for years. He is serious because he stay on message for years. You know what I mean? So it goes beyond so-called geographical borders. Geographical borders. For me, it's coming down to ideology, mentality, and who you believe that you are. It's bigger than what my so-called traveling papers holds. Because in my traveling papers, you just say Bahamian or American, etc., etc. But I'm way bigger than, I'm beyond that, because I have a goal in mind. And like-minded individuals just like me, who may not necessarily live within the borders or where I exist, have the same kind of mentality. So they are my brothers. Some of my countrymen, so-called countrymen, they'll sell me out for Jesus. Why Jesus? In a second. Or what you call it? The Queen. The Queen. They'll sell me out for the Queen in a second. In a second. So for me, it's way bigger than just geographical borders. I recognize, as far as, just because my brother from Mississippi have an American accent, I don't mean he is no less my brother because I speak in a Bahamian parlance. No less. Because I understand what he working with, the mentality, the goal, what he have in mind, and the interest he has. Tanzan speaks in a Tanzanian accent. And I'm going to talk to her about that in a second. But Tanzan speaks in a Tanzanian accent. But she has my mental mindset. She is my sister, more so than some Bahamian women. And I could say that proudly, because just because a woman have a Bahamian passport, that don't necessarily mean we have anything in common. I may have more in common with Tanzan than I do with a Bahamian person walking around here right now. Why? Because she have a mental attitude of race first. As a matter of fact, Ross say race only. And I say that's my extremist in the room. She's like race only. But I think that we should look at the bigger picture rather than the smaller picture. And as the world contracts and gets smaller and smaller, these so-called geographical boundaries, have to necessarily fade away, because there's a bigger prize at hand. And I think that Africa is our bigger prize. It's our bigger prize. I am not going to give up a continent for an island. No way. No way I'm going to give up a continent for an island. That's an unfair exchange. Not only that, I'll say it more. I'm not going to give up a country. That means I won't give up the United States. Why would I give up a country for a continent? That's an unfair exchange. As a matter of fact, it's ridiculous if you really think about it. You know what I mean? So the only thing I would say is I would challenge my sister Tanzan, because she has something that many of us don't have. And what I would say is she speaks fluently the Kiswahili language. And I just want a phrase every time she comes on a podcast, give the so-called English speakers a phrase so we could learn, give us something, some content so we could learn to make a better connection and contact and with our brothers and sisters on the continent. because we are trying to create social bonds with our brothers on the continent. So we want to be able to jive, talk, reference. I think that Brother Bakari is ahead of the curve because he speaks a little bit of the Kiswahili language, but we won't be able to listen to Kiswahili Nation without y'all having to translate.
I think that's an excellent idea, you know.
Yes. So every time you come on, give us a phrase, sister. Give us a phrase. I can challenge you with that idea, and just put that bug in your bonnet for the next time when you come on and give these lives. But I'll stop there.
I think that's
I would love to do that. I would love to do that. And here's what happened last. Okay, here's why I sort of have this like multiple pots, multiple forks in a pot. I don't know the you know when you're cooking and you have all these different sticks in a pot. The reason why I love Swahili Nation is because they try to bridge that distance. I want us, you know, everywhere. A long time ago, we had this organization we started with a bunch of people in the local area where it was called Two Continents, One People. And then, unfortunately, you know, we do ignore it was Black Americans and Africans, and we do forget that there is a whole islands out there and a whole continent that we're forgetting. So eventually it becomes Three Continents, One People. So, you know, the last time we were on Swahili Nation, it was a Kiswahili show. We had elections, and we had, you know, there's this wonderful young lady. Her name is Isabella, and she speaks that beautiful Tanzanian, you know, accent. I speak with a Kenyan one, and I'll just let you know that the Kenyan Kiswahili is just it's slang. It's mixed in with all kinds of nonsense and stuff. We can speak the good stuff when we can, but if you want pure Kiswahili, it's in Tanzania and in the coast in Kenya. So this lady, she's young too. She's still in university, and she came and she talked so eloquently. She talked about, you know, the role of women in society, the role that they play both in the home and in business, and in raising children and so on. And I was so inspired, but at the same time so saddened that this wisdom from the continent is not being shared by people from the outside. Like, she's just a very strong but also very, you know, sensitive, very well-spoken young lady, and she speaks. So anyway, what happened was I ended up translating into English. So she would be speaking in Kiswahili, and then I translate to the English audience. And I think we should have something. I'll try to arrange one of those, you know, next Saturday when we have the Swahili session. But I also want people to listen to the young people on the continent, because there is so much that we're missing out. There's this other young man, they're all university students in the university in Tanzania. And when you listen to them, you feel humbled, because you're like, wow, our young people are really thinking. They're not this frivolous, just, you know, Nicki Minaj listening with people. They talk about, you know, going to school, and then when they finish, there's no opportunities for them. So they feel like society lets them down, and, you know, they have given their part to society, which is go to school, be you know, the good person and so on. And then when they go out there are no opportunities for them. So they also become very bitter and resentful. But in any case, I am just happy. I'm just happy to be here. Anyway, I got lost in positivity.
But Tan, seriously though, I think Mr. Untouchable just touched on something. I was trying to get a sister to host a Kiswahili kind of learning podcast, but it fell through. It'll be cool if on your KWAZ radio show, Tanzan African Mind, if you just give us a phrase or something every week, and we could walk away from that to memorize this phrase or a few words or something. I think that would actually be a cool idea, in addition to what you do.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. I will work on it. Yes,
right.
For sure.
Okay. In the chat, my boy D Webb said I should give Keta and Lero a wrench. They fam, and I did that. So Keta, you should see yourself when you post again. You'll see a wrench. Keta said, thanks, bro. He also said to Mr. Untouchable, good idea, Tanzan. Give us a few phrases. I have a connection in Tanzania. So you see? Yeah, I think that's an excellent flicking idea Mr. Untouchable brought there. Jay said the side job, seeking story versus entrepreneurship. Bobby Wright is still with us. By the way, a few of you typed one. A few of you typed one earlier. saying that you're still here and you're enjoying the conversation. I appreciate that. Bobby Wright says Gaddafi funded the Muslim rebels in Sierra Leone. He also tried to take over Chad's uranium-rich Azur region, and Charles Taylor and Prince Johnson trained in Libya. That is true. Charles Taylor, the war criminal, he trained there, and Trigger Happy agrees. I think our Brother Bakari wanted to add something. Brother Bakari, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say this right quick. They was talking about. So when you saying Tanzania, is that Tanzania? I don't know. Is that the same?
Yeah.
Okay, so check. I just wanted to throw this in right quick. My niece, when she was in college, graduated college, one of her friends went on a missionary trip to Tanzania, black girl, of course, and while she took a DNA test, right, and she got the results while she was in Tanzania. And when she was there, and she actually took a job, she's still in Tanzania now. But anyway, she was indoctrinated into a tribe because when she went there, she said the people in Tanzania were so happy to see a black school teacher, right, from America to come teach, right. Now I know most of us are West African, but the crazy thing is her DNA test came back. She was mostly Tanzania, actually the tribe that she was indoctrinated in. Yeah.
I've seen that before. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that, but yeah, I think she's still over there. She's been there now, I guess about 6 years, I guess, close to 7 years, something like that. Yeah, she's a school teacher over there. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. Yeah, her DNA was from East Africa, Tanzania.
Yeah, I've seen that before, where people who were, who supposed that their ancestry comes from West Central Africa actually had significant amounts of Kenyan and Tanzanian and stuff like that too. I've seen that. Jay says that's the ancestors at work. What I'm going to do now, Kevin Carre will be right back. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to post Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, but we're going to do a station ID break just to remind you guys that we are a part of a podcast network. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight is going to be, this is for the forecast. And what this is, someone came busting music outside for some reason. What this is about, I'll just give you guys a little preview. This is about a black woman who I did not know was black at first. But if you guys heard about that big car crash in LA on La Brea, I didn't realize the driver of that car, that scene is so wild. It was a black woman. And she also survived, to my surprise. So we're going to talk about this tweet. I'm going to show you a video showing the crash for those who didn't see it. And this is about basically what you see in the tweet here, all right? So let me do the station ID break, and on the other side, we shall discuss it.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yeah, so once again, also tune in to the Brother Kari podcast, tune in to the Forecast Radio, and tune in to Tanzan African Mind. I'll post the links on the community tab, so you guys can go there, find all the links, and you guys make sure to subscribe to all those shows. We're building, we're growing the channel, as you can see, so make sure you guys are checking out all the content. So, Shoot a Breeze topic number 6 is, this is for the forecast, and we see a tweet up here from Erica Lashai. She says, y'all are some lunatics if you think we're supposed to rally behind a person who killed 5 people and injured 8 in a car accident just because she's a black woman. If she was involved in 13 other accidents prior, she was involved in 13 other accidents prior. I live in Los Angeles. I drive those same streets. So if you don't know what Erica Lashai is referring to, what I'll do is I will post this news link. And I wish it was a black news outlet, but it's not. I'm going to post this news story so you can see the story yourself if you're not aware. I'm sure Jay probably isn't aware. All right, so let's go to the link. Let's go to this news story and we'll discuss it after.
Court, Micah, this is such a heartbreaking scene. Just moments ago, CHP confirming that another body has been found in the wreckage, bringing the death toll now to a total of 6 people. And if we step out of the way and zoom in closer, you can take a look at that crash site right there. The impact of this collision was so strong it all but tore one car in half and badly damaged several others just before 2 o'clock this afternoon. So many lives lost in the blink of an eye due to a speeding driver. A horrendous crash captured on surveillance video. A speeding driver plows through a red light and into several cars at Slauson and La Brea Avenues.
And I saw the fire. I didn't know if the gas station was going to explode.
Veronica Esquivel was pumping gas just feet from the fiery collision.
I saw things flying in the air. I went like this to cover myself because I didn't know what was going to hit me.
A fireball in the middle of one of LA's busiest intersections, sending plumes of black smoke into the air as onlookers scream for help. A total of 6 people killed in an instant, including a little boy about a year old.
And then all of a sudden, a baby literally flew from the middle of the intersection to the middle of the gas station, landed right on the floor in front of me.
Esquivel tried to save the child.
And one of the workers came and saw me with the baby and took the baby out of my hands. Somebody tried to, resuscitate the baby, but the baby was gone.
Also among the dead, a pregnant woman, her unborn baby, and 3 other adults. Another 8 people injured and hospitalized.
There was a 2-door Mercedes traveling at a high rate of speed southbound on La Brea.
Investigators say the driver of that Mercedes is a 40-year-old woman who suffered major injuries. Paramedics rushed her to a nearby trauma center.
Just unknown reasons for the high speed at this time. Everyone needs to just drive with more due regard because a lot of collisions happen, and this just happens to be at the top of the list of how bad they can get.
And authorities confirmed that everyone who was killed was declared dead at the scene. Again, it just speaks to how violent this crash was. We're also learning tonight, authorities telling us that that speeding driver is responsive but remains hospitalized. Reporting live in Windsor Hills, John Fenolio, KTLA 5 News.
John, thank you. People have been arriving at the crash scene all evening looking for news about their missing loved ones. But since the cars are so badly burned, it is difficult to identify the victims. Many families wondering tonight about the fate of their loved ones, hoping their fears do not become reality. Tonight, we are learning more about the woman behind the wheel of that Mercedes and what may have led to the terrible crash.
Mary Beth McDade continues our live coverage with more on the victims. Hi, MB.
Hi there, Court and Micah. Yes, it really has been just such a heartbreaking night out here tonight, talking to the family members of the victims and also to witnesses. Now, we also spoke to a woman who claims to be the friend of the Mercedes-Benz driver, and she tells us that that driver had been drinking just prior to the crash. This fiery crash in Windsor Hills claims 6 lives, 3 adults, a pregnant woman, her fetus, and her 1-year-old baby boy.
Baby right there.
Grieving family members of the pregnant woman came back to the scene visibly upset after confirming it was their loved one. We had spoken to them earlier when they were still unsure.
Not answering her phone.
Some phone bones off. She has a kid and she's pregnant.
Authorities tell us 2 adults and 6 children were also injured in the crash.
Like I say, it's the kids. That what touched me more than anything. It's the children, the ones that didn't get a chance. The mother that probably was happy because she was having a baby.
Alfonso Word was just a few cars away from entering the intersection when the deadly crash occurred.
It's just like a bomb. Poof.
His heart broke when he saw all the casualties.
The child was in the street. I got ejected from the street. The pregnant mother was laying over to the side. Make me do this again.
He tells us 3 adults became trapped in these 2 cars. He says the fire was just too intense for them to make it out alive.
When I got here, you on the side of the car that was burned, you see this person. I guess they were trying to get out or whatever, but they was in this position where they were stepping out of the car. The other 2, one was on the driver's side. He's stuck in there, and the one that's the driver, I don't think he had a chance.
As for the 40-year-old driver of the Mercedes, who police say caused the deadly accident, firefighters had to use the jaws of life to free her.
Paramedics had to use the jaw of life and the saw to cut that car open.
A woman who says she's a friend of the Mercedes driver tells us that the driver had been in a fight with her boyfriend and had been drinking at a nearby house with friends prior to the crash.
She was drinking and she was not aware that it was a red light because she shot straight through.
And authorities tell us that the driver of the Mercedes has moderate injuries. As for the other 7 people that were taken to the hospital, they have minor injuries. For now, reporting live here in Windsor Hills, Mary Beth McDade. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Mary Beth.
So Tanzan didn't see this. Ketter says he read it on social media. Tanzan says she doesn't watch the news or films. Yeah, I don't. Like I was telling Bakari this week, I get most of my news these days, honestly, through Twitter. Not even Facebook and all that stuff, but mostly through Twitter. With that said, I see the forecast has joined us, but I'm not going to start with the forecast. I'm going to mix it up. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this story and the original tweet about getting behind this black woman who, committed this vehicular crime?
Yeah, I don't really watch the news either. So really and truly, I try to watch as little television as possible. But what I would say, and maybe this may be a little bit controversial, but when I see this particular incident, and I know that she had no alcohol in her system, none whatsoever, no drugs or anything like that, because I did a little bit of research on this particular incident. I see this particular gentleman. There was a gentleman in New York City from Jamaica. His name was Colin Ferguson. And people could look up the Colin Ferguson story if they wish. But what I would say is this. That in the circus, there was a group of white guys that they was notorious for training tigers. I can't remember their name right now.
Siegfried and Roy.
Siegfried and Roy. Thank you, brother. You always precise, always very precise, brother. Siegfried and Roy. And how they used to train the tigers is they used to train them to act almost like human beings. Put them on like bicycles and shit, and have them doing all kind of crazy things outside of what tigers actually do. And one day the tiger decided to act like a tiger, which was to really rip out the throats of Siegfried and Roy, or one of those guys. And I'm thinking that even in America, Roy. And I'm thinking precise, brother. I'm thinking sometimes that when you live under constant pressure in the United States, I can only imagine. Sometimes your African self is start to speak out to you. Yeah, it started to speak out to you, and maybe it speak out at the wrong time with this particular lady. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I would really like to know what was going on in her mind, but maybe she, at the end of the day, she started to act like an African, but she's like, wait a minute, these people are my enemies. Let me do to these people like how you should behave towards their enemies. Maybe I don't know.
But she took out a bunch of black people though.
Oh, did she?
It was a black mother who was pregnant with a
Okay, I'm wrong.
almost 1 year old kid. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a wrong call I'm making on it. I was just assuming that maybe she was acting like the Ferguson incident. So I would just I would reserve my comments for this particular incident until I do some more research about it. But I didn't know she took out her own people, so I'm not sure about that. So I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, I don't remember. I thought that story I posted showed the young black couple. I think they were going to a what do you call them again? They was going to go see a doctor. When women are about to have babies and stuff, there's a certain doctor that they see. I can't think of the name right now. They was going to see one of those doctors. They were on their way, and they had like a 8-month-old kid with them as well. So there was some black folks died in that for sure. D Webb from the Harsh Reality Podcast sent this link with Moise Watkins talking about it's hard to believe that this beautiful woman killed an entire family. She had 13 car crashes before, should she have been on the road. So this is what the lady looks like. Beautiful sister for sure. But this, and what I can't believe, like when you look at that video and you see the speed she was going like 90 or something, right, down a steep hill. And the way she plowed through in the fireball and by a gas station and that, I was shocked to see she only came out of that with like some lacerations. I mean, look at this shit. And she survived that with some lacerations on her arm or something like that. That's it. That's her in court after. You can't see it in this picture, but there's like a bandaging on her left arm, I believe it was, right here, which is amazing. And she killed these, this young family, man, young black family. Should we? So Mr. Untouchable, you might not be fully familiar with the story, but should we back this black woman race first?
No. In consideration to the harm she did to people she shouldn't have harmed, I think that she should be held accountable for it. I am race first. No, make no mistake about it. But there are people among our race who do horrible things against people who look like me and you. So I'm unforgiving of that because we have traitors amongst our own ranks. So when I say race first, I scrutinize that very much so, and I think it should be scrutinized because there are people that exist among our ranks who would do us great harm. They don't look at the world in terms of race first. In fact, they look at the exact opposite. They look at white first, and everyone else could run a mile, And I think that in terms of race first, I think that we should do a critical analysis of that. In particular, when it comes to the actions of people, individual people within our own ranks, because we have traitors within our own ranks. I think that Haiti has shown us the way. Haiti has given us an example. And what I mean by that is before they took out the colonizers, they took out the people amongst their ranks who would have betrayed that cause, the cause of taking over the whole so-called plantation system. So I am not necessarily just blinded by the ideology of race first, without the consideration that there are people within our ranks that must be cleansed. And that's a difficult word for a lot of people. But that's just a reality. You have to deal with the situation as it is, and not mistake the fact that there are people who look just like me and who would do us egregious harm. So I stop there with that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. Tanzan, I think it's going to take a different take on it. Tanzan, you got the floor.
Yes. Okay. I know I'm going to just go left field with it.
Tanzania's going to be on some black girl magic here. Okay, go ahead.
No, not even that. Firstly, I'll ask Jose. I know it wasn't in Netherlands, but do you remember a case of two Dutch, I think they were Dutch twins who were on a highway in England, and then they got stopped and one of them ran into traffic? Jose? Jose? Oh, okay. He's not.
No. When was that? Help me remind, because I have some scenes on my retina, but help me a little bit.
Okay. It was maybe around 2017, and then there was a case of these two. Either they were Dutch or Swedish, and then they went into I think the M6 or something, one of these British highways, and then they ran off from the bus into the street, and they were screaming, and these two blonde ladies, and they were screaming, and one of them, had attacked somebody.
And they were hit. They were hit by a car, and they stood up like some demon kind type of shit.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
Yeah. But why?
Okay. I said I was going to go a weird route. And then, do you guys remember when there was a case with a few years ago? There was this lady who just, if she was in Las Vegas, and then she just ran into traffic with her car, similar to this case. Does anybody remember that?
May I add something that happened past week?
True. I have another one, but go ahead.
The two women, a mother and a daughter.
Mm-hmm.
The daughter refused to help the mother commit suicide, but nonetheless, both ended up on the highway, jumping or falling from a bridge on the highway, and one of them died. I believe it's the suicide of the mother was successful.
Oh wow, no, that one I didn't know. Yeah, and then after the Vegas one, immediately there was another woman who drove into the Pentagon, I believe, or some other government office, and she drove into it.
By
and
the White
then,
House.
Yes,
White House.
yeah. And then so there was quite a few cases at the time when women were just, going crazy and driving into things or jumping off, buildings. So there was this one lady at
walking into traffic. Yeah.
There was one incident in Times Square like 2 years ago when a white woman drove into the bunch of protesters.
Wow. Yeah, so something weird and strange, has been going on for quite some time. But then on the other hand as well, there was this guy. See, when the internet was a bit more free, you could type in things like targeted individuals. But there was this one black guy who was saying that, and when I read this, I actually looked up the Colin Ferguson. When was it Mr. Untouchable who was talking about it? And he was saying that he was a subject. He claimed, I'm reading from Crime Museum. I can post the link. But he said that he was a victim of racist conspiracy and that he'd been a case of stereotype victim, blah, 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 and a subsequent conspiracy to destroy him. Ferguson claimed that someone had taken his gun and used it to shoot the people before framing him. Let me just post it right now, so I'm not making it up or anything. But there was another guy too. This was a Russian guy, and he said that he knew that he was being tracked, but they just let him get away with several murders. And at one point he was like, why aren't these people stopping me? But in the case of the black guy with the targeted, he used to say that he was hearing voices, but not hearing voices, like something was beaming voices into his head, right? And then very square guy, normal guy, everything was together. But then he ended up going into a library, and then it was a very, it wasn't a national case or anything, very underground. And then he went into a library, I think it was in Minnesota or somewhere like that. And then he just went and shot people. And before that, he made a recording, and he said, if I do anything, it's against my will. Somebody made me do it. And he would describe instances where he would hear voices, and he wasn't hearing voices like he was crazy, but like somebody was beaming into his head like, do this or do this, until finally he just. But in any case, I think that when you talk about operatives, they are useful idiots, and then there are people who may be being used to create a certain narrative or to create, stories in the media where they are true. It's not that these things didn't happen, but there's certain catalysts, like the one with the woman in Vegas who went crazy in Vegas. She was really involved in this corporation, which had ties to some really weird, sinister stuff. I don't want to get too deep into it, but she had turned her life around. She was from the streets. She had turned her life around. And then just as things were getting better, she just went and did this, very, very weird thing. So sometimes things are not as they seem. That's what I'll say before I get censored or, just out there.
I appreciate that time. Yeah, so again, this Erica Lashai is saying, y'all some lunatics if you think we're supposed to rally behind a person who killed 5 people and injured 8 in a car accident just because she's a black woman. She was involved in 13 other accidents prior. I live in Los Angeles. I drive those same streets. Brother Bakari, you were active in the chat about this. Speak your piece.
Okay, I had a buddy, right, that had 8 car wrecks, right? And I know he wasn't trying to have a car wreck. One time he was driving and luckily wasn't nobody on the porch. He had something, I forget what was wrong with him, and he would literally start having seizures while he drive.
Okay.
Hit the porch, hit the side of the house, went down and hit the tree, and that's what stopped him. Luckily, nobody was killed. So, and they gave him another driver license. If she actually had 13 accidents, have they ever checked to see if something wrong with her? That's one. And 2, why the hell does she still have a driver's license? She's not allowed to drive anymore. Because I know my friend wasn't allowed to drive anymore. I don't know how the hell he did it, but he went to Florida and ended up with a driver's license and came back and on I-75 coming back to Atlanta in a traffic jam, he had a seizure and hit an 18-wheeler. Luckily, nobody was hurt. So what I'm saying is, what if she had similar problems? Understand what I'm saying? If she don't have those problems, if she's in jail, those people that constantly give her driver's license, those people that tell her it's okay for her to continue to drive after 13 car accidents, they are just as guilty as she is. Because why in the hell y'all steady letting her get driver's license?
What, Bakari? What?
And I'm just being honest.
I agree with that too.
Yeah, because that doesn't make sense. What's the purpose of this so-called justice system or court system? You understand? If she really had 13 accidents before this one and still have a license, I'm just saying, and the only reason I went that route because I had a friend that had 8. And I just remember the time he had a seizure and how he ran through someone's privacy fence, hit the porch, knocked the porch off the house, hit the side of that, then ran through another small part of the house and hit a tree. Luckily, with nobody on that porch. You understand what I'm saying? And I know that's what caused him to have an accident.
With that said, Bakari, do you agree or disagree with Erica Lachey here? Are you race first to the point where you stand with this black woman completely?
I'm absolutely race first. If she don't have anything wrong with her, she need to be in prison. I'm just being honest because I believe if she don't have anything wrong with her and she wasn't trying to hit the brake, she was probably trying to kill herself too. I'm just saying. So no, I don't stand with her. Well, should nothing happen to her? No, I'm not. No, I don't stand with that. But every scenario need to be checked out. Check and see if she having seizures. You understand what I'm saying? So, because watch this. Let's say she have, I forget what it was that my friend had, right? He had lesions on his brain or whatever, and it would cause him to pass out. Well, don't care what he's doing, he would pass out. So let's say she have the same thing that he had. Then I would say, no, she shouldn't be in jail. But she also shouldn't be driving.
Yeah, because I'm going to ask the question, Bakari. If you know you have lesions on the brain or you suffer from seizures and stuff like that. I had an ex-girlfriend who I was trying to teach to drive, and she suffered from epilepsy. And her, previous driving instructors had kind of warned her against driving. And I kind of took that as a sign, like, maybe I should fall back a little bit because I can't determine when she's going to have a seizure. She can't determine. So should she be driving? Should your friend be driving if he has lesions and seizures and all this kind of stuff?
Hell no, he shouldn't be driving. He asked, could he drive my truck one day? I'm like, shit, yeah, you get on the passenger side. I'm gonna let you drive on the passenger side. But I'm gonna give you a ride to where you need to go, but you're gonna drive on the passenger side.
You gonna give him a steering wheel that ain't connected, huh?
Yes, he's gonna be on the driver's side. He's not driving my vehicle. I'm not that crazy. So for the people that say she should be in jail, regardless, right? What do they think about this system that constantly let her get a driver's license? You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, Bakari, you sounding like me out here now.
No, I'm not. I was just thinking about my friend. And I also wonder what kind of system let him get a driver's license after his 8th damn car wreck. And then as soon as he didn't have his driver's license 3 days before he was in traffic and had a seizure and hit an 18-wheeler. So actually had 9 car wrecks actually. And totaled his truck out. He had his truck 3 days before he passed out while he was driving and totaled it out.
Mr. Untouchable is back, and in the chat he said she had epilepsy. She can't have a driver's. In America, you can have epilepsy and actually drive it. I think back home they tell you hell nah, you ain't gonna be driving on the streets back home. But here apparently she could do it. There's some stipulation though. I forget what it was now. It's been some years, but there was a stipulation with it. She could either the doctor had to allow it and say she didn't have seizures enough, something. I can't remember what it is, but there's something that allowed her to be able to actually get a license if she wanted to. Real Black Gentleman, I haven't heard from you in a minute. You saw the video. You see that tweet up there from Erica Lashai. What say you to all of this?
Look, I mean, you always have to put things in proper perspective. I mean, I saw about that, you know what I'm saying? That's really, really tragic, really unfortunate. I mean, you gotta wonder what's the root cause? Again, I mean, it's not about about the accidents prior. I mean, if she really did that for real, on just I don't care about the consequences. I mean, that's where I'm at. I mean, if that, I mean, that's really, really low and that's demonic. I mean, why would you do that? Why would you run into a gas station? Just no. I mean, there's nothing good comes from that. I mean, that's really, really, really dark. That's really, really low. I mean, I'm not going out of my way to try to bring anything up to empathize with that. I mean, I just saw about that kid who got ejected. That's awful. Man. Yeah, I mean, you got to be careful behind the wheel. You got to be careful. You cannot. You have to be careful. I mean, I don't have too much more to say about that. I'm gonna pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Kevin Carre. What say you?
Well, oh God, chest pain. Anyway, the way I look at it from what the news is saying, you first of all, you're having a nasty argument with your boyfriend, then you're drinking, and now your emotions are getting the best of you.
Did not show about the drinking part, by the way, but go ahead.
Oh, okay, that's what I heard. I'm just saying I don't really watch the news anyway, too. So right. I'm just saying from the newspaper, but this one's a hard one because I said but if you're gonna be very angry, at least take some time. You know, half an hour, sit, find somewhere else, go somewhere, and just sit and chill before you start going on the road. Because sometimes, you know, when you're driving, you gotta pay attention to the road, and you're not. Let's say you're angry at your boyfriend, that's all you're thinking about, and this happened. You know, you're going fast and you're blowing a red light, then you end up killing all these people. You know, it's a very sad situation that our people were the main victims of that situation. But there's a little thing called accountability. What is it? 13 crashes. That is the 14th. Yeah, but again, too, you gotta look at why. What's causing these crashes? 13. That's a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
How's your insurance? I wonder how much he's paying for insurance. You know.
Yeah, her premium is sky high.
Yeah, but I don't know much about the situation. But I'm gonna pass the mic here.
Some people I realize too aren't aware of a physics matter, which is if you're, you know, the greater the angle of that that ramp, that, you know, it's a hill, I think they call that a speed trap too, that you could actually be driving, you know, I think the street I think she was driving 90 on a 35 or something like that. You know, there's a leeway that you get in driving miles per hour. So if it's a 35, I think you get something like a 10 or 11 miles per hour leeway above it. But if you're coming on a steep enough hill, that number of miles per hour can really get up there. And you know, to be going 90 coming down there, like, I mean, that's kind of crazy. Maybe she didn't realize how fast the speed trap was going to get her up there, and she couldn't stop in time, etc. So I'll give that to her, but she had 13 prior crashes, not fender benders, from what I understand, like prior crashes. And so, you know, I'm curious, Jay, quickly, what do you think about this?
Morbid is the word that comes to mind, and to go black first is also to think of the baby and the pregnant sister.
Yeah.
Right. So there's no black first niche in this case. It's yeah. We just watched 6 people die. You know.
Mm-hmm.
In a movie like Accident with a lot of fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's yeah.
Like also
the voices I heard people state the same. Like, okay, these people must be dead. Yeah, these people are dead, and she's not. But 40 years. I saw a picture of her. The last picture shown. I saw that somewhere in social media, you know, and I believe the person in my timeline was complaining about the 40 years being a lot. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. 13 accidents. Yeah. What Brother Bakari said, right? There's more people responsible for her being on the road.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I pass the mic.
And finally, we get to the forecast. The forecast, race first and all. What Erica Lashai says here, do you agree or disagree?
Well, first of all, Bakari spoke it beautifully. He spoke to my points. I guess it only applies when it comes, like, because, like, and I would say this, you know, I don't know if y'all think I'm saying that there should be no rules or whatever. Like, Coco, is this sister a traitor?
I won't say she's a traitor, no.
I mean, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, traitors are not. I was saying black people, the other people are more of an enemy or more of a threat than us. You know, like, I believe there should be laws in the land. Like, yo, I couldn't be a more, because I believe like people should have a driver's license. You know what I'm saying? Like, now maybe I make the rules for the land and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But you know. Yeah, I mean, she should be punished, but, like, you know, even Bakari pointed out, because, yo, there is something larger at work, you know, and I don't know the details of this case, you know, if she did it on purpose or not, you know, if all of that other stuff, but, like, yo, I would say the equivalent would be, you know, if a white person or any other or Asian person did the same thing and only the black person was charged, then I would be like, yeah, I'm standing with the sister. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, because I was going to ask that question. Do you guys remember the term affluenza and where that came from?
No.
Affluenza came from a white boy. A white boy ran up on a sidewalk in like a SUV or something like that and ran over like 4 people and went to court and had the audacity to say, well, his lawyer had the audacity to say, well, this white boy comes from privilege. He was like a teenager or something. He comes from privilege. He didn't understand the effect on life. And, you know, he killed these 4 or 5 people, but he didn't understand his actions because he's rich, right? Like, I cannot, you know, if a white boy gets off with that, then I expect a black person to get off on that as well, right?
So that's what I'm saying though, Koku. So y'all, and this is why y'all keep like bringing it up, 'cause I think y'all low key agree with me, but y'all finding like Tanzania gonna be on my side pretty soon. You know, learning curve is gonna be kind of hard because she's smart, you know, but she's gonna be over there. But the rest of y'all can huddle up and maybe come up with something better.
For our showdown.
What'd you say, Tanzania?
I said no, I won't. I'm still waiting for our showdown.
You heard it, brother.
You heard it. You always trying to call out Tanzania. You go get him, Tanzania.
Y'all might gotta all come together and make a huddle and come up with something a little bit, you know, more better than this particular one. I was like, yo, but like you said, Koku, like who would you charge first? That like say the white boy did the same thing as her. Who would you go after first? You know?
No, I'm going after him first. Absolutely.
That's all I said. You know what I'm saying? So y'all agree with. So y'all pretty much agree with me then.
Yeah. No, I just was trying to see how far your race first thesis extends. Do you go race first with this lady who ran a light?
Hey, put it like this. My brother Bakari can answer it better than I can. How you feel about that dude who ran through that parade, Bakari?
In Wisconsin,
I guess that wherever it was.
Hit them white folks, hero.
Yeah, that's how far it goes.
Hero.
All right. Mr. Untouchable seems to be having computer issues, so he might not be. He might be down for the count, as he said. With that said, and we can always double back to this type of topic in the future, but let's go because I want to end at 1. Let me get at least 1 or 2 more topics in. Let me go to this next Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. I'm gonna try to get to 8. It says why mistake making is a fundamental feature in learning. This came with a prompt, and I appreciate all of you who are on the panel tonight. I appreciate your feedback on topics like the last one that we did. Let's tackle this one quickly, and then let's see if we can get 1 more in before 1 a.m. and then we'll call that a night. So this came with a prompt. I'm sorry, hold on. I messed up. Wait a minute. Give me a second. I messed up and didn't get the link here. Hold on. Copy link. Okay. Once again, Shoot the Breeze prompt number 7 comes with a link. Here it is. We'll discuss it after.
Part of the pain of growing older is that we can start to see how much, at certain points, we misunderstood ourselves, what the costs of missing self-knowledge were, and how beautiful it could be if we could just build ourselves a time machine and go back and correct all our mistakes. It's because, at the age of 7, we had no idea about standing up to an adult, that we let ourselves get trampled upon by a parent, and then grew up as a target for bullies for much of our lives. It's because at 17, we were so uncertain about our value that there was no way we could seduce someone we liked, and wasted what might have been some of our most promising years in loneliness and self-hatred. It's because at 30, we couldn't understand how our romantic tastes had been formed by our family histories, that we embarked on an incautious relationship that spoilt multiple lives. The better responses, when we do finally achieve them, are so simple as to be almost insulting. We may realize far too late that we need to believe in ourselves, overcome the snobbishness of our parents, correct the distorted images we have of figures of authority, stop worrying what others think, live by our own values, and be free. If only we could land our elegant time machine next to our younger selves and whisper them such advice, we'd have left home with our dignity intact. We'd have had the love we craved. We'd have spared ourselves relationship agonies. It's so tantalizing. No wonder we often stay up late fantasizing about being able to go back in our time machine, knowing then what we know now. But not picking up key lessons wasn't a casual oversight. Wise lessons were around, but we weren't ready. Our inattention was inevitable rather than accidental. We might have laughed defensively if someone had suggested going to psychotherapy, aged 17. We would have called emotional intelligence psychobabble. We were wedded to our illnesses. We might try to be kinder to ourselves by recalibrating how easy certain emotional steps ever really are. They can certainly be summed up to sound simple, but there is nothing at all simple about correcting mental unwellness. It can legitimately be the work of a lifetime to one day be able to feel fundamentally content with ourselves, not scared all the time, reconciled to our careers, and holding the hand of an ordinary, kind, clever person who loves us and whom we love. That only ever looks easy. In reality, there's nothing more complicated in the universe. Our online shop has a range of books and gifts that are part of the pain of growing older is that we can start to see how much, at certain points, we misunderstood ourselves, what the costs of missing self-knowledge were, and how beautiful it could be if we could just build ourselves a time machine and go back and correct all our mistakes. It's because, at the age of 7, we had no idea about standing up to an adult that we let ourselves get trampled upon by a parent, and then grew up as a target for bullies for much of our lives. It's because at 17, we were so uncertain about our value that there was no way we could seduce someone we liked, and wasted what might have been some of our most promising years in loneliness and self-hatred. It's because at 30, we couldn't understand how our romantic tastes had been formed by our family histories, that we embarked on an incautious relationship that spoilt multiple lives. The better responses, when we do finally achieve them, are so simple as to be almost insulting. We may realize, far too late, that we need to believe in ourselves, overcome the snobbishness of our parents, correct the distorted images we have of figures of authority, stop worrying what others think, live by our own values, and be free. If only we could land our elegant time machine next to our younger selves and whisper them such advice, we'd have left home with our dignity intact. We'd have had the love we craved. We'd have spared ourselves relationship agonies. It's so tantalizing. No wonder we often stay up late fantasizing about being able to go back in our time machine, knowing then what we know now. But not picking up key lessons wasn't a casual oversight. Wise lessons were around, but we weren't ready. Our inattention was inevitable rather than accidental. We might have laughed defensively if someone had suggested going to psychotherapy, aged 17. We would have called emotional intelligence psychobabble. We were wedded to our illnesses. We might try to be kinder to ourselves by recalibrating how easy certain emotional steps ever really are. They can certainly be summed up to sound simple, but there is nothing at all simple about correcting mental unwellness. It can legitimately be the work of a lifetime to one day be able to feel fundamentally content with ourselves, not scared all the time, reconciled to our careers, and holding the hand of an ordinary, kind, clever person who loves us and whom we love. That only ever looks easy. In reality, There's nothing more complicated in the universe. Our online shop has a range of books and gifts that address the most important and often neglected.
Yeah, my apologies. I stepped away to pour myself a drink and I didn't turn off my microphone. With that said, though, the prompt says why mistake making is a fundamental feature in learning. Tanzan, do you stay up late at night fantasizing about the past mistakes and whatnot?
I do stay. I do stay up at night, but not fantasizing. um, the first thing I got from the video is this Disneyfication of the parent-child relationship. And what
Hey,
I mean,
I'm sorry, yo, the stream went out again.
oh, sorry, what happened?
The stream on YouTube, it went out on my end.
Oh, I did. Maybe it's because of the you know.
ScrewTube mess with us again, man. Just back on.
All right, Tan. If you guys on the forecast, if you don't mind, put in the chat for them to refresh the stream, please. Once you start playing the video that's the problem, they return your stream back on. So sorry about that.
Should we also refresh?
Pardon me?
Should we also refresh?
If you are in the you guys on the panel don't have to refresh, but if you're also watching on YouTube, you will have to refresh. Yes.
Okay, okay. Yes, so when you look at pretty much all the Disney young adult content, it's usually the kids are very smart and clever, and the parents are just, awkward dummies, and they're just there to embarrass the teenagers or pre-teenagers. And so when they talk about, the child at 7 being crushed by your parents, what kind of 7-year-old knows, their destiny and their will, and they have, they know what they want in life, to be crushed by, the parents? I mean, come on. But in any case, it's this idea that I always, bulk up against, is this individuation of that to achieve your real you have to go into yourself and shut out the world and not care about anybody's opinion and just be your own self. There is a time for that. Everybody needs their time for meditation and solitude and all that. But if it's just to go in and self-congratulate yourself about how wonderful and great you are, then to me it's really nonsense. It should be everything that you should be doing. It should be not just for yourself, but ultimately for somebody else. So to look at your parents and this whole idea of looking at your parents as just simply a source of trauma and so on. Yes, our parents are not perfect. Nobody has, the perfect life. But at the same time, people don't talk enough about what they received from their parents, the wisdom, the knowledge, and all that. All, people hear about when they go to therapy is complaining about childhood traumas, which do exist. I'm not, dismissing them. But at the same time, we should also think about what we got from the people around us, from the community, and also what we can also give to other people, not just what we can take, what, our peace and comfort needs to be before we give it to other people. Sometimes you don't have to be rich to start giving to other people. You don't have to be all perfect to start improving other people's lives. But this very idea of, oh, you're just a victim of other people, you came into this world innocent and pure, and everybody just, didn't understand you and then just, shut on you and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's maybe to some people it sounds good, but it doesn't really help you become a better person. So while I do understand that, you need to learn from your mistakes, but also you should be able to say, it's not other people who did this. It's also you have to take accountability for your own actions. At one point, you have to say, my parents did the best that they could, but also this is what I did to contribute to how things are. Not a rebellion of saying, well, I don't care what society thinks, I'm just going to do me, but in saying, how can I adjust myself to both, my immediate environment and to the larger one as well. So that's it.
Thank you for that, time. I also want to send a message to YouTube to eat Billy Porter's dick because, you know, you guys have this content up on YouTube, and if I play something from YouTube, I'm violating, right, some policy. That doesn't make sense. You have it up on your platform. Once it's on your platform, it should be fair use. You know, I can see if I was playing something from Netflix or something like that. That's a different story. But you have it up there, and you guys do that stuff. And I was watching this young sister called Jada Fade. I don't know if you guys know her. She does a lot of comedy skits and stuff like that. She was saying like how like folks are getting ready to take action against YouTube because it seems like black content creators are targeted more than white content creators. Like a black woman will go on because she has some big boobs or something like that. Her shit'll get taken down or what have you. But a white woman doing the same shit, no problem. If you guys have content up on your platform, and I decide as a fair use commentator of that information to use it on my stream, you shouldn't pause my stream for that. It's on your platform. But I digress. Brother Forecast, I know you was looking to head out a while ago. Brother Forecast, what say you to this?
Yeah, I want to say this real quick. I agree with you on the platform thing, you know, and it's their job to do this though. But that's why it's important. Like you was on my show for the media thing, and then brothers like Ben, is important to have those two brothers meet each other so we can build platforms for ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But to answer the question, yeah, making mistakes is inevitable, but you know, all that depends on what you look at, because sometimes a mistake could be the greatest discovery or whatever.
True.
But you know, I'm on here now since y'all called me out, and I'll be real quick. You know what I'm saying? Do you know why I was like, and I don't know, I think Bakari is still there, you know why I said, you know, Marcus Garvey failed, you know what I'm saying? And it wasn't to try to, you know, talk bad about Marcus Garvey, it's to understand that, you know, there are things that happen in the past that we can learn from. Like, people make mistakes, and some things that they did that we maybe can correct, and things that they did right that we can repeat. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, I say that to get a response and a reaction. You know what I'm saying? And then Bakari go around and explaining why he failed instead of just coming and saying, "Oh, you can't say that." You know, it's okay, but anyway, you know, I'm saying mistakes are a part of it, you know what I'm saying? And to accomplish a goal, you have to, like, I think that could be part of a cult when you think something or anyone or anything is infallible. And I would say Ida B. Wells, but she wasn't infallible, you know what I'm saying? But I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, and I see MG2 person Kid 21 is still out there in the chat. You know, in the future, MG2, you could also click the link and hop on, man. I appreciate folks who bring something to the table, who maybe expand or maybe change the way I look at something or the way others look at something. So yeah, you're invited anytime to hop on here as well. Jay, what say you?
Yeah, I'm going to be general on the sentence, on the line written here, why mistake making is a fundamental feature in learning, because I missed parts of the video.
Okay.
I was kind of annoyed about the echo, so I drifted off.
Okay.
But yeah, what I have to say about it is you have more than one eye, right? You have more awarenesses, awareness point of views or angles of attack, right? And when you make mistakes, a few more are awakened. For example, shame or fear, and so it's not only you listening or watching; it's you when you make a mistake, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
So it's maybe I'm on a occultic tip, but there's more people say your third eye, but you have your two physical eyes, and what I'm trying to say is that you have more third eyes. Your third eye is multiple. So you can you as I said, the shaming eye is watching now that you have made a mistake and thinking about what went wrong. Your scared eye. So yes, you're more aware. There's more eyes, like the letter I. There's more eyes watching and paying attention. That's it.
Thank you for that, Jay. I can't wait till you guys come back with the black pentagrammers in September, man. And again, hopefully you guys can respond to my invite at that time. Mr. Untouchable says he needs a new adapter, fellas, so I'm relegated to texting. My voice is out for now. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Untouchable, but I do appreciate you being here and putting up a lot of these posts. And you guys can also post your topics on the Discord, which is pinned at the top of the chat and is also in the description. Join the Discord, hail me up, send me a DM, and I'll give you the privileges that allow you to access all parts of the Discord, and you can go and post your suggestions. The Harsh Reality Podcast is making an interesting suggestion here. I'm going to throw it to you guys and see what you guys think. He says that Bitter Medicine Podcast, I respectfully suggest you keep it moving to 2 a.m. Not fair for our West Coast people. I don't know how you guys feel. Are you guys interested in staying until 2?
Hey, my day begins at 1 a.m. So I don't go to bed till 7 a.m.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I know Bakari, an old man, though. I'm joking. Bakari in the prime.
With that said, is Brother Bakari still with us? I know he did say he was going to lay down and listen in the chat. Is Bakari still there?
Bakari sleep.
Yeah, Bakari might be knocked out, and I respect that.
I got you all in my bedroom for a while now.
I don't know how to feel about that. Okay. Tanzan agrees with forecast. So I tell you what, since I got Kare, I got we inside Jay's bedroom. Tanzan is cool with it. You guys in the chat seem to be okay with it. We'll go till 2 a.m. because I do have more topics that I do want to get to actually. So I appreciate you guys for being here. If other folks in the chat feel like they want to stay, just drop a 1 for me. Real Black Gentleman, are you still there? Real Black Gentleman probably taking a sleep himself. Who did I not get to yet on this topic?
Me.
Okay, Kevin Carey.
So if I should understand the question, it's all about making mistakes and also not blaming people, right? Something to do like that, right?
Yeah, I'm learning from your mistakes, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah. When I was younger, yes, I made a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. I used to kick myself for them in my 20s and 30s. But as in my 40s, you start to look back and you become wise to those mistakes because as in, my career as in photography, all those years I was doing it, I was not getting paid a lot of money from the late 90s up to this point, up to 2011. But then after that, I started demanding more money. But looking back was the sacrifice I made that I thought was a mistake. I got, in the end, great photos of certain people that are not alive anymore. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the photos are exclusive, that only I have them. No one else has them. You'll never get them anywhere else. So, as I said, mistakes are great. It's like the stock market, right? If your stock, it's great if your stock is gone for years and years, but nothing stays up forever. Sometimes it has to come down, to correct. I would say a mistake is more of a correction in your life, Mm-hmm. But another thing, as you said, with blaming people, I don't listen. That's very draining. If I gotta say, oh, so and so is responsible for messing up my life. No. What did someone say? Someone say when you point one finger back at someone, when you point one finger at someone, 3 fingers point back at you.
Absolutely.
So a lot of people blame their parents and whatever. No. That's parental sacrifice. Maybe you don't get along with a lot of times with your parents, but a lot of times they sacrifice for you. There's things that you don't see or hear about until later on that they were doing, So as I said, man, this blame game, it's very energy draining, man. I said, what I would say is it's just time to pick myself up, wipe myself off, and keep it moving, man. You just keep learning and keep moving forward. But I pass the mic.
I appreciate that. Is Real Black Gentleman back now? Guys, he typed 1 in the chat. Harsh Reality Podcast said they're a reserve panelist. His little one is asleep now. So. All right, Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I'll be brief. Of course, you got to make.
Wait, hold on. Real Black Gentleman, you eating a fruit cup or something like this?
My bad. But I mean, when you don't know no better, like the best mistakes are the ones that are at least managed in an environment where, like, the worst kind of like outcome of like a situation doesn't fall through. I mean, it's like having like kids in like sharp stuff like scissors. You gotta teach the kids how to use the scissors. I mean, otherwise the kid could do any old thing like run with the scissors and trip and impale themselves. There are things that when people make mistakes, when kids make mistakes, you gotta have a sense that there's a range of situations that they're gonna absorb that sense of range and variability to where they're not doing just like random things to that they're doing the optimal thing, because it's like what I'm saying, like the opposite of mistake is an optimal action. When you're doing the optimal action, you're making no mistakes. You know what I'm saying? So like when you're a kid, you know what I'm saying, like it's having that sense of like, as long as you can do better. And once a kid actually does do some really like sharp stuff, you got to give them all the props in the world, because I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like you're going to make mistakes. It's not like it's not supposed to be so serious. Although like in the world, you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you got to be ready. When you 10, you got to be ready. And so that margin of error is reduced. But yeah, of course, like, I mean, it should go without saying that like, you can't be going hard at young people when they, make errors in judgment and stuff. That's just how life works. The best thing you can do is just like point them in the right direction. I'm passing mic.
I feel you on that, Real Black Gentleman. Yeah, man, that fruit cup, when you balancing that pineapple with that one piece of cherry, you know how it is. You have to savor that moment. That's how Real Black Gentleman sounded just now. Mr. Untouchable knows fruit cup is help on the situation, man. You're playing games. Fruit cup with some cream. Yeah, man. Thank you all for that, man. For real. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. Shoot the Breeze topic number. And again, thank you guys for being, sticking around in the chat. Thanks to Real Black Gentleman. Thanks to Jay, Kevin Carre, the forecasters here. Brother Bakari was with us. Tanzan, of course, is our black woman on the panel. We appreciate you. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is, should we take this advice? And what is that advice? Let me post the link here. Oh, crap. I messed up. Hold on. Hold on. Shoot the Breeze. Actually, no, I'm wrong here. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is not that, actually. My apologies here. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is getting business credit. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is actually getting business credit. This came with a link. Let's check out the link. Sorry, I'm not even sharing the damn screen. This is what happens at the end of a day. Yeah, so here's the link. You guys should be able to see this now. Let me pull it back.
put everything in your business name. Nothing's in my name whatsoever, right? Once everything is in your name, you got your EIN, you got your LLC, then you want to go get some funding, go to different banks and get this money.
How many businesses do you have? How many businesses?
22.
You have 22.
22 businesses, right? And then I probably got like 50 or 60 LLCs just sitting around.
50 or 60 LLCs
Yeah,
sitting around.
right. Every 30 days, I buy a couple.
Why?
Because I'm going to fund them later.
You're going to fund. All right, we got to explain it, bro, because I'm lost.
So it's just a piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
Until I give it life, right? How do I give this LLC life? Number one, you get the LLC, you get the EIN, right? And then I have to position the LLC to look like a person, right? What does a person have? You have a name, you have an address, you have a phone number, right? So you got to do the same thing for the LLC. You're going to give it a name, but you have to be careful the name that you give the business, because that can stop how much funding you can get. So I do real estate, but my company name, Bellastone Enterprises, isn't called Bellastone Real Estate, because real estate is a high risk industry. If it's a high risk industry, they can deny you funding or give you, like, instead of a $10,000 credit card, they give you like a $3,000 credit card.
Dang, one of my companies got real estate in it.
Right. So you gotta be careful. Then you give it a phone number, right? You have a phone number, your business has to have a phone number, not your cell phone number. And banks can tell if it's a real business phone number or not. So a good place to go get these phone numbers is freedomvoice.com is a real good one. I send my clients to. It's only $10 a month. So you get like a 1-800 number, you're looking real professional. All right. Then you go get a business address. You have a nice building right here. There's a business address right here. Not everybody can afford this. So go get a virtual address where you just rent the address and attach it to your business. Get a business website, because you got to look professional, because your Twitter handle, your Instagram handle is not enough.
You got 80 websites, bro?
So when it's time for me to fund it, I go do it. A website is like $100, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't nothing crazy.
But the business doesn't actually do anything.
No, not for now. Not till I wake it up.
But you'll go get the funding for it first.
No, I wake it up and I tell the business, all right, this business is going to sell white paint. Or this business is, a general one I always use is business consultation, right? So I say you do business consultation. You do business consultation, get the website, and knock it out.
Okay, so you got all these LLCs, and how many of them do you have active?
Active, 22.
You have 22.
22. When it got all
like
of them
a headache, like a nightmare and headache.
Now when you're trying to raise the capital, make a move, I don't got to ask anybody for the money.
How much you got?
How much what?
Like lines of credit through all your 22.
Millions.
Millions.
Yeah, millions altogether.
Just access to capital.
Access to capital, yeah.
I will say that I'm familiar with what he's talking about, and that I will say that I don't have as many LLCs as he has. It takes, well, traditionally, it took a lot of capital to create an LLC. These days now you have LegalZoom, and I forget what the other one is that's big. And it's a little bit cheaper now to get these LLCs. And it also depends on where you're incorporating your business, because a lot of people use like Delaware and stuff like that because you don't have to jump through as many hoops. But like in New York here, when you create an LLC, you have to put money down to pay for newspaper advertisements for 6 weeks. So there's like a barrier to entry when it comes to money. You have to put up monies to really do this stuff. But depending on where you are, like in New Jersey and Delaware and stuff like that, you're not really putting up all this money to create an LLC. Maybe even in Florida where D-Web is, it might be even cheaper to do. And you guys who are in America could speak to it in your neck of the woods. One of the things I will say before I throw it to the panel is that one of the things, if you really work your head with those LLCs, is the credit lines. And instead of, let's say instead of going to Target and buying your like cleaning supplies for your home and things for your car and all that kind of stuff, do it through your business, where you get a net 90 or net 30 to net 90 in terms of how long you have before you pay off the debt. And that could be a good thing. So the things that you're going to spend money on in your personal life anyway, things like gas, you could write off in your taxes, all that kind of stuff. Things like the stuff that you buy to do around your house and stuff like that. You could put those payments off for a bit with a net 30 or net 90, meaning that you have to pay the balance in 30 days or 60 days or 90 days or whatever. And it goes to your business credit, because in America, this credit score thing is a big deal. I don't know how it is where Jay is and etc., but that credit score thing is a big deal. And so while you're taking care of business, while you're offsetting the time towards payment, you can also simultaneously be building the credit of your business, which means if you later on want to, like he put it, you want to wake up that business, right, and say, okay, this one LLC I have, I'm going to say this is business consulting, or this is selling white paint, as he said. You tell other businesses that my business pays its debts. And why did it pay its debts? It's really because you were handling business in your home, with your family, with your kids. You were buying the things that you need, paying it off on time, and building that business credit. So now if you want to go into consulting, or if you want to go into the government selling space, the government is going to look at your business credit and say, oh, this entity pays its bills, pays it on time, does good business. And that gives you an opportunity to actually do business with the government or something like that. And bottom line, the tax write-offs. Like D-Web says, you can write off depreciation and other things as well. In the chat, Mr. Untouchable says incorporate through Delaware. Yeah, if you can incorporate through Delaware, I would say go for it 100%, because the barrier to entry in Delaware, which is what these white boys be using all the time. Damn it, that sounds like an alcohol there, right? In Delaware, these guys are able to do all sorts of business, claim it on their taxes. They have nothing held against their name, so you can actually even purchase your car through your business, and it doesn't affect you personally if something was to go wrong with that business. So with that said, I'm going to throw it to Kevin Carre, who I think might be an LLC owner as well. Kevin Carre, what say you?
Oh, not yet. You see, I learn something new every day. I need to get an LLC and also a DBA, doing business as.
Absolutely. I thought you had it. Okay.
I'm going to get to it. I have to get, go through a few things, but I'm going to get there eventually.
Yeah.
But I've been doing what he was saying, with the tax write-off and all that stuff. When I used to buy my camera equipment, I just use it, as a tax write-off, because I'm what you call a 1099 freelance, freelancer.
Yep.
Instead of getting paid a W-2, I get paid 1099. I get the advantage of that is you get your money up front. It's not taxed.
Mm-hmm.
So I can always buy my equipment, and whatever it costs me, it's a write-off. So yeah, I've been doing that all year, and I said, man, we need to do more of that. And you made a point about comparing to buying a Target. I was talking to another gentleman about that. Instead of buying a Target, you can. I forget what he said, but you can go to a wholesaler and get it a lot cheaper in bulk.
Absolutely.
The same with when I do books. When I do one book, it's very expensive, but when I do more than over 1,000 books, it's very cheap,
mm-hmm.
and you can sell them at a profit. But I'll pass on the mic.
Yeah, and for those of you who use Amazon a lot, I know I wish I could say a black alternative, a black equals African alternative. I can't at the moment. But if you use Amazon a lot, you use Prime and all that stuff, you could get a business account with Amazon with a net 90. So it takes you, you have 3 months to pay off this bill. You know what I mean? And that's a huge deal. That's a huge deal. As a family person, especially to have an LLC where you could just, use it in that way. You're getting gas for your car. You write it off for your business. You You can get a cell phone or phone, and basically don't even really have to pay for it and all that kind of stuff. So it's something definitely to look into. I see Tan is busy in the chat, and I see Mr. Untouchable says to Kevin Carre, stop slunking. That's a word we use in NASA, in the Bahamas actually. Stop dragging your feet, right? Tan, what say you? What's your experience with getting business credit?
I think it's something everybody should do. Even if you don't have a good idea for business, it's just something that you should do. Firstly, because as we know, businesses have more rights than individuals. Like the corporate entity has, the limited liability, the LLC. It's actually, you can do no wrong. And then if you do, you can ask for forgiveness and,
right,
and get it. So, that's one way to get across the, the personal obstacles and discrimination and so on that, a lot of people go through. If you apply as your person, everything that you have done is going to come. It's like having a business credit is like, just starting all over. Everything is clean. It's a clean state. You're starting over, and then you can do with with the credit whatever not whatever, but you should also have a plan for it. But it's far more forgiving than you taking it on a personal, on a personal level. So definitely everybody should do it. And rich people don't just stay rich because they make money. It's also because they know how to keep their money, hide it, whatever it is.
They cut corners.
Yeah, but they cut legal corners. They know that it's better to pay a lawyer than the taxman. The lawyer will help you get through, all that sort of thing, will advise you. Your accountant will tell you what to do with your money and so on. The taxman just wants your money. They don't care about, they want to what you do with it, but only as far as they can, get something from it. But it's like Mr. Burns. He had a whole closet full of lawyers that he just unleashed whenever the government tried to get him. So, yeah, definitely, you should have your corporate representative, not just to get the benefits, but also to protect your person. If somebody is suing your business, that's easier to handle than say somebody suing you personally. So it's not just a way to to invest in your future, it's also to protect your present assets. So yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Times someone's suing your business, that your house is out of it, your car is out of it. You won't be a pauper on the street if your business gets sued successfully or something like that. So that's the key to it as well. I have an LLC. I did it through New York, which caused me a lot of pains, because again, New York is a state where they really put you through the hoops, man. The barriers to entry usually involve a lot of money up front, but I did it. I got it done. In some other business endeavors, I've done it through, in fact, one in particular I'm doing right now through North Carolina. So if you're out there, if you could do it through New Mexico, like MG2 is saying in the chat with a New Mexico address, if you could do it in Delaware, that's where the big boys be getting out of that taxation shit all the time. Yeah, the matron is correct. The matron says New York has a lot of middlemen. So in New York, you have to grease a lot of palms before you can do something. And I wish I had known that up front. I was kind of shocked. I went through a scenario, Kevin Carre, where I actually got a legal firm to do it pro bono. And I thought I was going to be saving on some money. But then the legal firm tells you, well, in New York, you have to advertise in 2 newspapers for 6 weeks. Well, that shit cost me like $2,000 or something like that. It's been a few years. I forgot now. But I will say that the benefits, although I had to go through those barriers, the benefits have been big for me. Yeah, the Harsh Reality Podcast is correct. Get out of New York. Don't know why y'all playing. You're absolutely correct about that, brother. And I have a few more years here, a short few more years here, and I'm done with this shit. but yeah, I was able to do it, and now I have my LLC. I have government contracting space that I'm trying to get deeper into right now. But in the meantime, I'm taking advantage of having an LLC and writing off a whole bunch of stuff, able to order things that I need in my everyday life and not have to pay up front for it, through Amazon, through Quill, through Granger, through a few others. And in fact, one of the things that's so simple, which is so crazy, you have a lot of vendors out here that specifically do business with businesses, and they'll let you do something like buy a antivirus or something, like a little $10 a month charge, and they'll report that you pay this on time. They'll report that to the Dun and Bradstreet. They'll report that you pay on time, and your business credit is golden. So make sure you guys are doing that stuff out there. Even if you don't have the full idea of what you're doing with that business, use that business to its advantage.
Can I add something you just said about even for your own personal credit score? Because I started with credit cards back in 06.
Yeah.
You pay something like for $1 and you pay it back immediately and rinse and repeat a couple of times, your credit score would skyrocket.
Oh yeah, by the way, there's something called what's that called again? Damn it. I just had it and I lost it. There's a service. Kickoff. It's called Kickoff, where you buy something like a PDF of a book or something like that for $2, or let's say it's $20, but they'll charge you $2 for like 10 months or something like that. That also gets your credit score bumping up heavy. So there's these little games that these folks play that you got to be playing too. You know what I mean? Forecast. I don't know if you are an LLC holder or not, but what do you think of this whole idea of getting business credit?
I say, I don't really have much to say. I agree with all of what y'all said. I even had a business class when I was in school. They taught you that kind of protects you like from being sued and all the stuff that you said. It kind of protects you at the end of the day. But I guess the thing I'll add is and not to be negative, you know what I'm saying? I say that it would behoove us to have like a plan, some kind of strategy, because even the brother who was talking had a plan. Even if he bought the thing without a plan, he wouldn't, he made a plan and then used it and brought it to life, as he said, and I've seen a lot of people, do that and then just buy stuff, like I get what you're saying, buy stuff that you need and pay it off. But I've seen people buy stuff that they may not necessarily need but want and then mess themselves up,
Yeah.
So I would say, that's something that needs to be taught like with responsibility. And I think the younger you are to be taught this, the better, you know what I mean? So I pass the mic.
No, absolutely. And Mr. Untouchable, my home boy there, he said, David never sleeps, has great entrepreneurial game. I don't think that's the channel that we're looking at here, but he's saying, Mr. Untouchable is saying, make sure to check out David Never Sleeps. And I will be doing that because I'm always in search of those games that these white boys play to to save themselves some money and whatnot and protect their assets. So yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Untouchable. Jay, where you are, do you have these kind of things that you can do to kind of get around the system?
You haven't, but I'm sort of illiterate at these type of I'm that guy. Something slips in my post box and I want to push it away immediately. I'm that bill paying guy and kind of scared of some sort of envelope, some type of envelopes. The blue one here in the Netherlands, it are the blue ones, and some of them with a broad purple tag on it. So I'm not that that paper how do you call it? Administrative. I'm not that strong, but you know, I have a question. Is it sometimes when you Americans, United Statesians, when you speak of this credit score thing, I have a feeling it's like those Chinese social points.
So I'm not sure what the Chinese social points are.
You can do bad, and then you have a bad credit score, or you lose points,
yes. It's like that. Yes,
it's like if you misbehave in public, they'll deduct points, and let's say a bad point, you can't get a car, you can't travel outside the country.
Or if you're bad, if your score is low, and this is the thing, like for credit cards and stuff like that, Jay, they will run up your payback percentages.
Your behavior, your
interest.
behavior.
Yes, your interest will be run up.
And finance charges.
Yes, you will.
Oh, right.
Yes.
All right, I get it.
So it's important. Oh, I just realized, Mr. Untouchable, David Never Sleeps is this YouTube channel, Social Proof. So yeah, so you guys check out this channel right here, Social Proof. I just looked it up in another tab, and it comes up as Social Proof. So you guys subscribe to Social Proof and get more of that game, because there's some things I still need to understand a little bit better myself. But I will say to you guys, it is a good idea. And maybe, Mr. Untouchable, we could do another follow-up to this. Or perhaps we could do it on Forecast or Bakari or someone's channel. Let's talk more about this too, because one of the things we got to do that Black people don't do in America, and I'm not talking about Black American, I'm talking about Black people's African people. A lot of us aren't playing the game the way the game should be played. And then we wonder why people our ages are ahead of us. There's a lot of little reasons why they're ahead of us, because they're playing that game.
Yeah, it's not my type of game, and I wish I had. When I was younger, I was practically I had some brothers around me that are home in this game, and you know how sometimes we tend to be to be ahead of each other. I was literally one. I was literally begging him for giving me this type of tips, or I would even pay him to help me with taxes, and dude be laughing like.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to give you that game for free, to be honest. And I believe a part of it is a lot of people don't understand it themselves. So that's why they don't really talk about it. The Hosh Rowdy Podcast just said in the chat, I just signed up for another certification in accounting. So plan on gaming the system. Let me know once you incorporate KWAZ. Yeah, when I was talking about the next thing I'm looking to incorporate in North Carolina, it's KWAZ radio.
How do you do it in North? You have to have a physical address in those other states?
Yeah, I know someone in North Carolina. That was something that we were talking about. I got to see if I could get that going again, because I don't want to do it in New York again. And Delaware, I don't have an address in Delaware. I don't know anyone in Delaware. These white folks be able to game that shit. Maybe they go and open a mailbox or some shit like that in Delaware. Maybe that's something to do too.
You can have private PO boxes now. There are services there, and then those boxes can forward your mail back to your address here.
Right. So yeah, again, we got to get on this kind of stuff, guys. There's ways to save, and again, there was a meme going around a couple years ago where you create an LLC. Instead of giving your children allowances from your pocket, you do it from your LLC. It builds business credit. Like there's little games to play here, and we really gotta start playing this game.
Yeah,
better.
Can I add one part of the game too? You said it earlier too, which is very, very important. We may not like them, but we need them. Lawyers, right?
Yes.
Like, especially with you and me, Koku. You do music, I do photos and whatever else. I'm an artist.
Yeah.
And I'm putting a lot of young people on the game because there's a lot now that camera technology is cheaper now compared to when I started.
Yeah.
You had to have money to be in the game, but now you can have any camera you want. This is a great time. This is a buyer's market.
Mm-hmm.
But when you put up content, all these channels, they're very content hungry because it's a 24-hour cycle. It's always the bottom pit is always hungry. So you've heard of Afropunk, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, they're a bunch some of the biggest thieves, right? Where they'll hire a lot of young people that don't know any better. They'll pay the white boys to go do the photography and the videography, but they'll have all these young black people out there that's more talented than these boys. And they'll pay the white boys, but they'll take the content from these people, and they're very happy to have Afropunk use their work. But what they don't understand is Afropunk is making money off your work. They're selling merchandise. Like there was this African dude, he photographed 2014 Afropunk, and they stole his image, and he ended up taking him to court. But he didn't win the case because he made a few mistakes along the way. But in my case, I learned a long time ago, never work for free, never work for cheap. And if you're going to work for free or for cheap, at least own the copyrights to what you do, right? When I started, now that I'm getting older, this is 20 years has passed, as I said earlier, a lot of the photos have become very valuable. And now I'm getting inquiries from NBC, a lot of these mainstream media. But a lot of times they've learned from their mistake is once you have a very good lawyer, don't try to do sell anything by yourself.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to copyright or patents. I'm not good with patents, and I'm not good with trademark. That's out of my thing. I know a little bit about copyrights, not everything, but if you do music, or let's say in my case photography, let's say I took a picture today right now, and I registered within 3 months. Let's say someone from the mainstream or whoever steals the image and they're making money. Now I can get statutory damages, which is they said if you can prove they were willful in stealing your image, you can get an easy $150,000 per image.
Right.
That's what happened to this guy that took the photos of during the Haiti earthquake. He went on to Haiti, and he put his photos on social media. That was his mistake. But his mistake ended up giving him a lot of money in the end because a lot of people were using these photos, and he got a good lawyer, and a lot of them settled. The one that didn't settle ended up paying him $2.1 million. But he made a good bread along the way, though. Okay. Always have a good lawyer on hand.
Real Black Gentleman, are you there? Are you familiar with this getting business credit idea?
No, I'm just listening. I'm just gonna pass it over to the side and keep listening.
All right, I appreciate that honesty there. Mr. Untouchable, you let us know I think it was last week that you're from. I know where you're from. You're my country people, but you were born where Muhammad Ali is from. I hope you're taking advantage of that ability as well. Tanzan, have you any experience with getting business credit? Tanzan, you're muted if you're talking. All right, maybe Tanzan's not there anymore. But yeah, I'll tie the bow on it. I wish Mr. Untouchable was here to speak on it because I know he's in the accounting field as well.
Sorry, I was talking to myself. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Tan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Tan.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I do have a couple of companies here and in Kenya. It's important to get, like you said, the address, the site, and all that, and to do all that paperwork. And you can do it if you're not into all that paperwork and all that. You can do it as a family, or you can do it as a group. And sometimes that also works. People have different strengths and weaknesses. Some people are really good at organizing, some people are good at following through, some people are good at talking on the phone. So I think that sometimes if the task seems monumental, you can get people who are good at it. So the first thing is, definitely get a good lawyer, and don't be afraid to shop around. Sometimes people just wait to get something once they need it, but just like with a gun, it's better to have it and not need it. The saying. So you have to protect your assets as much as if you accumulate it like this guy. If he has 22 companies, I hope he has at least one lawyer, because you know yeah, if anything can go wrong, it will. But so you do have to, once you start accumulating real assets, you have to protect yourself, and you have to know the laws of the land. You have to know, and just go and talk to your lawyer, learn the basics, do your research and so on. So yeah, I think that everybody should have something that they do, but also don't just do one LLC. You should also do something that you're putting your money and work into it, so that even if it's it's if it doesn't work, it's just on a personal level, so you can use your business profits and so on to fund your other projects if you have those. So yeah, I think it's something that everybody should do. You should have at least one company, and most of the time it's not even that expensive. All it takes is a lot of paperwork, but anybody can do it. You can do that process and get it in Delaware. I still recommend Delaware. That's the best state for everything. Like it. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I agree. That my thank you, Tan. But I agree. There's another business idea thing I want to do for my kids more so, and I think I'm going to try get into that Delaware space. But as far as like this thing here, the KWAZ radio, KWAZ TV, and things like that that's coming up, yeah, I have that plan to do through North Carolina, maybe even Delaware as well. But as soon as I get it done, I'm gonna reach out to Webb on that as well. That's because one of the things I want to do. I know Gas him up is not here. He doesn't like this idea, but I do want to get into that 501c3 type of deal, like our brother Scotty Reed does with Black Talk Radio Network.
Can I say something with that 501 thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
When it comes to that, if you're going to do that, make sure it's a neutral business, a race neutral business, because if you want to do something for your people, that becomes constrictive. That's why I say that you should have two kinds. You should have, the regular, your business incorporated, take all the advantages of the system and so on, but you should also have something that is independent of the system. So use the system to fund your own, projects. And that 501c, it comes with, a price. It comes with certain
stipulations.
Yes. So for me, when I had the chance to do something for us as a people, I wasn't for it, and anybody who suggested it, I just said no, that's not the route I want to go. But if it's just for raising money or doing a business, if you're selling things to people, you're going to sell to whoever has money. They take our money every single day. We should also be taking theirs.
Absolutely.
So yeah. So if it comes to just making straight money, definitely. If it comes to doing something for the people where you feel a personal investment in, then I wouldn't recommend it.
The 501c3. Okay. Yeah, because there are those stipulations. Again, this is what the church deals with, right? Those stipulations, they don't really do nothing for the community, for the Black community too much because of those stipulations. So yeah, you have a point there. But I did have a conversation with Scotty Reed about this this media thing, and he did give me some good pointers there. So I'll weigh those two things out in the future. In the chat, Kevin Carre posted private PO box in Delaware, so you guys take down that information yourselves. And again, this is a topic that if you join the Discord, the matron and I had like an initiative thing there about this type of stuff. Let's have a conversation. Join the Discord. It's not social media. It's not Facebook or Twitter. It's something a little bit more private. Join the Discord. Let's have those conversations. Let's see what we could build, because we really need to start doing this stuff. Let me go to the next topic so that we can finish on time. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. Why are criminal organizations more organized than us? This came with a link. Let's check it out and then we'll discuss it.
welcome to Jay Coletti's Bracket Reviews. My name is Jay Coletti and I will be your hostess. Here on this channel, we are here to discuss all things organized crime. I'm very excited to get into our topic today, which is the structure, rituals, and rules of Cosa Nostra. Let's get to it. The Mafia is probably the best known organized crime syndicate in the world, certainly in the United States and Sicily. We hear the term mafia a lot in our daily lives, whether it be in books, in movies, in games, whatever it is that you're doing. You've probably heard the term mafia before, but today I really want to get into how the mafia works and why it works as a governing body for crime. The Cosa Nostra is very hierarchical in their methods and how they do things. In the American Cosa Nostra, per family, we have the Don, the Underboss, the Consigliere, the Capo Regimes or Capos, the soldiers, and the associates. In the Sicilian Cosa Nostra, we have a very similar structure, but of course, slightly different names. For the Don, we have the Capo Familia. We still have the Consigliere. For the Underboss, we have the Sotto Capo. That literally means underboss. We have the Capo Decine, the group boss, or the Capo Regime, and the Uomini d'Onore, or men of honor, or made men. I'm going to start with the Don. Obviously, this is the head honcho, the boss, the godfather, however you want to refer to the Don. This is the boss of any given mafia family. The term Don originates from the Latin word dominus, meaning lord or master. He is responsible for all major decisions, and he gets a cut of every business in his family. Typically, the Don is either the family founder or is elected by all of the capos. In the event of a tie in this election, the underboss has the final vote. Now moving on to the consigliere, probably my favorite of the positions in the mafia family because it is so unique. Let's get into it. The consigliere or counselor is the advisor to the Don. This position is very similar to the vizier in Muslim culture and may even be the origin of this particular position. The consigliere's main role is to keep the family legitimate. Typically, the consigliere is a stockbroker or lawyer who is not directly involved in criminal acts. The role is usually reserved for a man the Don trusts implicitly. While the consigliere is not a decision maker, it's important to note that the Don trusts him, so the consigliere is a man of high respect. The underboss is similar to the vice president in the mafia family in that if something were to happen to the Don, whether he be arrested or killed, the underboss typically is the individual who would take the role of Don for the family. The underboss is also in charge of all of the capos and is usually promoted to the position of underboss after being a loyal capo himself. So now we're into the Capo Regime. This literally means regiment head in Italian. Capos are the captains of the soldiers. Normally, capos are nominated by the underboss and chosen by the Don. Capos run their small families of soldiers, but must adhere to the rules set in place by the Don. Most families consist of about 4 to 9 capos, all of whom have about 10 soldiers they are over. So let's get into the soldiers. The soldiers are the mafia members that are at the level of associate, who are of Italian descent, who have proved themselves in some way or somehow to the mafia family. These soldiers are usually recommended by capos for family membership and tend to work beneath the capo who recommended him. If there are multiple openings for a soldier position, and there are several soldier recommendations, the Don will decide who steps up from associate to the coveted role of soldier. Soldiers carry out the day-to-day grunt work of the mafia and are the lowest ranking official members. Now let's get into the unofficial members, the associates. The associates are not directly involved in the mafia. Think of associates as dirty cops, lawyers, judges, politicians, anybody who is getting paid by the mafia but is not necessarily a member of a mafia family. These are men on the take or the payroll of the mafia. Non-Italians are never supposed to make it past the title of associate. Associates are the corrupt men who do the mafia's bidding and keep suspicion off the family. The associates are typically men who you think of who do favors for or owe favors to the mafia. So now let's get into a little bit more terminology. We have made men. So made men are everyone besides associates, so from soldiers to the Don, who have sworn an oath of loyalty to the family. Swearing an oath to the family usually requires an initiation. The initiation is an enormous ceremony and very sacred to the Cosa Nostra. The initiation ceremony is different for every mafia family, but is still a very, very important part of it, and also a little bit cultish. The initiation ceremonies typically consist of the following. The man who's getting made is taken into a room with armed guards and sat at a table with a number of other high-ranking members of the family. The man is then asked to swear an oath of loyalty to the family and follow their rules and keep their promises, which we'll get into in just a moment. The man is then asked to slice his finger and have his blood dripped onto the image of a saint. The bloodstained image is then set on fire and placed into the man's hands, where he then swears that he will keep his promises to the family, lest his soul burn in hell like the image of that saint. Pretty intense, and like I said, kind of cultish. Let's get into some of those promises that these made men are swearing on their eternal souls to keep. The promises the made man gives to the family are usually some version or combination of the following. Being loyal to the members of this family only, so no double crossing with other families. Being rational or not getting worked up or hot-headed easily. Respecting the men above you. Not sleeping with, flirting with, or being disrespectful towards the sisters, mothers, wives, or girlfriends of your fellow members. Omerta, the code of silence that we discussed in a previous video. And some sort of promise having to do with the drug trade. Originally, the promise is said to have been to never get involved in the dirty business of trading drugs. Nowadays, obviously that didn't take. The promise is widely believed to be that the made man is never to actually partake in drugs himself if he's going to be part of Cosa Nostra. Now that you understand the mafia family, the structure, how it works, I want to take this to the next step. First, allow me to clear up a very common misconception. Being in a mafia family does not necessarily mean that you're related to the family for the name's sake. Also, a mafia family does not even necessarily derive its name from the Don of said family. Usually, the family's name originates from the founding Don or Godfather, or is renamed for a very influential or unifying Don who has taken on the role. You also might be thinking to yourself, why do all these families leave each other alone? Wouldn't this kind of be like the Wild West? Wouldn't there be families who are constantly warring with each other to gain more power? If you thought that, you're not mistaken. Up until 1931, you would have been absolutely correct. Prior to 1931, many of the mafia families all worked independently of one another and were constantly vying for power or fighting one another in gang wars. It was a very violent time, especially in New York City. This all changed in 1931 during the Castellamarese War. The struggle for control infamously came to a head in New York between 1929 and April 15, 1931. The Castellamarese War started after growing tensions and power struggles erupted between the factions of Salvatore Little Caesar Maranzano, the original head of what is now the Bonanno crime family, and Giuseppe Joe the Boss Masseria, the original head of what is now the Genovese family. In case you were wondering, it's called the Castellamarese War due to the fact that Salvatore Maranzano was born in the Sicilian town of Castellammare del Golfo. Salvatore Maranzano won this power struggle when Joe Masseria was killed on April 15, 1931. Salvatore Maranzano declared himself Capo di tutti capi, or boss of all bosses. His reign as boss of bosses was relatively short-lived, however, about 5 months. This changed when Joe Masseria's lieutenant, or Capo Regime, Charles Lucky Luciano, ordered the killing of Salvatore Maranzano. Maranzano was murdered on September 10, 1931. Immediately following Salvatore Maranzano's death, Lucky Luciano established the Mafia Commission. This was the group of the 7 Dons who had previously been warring prior to the Castellamarese War, who would then meet regularly to discuss the Mafia and how it was going to be run. The commission consisted of the Genovese family, represented by Charles Lucky Luciano, the Gambino family, represented by Vincent the Executioner Mangano, the Bonanno family, represented by Joseph Joe Bananas Bonanno, the Lucchese family, represented by Tommy Gagliano. The Colombo family, represented by Giuseppe Joe Profacci. The Buffalo Crime family, represented by Stefano the Undertaker Magaddino. And the Chicago Outfit, represented by Al Scarface Capone. Maybe you've heard of him. The commission would later allow Jewish mobsters to participate as well. Such names as Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, Louis Lepke Buchalter, Dutch Schultz, and Abner Longy Zwillman. Think of the commission members as senators who are representatives for their families and bring forth to the board any issues that they might be having as a family or in their area. The commission lasted in this state until 1985 when Big Paul Castellano was murdered. After this, it was then decided that the commission would no longer meet as a group of dons, but instead would work through voting and messengers, usually capos or underbosses. The 5 New York families in the Chicago Outfit have maintained their commission seats since the order's inception in 1931. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Racket Reviews discussing the structure of the Cosa Nostra, how it actually works and function, and the establishment of the commission. Make sure to like, subscribe, and click the notifications button to get more Mafia content sent directly to your sub box. Ciao.
Yeah, a few of you in the chat picked it up. If you ain't purebred Italian, you have a little of that pepper in you, you can't be in this shit. And that's something that we could learn from this. This is why we got to learn to close ranks. You can't be having these mixed race, and they recognize too that they have that mix in them. They know, especially those Southern Sicilians, they know that they have some of that African in them. But you can't hold no, you could be a soldier, but you can't really hold no power in their organizations. What else did I see you guys post in the chat that was of interest too? Yeah, the matron said only full-blooded Italian with ties on both sides can be made. Any interruption disqualifies you. Tanzan earlier said, yeah, no Italians not allowed. Yes, MG2 hit the point that I was thinking as I was watching. I forgot. Thank you, MG2, for the reminder. This broadcast is describing how Western governments are run. We talk about with the forecast all the time about, we use the example of J. Edgar Hoover. Hoover and them are operating an organization where if you take out Hoover, what was Hoover's sissy boyfriend name again? Tolson, I think. Yeah, I think it was Tolson. Tolson takes over next. And under Tolson, there's 5 or 6 dudes who take over after that. Even if you look at the presidency in the United States, real talk, they have a paradigm where if you take out the president, they have a protocol for who takes over next. If you take out the whole Senate House, there's a protocol for who takes over next, right? So these guys have a system. They have what they call organization. And that's something we need to learn from. We need to be organized as well. When they took out MLK, the problem I had with MLK and Malcolm X and them being taken out, and even Garvey and them being taken out, where were the next, like Hydro? Where was the next head or heads of these organizations coming from? Sure, we had Kwame Ture, also known as Stokely Carmichael. But really and truly, we didn't have an apparatus where, we had these sellout guys like Jesse Jackson and whatnot who came up. But how come we didn't have the people to, yes, matron, the succession plan? How come we didn't have the right people take over these and take up the mantle and take up the work? That's something that we have to really think about going forward. But I'll throw it to Kevin Carre. Kevin Carre, what say you? Why are criminal organizations more organized than Black folks?
Well, I see 3 things. I don't want to credit the matron for this one. Rugged individualism is what's killing us, right? Number 2, we always want to do things for ourselves by ourselves. Remember what we spoke about either last week or 2 weeks ago? You know, sometimes you gotta relegate and delegate things to other people to do more important things. That's the problem. And the third thing I've noticed within our community, there's always a lack of discipline. These people are like, listen, the Italians, they came here, they were treated like garbage by the Irish, right? They're like, we gotta come together and support each other and not let these people kick us around. Because if they didn't do that, you think those Italians would have been surviving today? No. That's what we gotta learn from. And another thing that's very, very important, as you mentioned too, from the video, is we're always allowing other people to come into our group and infiltrate us. Like when I walk through and you see in your neighborhood, the major season out in hers, you know, I'm coming home, I'm leaving in the morning. There's these dudes in front of the Arab store, you know, coming home at night, they're still there. They'll be more loyal to those Arabs, and them Arabs will never be loyal to them. And that's the problem. We gotta stop letting outside into our business. That's what's killing us. You know, I keep talking about this one guy. I know I obsessed with him, but this China Mac guy. All these black rappers will let this guy into his group. You can't go to Chinatown and go try to join some kind of union they have there. They'll look at you like, get the hell out of here. You're not welcome here. But you know, I'll pass the mic on.
Yeah, you're right about that. I pass these Negroes every morning hanging out by this Arab corner store, and I come back in the evening from work, and they're right there by the Arab store. I mean, every day. It's just madness.
Real quick too. now you're seeing those same what they call them ox now, right? You've heard that term ox, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the slang for Arab store. Now they're practically selling weed all over now. So now these niggas have really more motivation to go start hanging out there now.
Yeah, it's sickening. Forecast. Let's switch up a little bit. Forecast. What do you see in this video as far as the prompt is concerned?
I mean, I guess it's interesting what she said about the Italian slur word. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the slur for them is. But as far as like, why do they like, yo, it's ant farm. It's like ants are more organized than us. Bees are more organized than us. You know what I'm saying? And why is because we are the only species in the universe that is not on a survival kind of mindset, that is not, you know, that don't understand, you know, what it is. You know, we are the only species that don't do that. You don't see a bee trying to fit in with an ant, you know what I'm saying? But you see us trying to fit in with different species, if you will, you know. And we are the only group that does that, you know what I'm saying? So, like, of course, you're going to get the results that you get. But, you know what I'm saying? I also don't see bees like, you know, we got to stop and kill the other trader bees, you know what I'm saying, before we protect the queen. They're going to make sure that the threat is dead, you know what I'm saying? Make sure the queen is protected, you know.
I feel you on that, Forecast. Let's welcome in MG2. MG2, how are you this week?
Real good. Thank you for having me there, Bitter Medicine Podcast.
No problem.
I have to. I just love this show, the entire show tonight. I'm like, where have I been all this time, man? I mean, I'm gonna have to listen to a lot of your previous stuff too, because I am like, man, this is incredible. I just love the topics. And I got to say, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. As I placed in the chat, European systems are one big La Cosa Nostra, even against each other. You could go back to the days of the Goths and the Visigoths, even before then. You know, you could even go and say it's even part of the Mongol hordes out of Asia. It doesn't matter. That's just how they run. They're very clannish, not tribal. There's two different things between tribes and clans. Okay,
Talk about that for a second.
Yeah, see, tribal is basically an interconnected system that works upon each other to build the entire group in order for the entire group to survive. Unfortunately, in recent years, and I'm going to say in the last maybe a couple thousand years, Africans have used a clannish mentality toward tribalism. Tribalism isn't just, we look in European terms and use that to identify ourselves in terms of what a tribe really is. Tribes know that if they get rid of one competitor, that means that they'll lose strength. Whether it's an environmental or whether it's when I say economic or any other type of things that they need each other on, they know that if I get rid of that guy, that I'm going to need down the line, I'm in trouble. A lot of times tribes would even blend, for lack of a better term, intermarry or mix or whatnot because it was a strength for the entire society. Clannish, on the other side, is a zero-sum game. It's what is called collective individualism. Now, I've coined this term for the last 25 years. You're either an individual collectivist or a collective individualist. And individual collectivist is like Brother Forecast was saying about bees and wasps, ants, African wild dogs, lions. They are individuals within that pack, but they work for a collective goal. That's tribalism. Even though, let's give it even a better case. If you have two lion prides that are competing prides that have been fighting each other and whatever, if a hyena shows up, those lions know we have to be we have a tribalistic mentality for our own survival as lions to kill that hyena clan. Whereas the clannish mentality, i.e. European construct, because you got to see where their origins are, wet, dirty caves, they had to kill each other. They didn't know how to procreate, everything is a very bestial, and I'm not talking in terms of animals. The animals have gotten it. That's why they've been around for 9 million years. With Europeans and those who are not African, or what I call colorless, their mentality and their way that they live, or their asili, is what Marimba Ani would say, is from a clannish, zero-sum, selfish, very, very self-absorbed, for survivalistic reasons, no doubt, a way of life, if you want to call it that. And so the thing is, if you look at European construct in terms of how the way they run themselves, with whether it's political parties, whether it's, what you see going on in their Eastern European with Russia right now, it doesn't matter. It's not only is it very clannish, but it's a very La Cosa Nostra scenario, irrespective of what anyone wants to think. It's not tribal. Whereas Africans, unfortunately, we've adopted that, and we've left what real tribalism is to try to go ahead and impart an identity on it that's actually a European construct, which is clanism. So, I hope that, I don't want to be too loquacious, but hopefully that kind of answers your question. I'll pass the mic.
MG2, let me just say I appreciate you. When I hear you on the forecast, or Brother Bakari, I appreciate you. I appreciate your insight into these topics in general, and I hope you'll come back again and hang with us in the future. I'm going to ask that the Harsh Reality Podcast and Erzuliism, who had commented, because Harsh Reality Podcast says he disagrees with that. I'm going to ask Harsh Reality Podcast to hop on for a little minute for this topic and for the last topic of the night, topic number 10, as well as Erzuliism. You guys hop on for a minute. Let's finish this out strong with a good conversation.
I can step over Amy.
No. We have enough spots. In fact, let's welcome in D-Web right now. D-Web, how are you this week?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm good. Just maintaining.
Good.
So I think you asked my opinion about the current subject we're talking about.
Yeah.
In terms of this issue. And the thing I hit, like I said in the chat, is that it's not necessarily that that the last brother who talked about these groups, fitting in. A lot of these groups try to fit in with whiteness, like even the Italians, the mafia, their whole thing prior to recent history, they were trying to be recognized in white society.
Right.
We all know they're a mixed group. You know what I mean?
Mixed mulatto, yeah.
Exactly. So they had to fight their way in to be recognized. So I don't necessarily think that there's actually, I think it was the forecast. Let me take that back. I think it was the forecast who hit on that. And a lot of these groups see that as a privilege, actually. They're fighting to be recognized. Like I said, I work with a lot of Indians, the red dots, not the feather. And one thing that I've noticed beforehand is that they're trying to be recognized. And some of these people are blacker than me. You know what I'm saying? Very dark. And it's crazy to see them try to be recognized in this hierarchy, to be accepted so they can get those privileges, get those spoils of war that they're looking for. And kind of the prior to recent history, that's what the mob was for, like the mafia. Like they were trying to actually be the outlaws of their group and collect these spoils on the other end. But now that they've been kind of accepted into white society, the mafia is kind of no longer relevant. You don't need it no more. you know, because they got what they were looking for. They got that acceptance as the white society. Well, now they can get the office jobs, right? They're not the Negroes of the group. They can get the CEO positions and things like that. Whereas beforehand, they had to do the criminal organization to get ahead. You know, then once they got that recognition, now they transition. That's why you're seeing the death of the mafia. They say it's the RICO. No, it was being accepted in the white society. It was the death of the mafia. You don't need it no more. You know what I'm saying? So that's my take on that.
I appreciate that. MG2, did you want to comment to that?
Yeah, I'm glad you clarify yourself because I don't think I ever used the term fit in. I think I'm not sure if you understood what I was saying, which is okay. You know, maybe I'm just a little too loquacious. The thing is you brought it up earlier in terms of organization, and I'd say that's the big chasm between where the position of Africans are in the world and the position of those who either exploit, colonize, or actually doing more than us and literally have our destiny in their hands, unfortunately. I think, hopefully, and it might behoove us to start thinking in terms of tribalism and using that weakness that they have as clanism against them for our benefit. And I think TZ was, she said something, and I wanted to listen to her perspective on this. So I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, we're going to get to TZ at the end of this. I'm going to Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, without a doubt, I'm coming to you next. What say you?
Oh, I'll be real quick. I mean, let's never lose sight of the fact that we had extremely complex civilizations in West Africa before the Mafia. Like, you know, strong hereditary systems. We had all kinds of organizations. I mean, just the whole, you know, just the kidnapping and just the snatching up of our people, just draining us, really disrupted all that. So never lose sight that we had strong ethno hereditary systems. Like, we didn't have incest or anything like that. We knew where peoples come from, and we knew how to keep our various cultures in check. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Yeah, don't worry, Real Black. I'm going to get to everyone on here and give you guys as much time as you need to make your point. Jay, are you still with us, or did you go to sleep? Jay, you're muted if you're there. If not, we're going to go to the forecast. Forecast, what say you to all this?
Well, I already spoke on this one, but
you did? My bad.
I'll say something to what he was saying, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know, like you said, like number one, East Indians are way more organized than us. And I talked about like this whole thing with East Indian because there's a dude on my show that come on talk about East Indians all the time, talk about Italians all the time, which are Europeans, and he tries to be like, oh, they're black because they're mixed, you know what I'm saying? Like with that one drop rule thing, you know what I'm saying? And that's why, you know, especially, but you know, like I'm telling you, like East Indians are way more organized, you know what I'm saying, than we are, you know. And at the end of the day, you know, like they have certain things. Yeah, they have been conquered, and there's other groups that try to fit in with their other thing. But like, yo, their societies are way more organized than we are. You know what I'm saying? At this current time, right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, forecast. I appreciate that. Tanzan, you get the last word on this one. Tanzan, you're muted.
Oh, yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Tanzania, yeah, we can.
Okay, good. MG2 is a genius in the best way possible. And the reason why he got to the heart of this clanism versus tribalism, you know, debate. And, you know, most people, when they talk about the problems with Africa, it's always, oh, you guys are just too tribalistic. You guys are just, you know, you're all tribal and stuff. But when you look at things, the tribal conflicts really started after, you know, colonization, or after, you know, we encountered the white people. Like MG2 said before, yeah, people were proud of their tribes and so on, but not so much as fast to regard other tribes as being, you know, inferior to them. And secondly, not looking at them as different people. There was intermarriages, between tribes. In fact, marriage was a way to resolve conflict when it appeared. When one tribe went to war with another, and then they had, after the whole, the young men went to war, the old men came to bring in peace, and then they had negotiations, and then eventually, the quote unquote losing tribe would send, some of their beautiful maidens to the other side, and, people would intermarry, and then peace would be made. So we did have peaceful relations, not that it was just wonderful and paradise. There were some tribes that were just antagonistic, and they just I have a problem with the nomads because I'm from the pastoralist tribes, but that's another issue altogether. But things were resolved, and one of those ways was usually with friendly and social relations. So when it comes to clanishism, you can look at the contrast with, say, a country like Somalia. Somalia has 99% religious homogeneity. Like, they are all of one religion, but somehow they're always at war with each other because of this clannish mentality where you look at the other people as, I don't know what it is, but it's a very, yes, a very Arabic mentality, because they also have that very nomadic family kin based thing going on, where they intermarry within each other, but they're also hostile against other anyway, I won't get too much into that, but that whole clanishism versus tribalism, that was a powerful insight. So thank you, MG2, for that, because sometimes people want to look at African, and Jose once asked me that, oh, why don't I want to, reveal my tribe and so on, and then why do I, call myself by the national? What did he call it? The what is it? The colonial prison or something like that. But the reason why I do that is because I know that my people are the tribalism has gotten to clanishism, whereas people simply have learned to look at each other's tribes as, not always, but in a sort of us versus them mentality, instead of us all versus them outside. So we lose focus. We focus on local, differences, but versus the larger, threat. And so, yeah, that was just, that struck me hard. But I would say this. Okay, sorry. The reason for why the criminal organizations win better than, because I would ask you this, if let's say somebody disagreed with you and said, oh, well, I don't think your way of doing it is right, what would regular, normal, good people do? Try to convince them. But the reason why the mob and these people have, evil has focus. Evil knows what it wants and knows that whatever it takes, it's going to get it. Whereas good is going to say, well, I know what the good is, but I'm sort of, trying to go about the good way of doing it. Whereas the world is not a good world at all. So evil doesn't care about, these little obstacles. They will kill, maim, and do whatever it needs. But good people, they have convictions, but they're not willing to put in what it takes to do that. And one other thing I would say about the differences between white people, good people, is that when the villain in those superhero movies, give that whole speech about why they're doing what they're doing, why they want to take over the world, what does Superman, Batman, and all these people say? Do they try to argue with them? Do they do like Pan-Africans do and say, but John Henry Clark said this, and Amos Wilson said, no, they don't care. They do like Sean Connery did in Indiana Jones. The Arab guy is slowly, doing his antics and, going crazy. What did he do? Indiana Jones just took his gun and shot him right in the shot him. Like, I don't have time for your nonsense, and I don't have time for your explanations, and I don't certainly have time to listen to your nonsense, bullshit. So that's what, the mob and these people do, evil people do. They don't have time to listen to the moral arguments and sit down and debate and argue with people. They know what they want, and they just go after it. And then also this idea of leadership. they know that there is a hierarchy amongst men, that all men are not created equal. Good people try to make everybody, give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Oh, if you give this person a chance, he might be this. No, evil people know exactly what value somebody has and where to put them immediately. They work like a corporation. If you're entry level, you'll get entry level work. If you're mastered at what you do, then you'll get placed at a high level. They don't have time to babysit people and try to work with them and try to understand them like Focus does sometimes. Haha, dig. But
I always try to understand you and y'all things, man. That's all.
I had to get that one in. Yeah, but they don't have time for understanding what people have gone through and then, what happened to them when they're 6 and whatever. Get on with life, do your job and get out. If you're not useful, you're out. So that's the difference. Good people, they try to do all this rehabilitation nonsense instead of just saying, look, there's only a few of us left. There's only a few of us who are capable of steering the ship, and we don't have time to save the rest of these ones. Either we save ourselves or everybody, goes down. I'll end at that.
All right. You guys asked me to go till 2. We're going to actually go, obviously, beyond that for the one last topic tonight.
Sorry, I know I was a bit long-winded there.
Yeah, Tanzania's the fault for all of that. We're going to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. I'm just joking, Tan. Urzulism started following the mob, sent a lot of our brothers to jail. Yeah, that's the thing with us, man. We tend to follow the bullshit, not realizing who we are. When the hammer comes down heavy on us. You know what I mean? And that's just what it is. I think some of the energies we put into trying to be like white folks, we need to put that energy into being us and organizing something different for our folks instead of trying to follow the same gambit that these white folks follow and get away with, But we definitely need to be better organized. Like Tan said, we ain't got time to be worrying about the backstory. I don't want you to spinning no nunchucks and all this shit. I'm just gonna blast you. Let's just get to the point, and that's what we gotta be as black folks. Frank Lucas and them thought, they could follow the same code as the Italians and that will work, and it didn't. Black dudes still slept with their women when they went to jail, and that's why Frank Lucas turned on a bunch of black dudes too, by the way, right? We got to find our own way and do things that resonate with who we are as African people. But I digress. I just want to get to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight. The last topic for the night. I want to thank everyone who was here. I posted all the links for all the shows that you guys should be subscribing to on KWAZ Radio. Make sure you subscribe tonight if you haven't already to all of those entities. Click the bell. That's the important part. Click the bell so that you can get all the notifications from them. Should the Breeze topic number 10, the last topic tonight. Should we take this advice? And this comes with a link. It's a tweet, actually. But the tweet goes to an article. So the tweet says, Montego Bay Deputy Mayor Richard Vernon has taken a swipe at Jamaican expatriates who seek greener pastures at the expense of developing their homeland. Vernon insisted that patriotic youths should stay in Jamaica and build their wealth. This goes to an article that I'm going to try to share with you guys here as well as I read it. It seems like Mr. Untouchable and all those guys dozed off on us. That's fine. You guys could catch up to us in the playback afterwards. But this article is supposed to take us to the Jamaican Gleaner. I think you guys can see this, right? Mo Bay, deputy mayor, calls Jamaican expats cowards. It says Montego Bay Deputy Mayor Richard Vernon. By the way, Urzuli, join us if you can, since y'all there in the chat. Let's finish this one off strong. Montego Bay Deputy Mayor Richard Vernon has taken a swipe at Jamaican expatriates who seek greener pastures at the expense of developing their homeland. Vernon insisted that patriotic youths should stay in Jamaica and build their country. Quote, only cowards run away to go to America because they are seeking out opportunity. Opportunities are there overseas, but Do not run away and leave your country, especially living indefinitely, and you don't want to contribute to the further development of your country, Vernon said. You same ones who are saying that the country is not going on with anything, what are you doing to develop your own country? They made the sacrifice in America and all the first world countries so they can live the life that you admire. So do the same for your country and your parish. The deputy mayor made the remarks Thursday while addressing the New Fortress Energy Foundation's annual Back to School Fair at Pier 1 in Montego Bay, St. James, where 300 students from schools across St. James each received $10,000 in vouchers, supplies, medical checks, and tablets. It is broadly accepted that nearly 3 million Jamaicans live beyond the island's shores, many of whom keep families back home afloat with remitted funds. I think that's an important point right there, by the way. Net remittance inflows in 2021 totaled a U.S. $3.393 billion, an increase of 20.7% on 2022, the Economic and Social Survey Jamaica shows. His comments came 2 days after reports that high teacher migration rates could result in some school curricula being abandoned because of high attrition. The inducement has increased as American teachers flee the classroom, opening up opportunities for migrants. The Ministry of Education has indicated that it could lose approximately 1,250 teachers this year, with more than 400 educators having already left Jamaica to pursue more attractive salaries in the United States. I think that's another important point. It has been estimated that about 5% of Jamaica's 25,000 teachers leave the profession each year. Vernon also said that Jamaicans do not need to conform to the subculture of lottery scamming or otherwise illicit schemes in order to succeed. Quote, I see some persons in some little ways endorsing scamming, saying that the government is not providing enough jobs and so persons have to turn to scamming. You do not need to chop the line, so to speak, and you do not need to scam because there are ways out, said Vernon. The deputy mayor praised New Fortress for its investment in the back-to-school fair, which he said empowered students to become productive members of society. Thursday's back-to-school fair, which New Fortress Energy hosted in collaboration with the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, was part of a wider national initiative that benefited 1,000 students across the parishes of St. James, St. Catherine, and Clarendon, where the company operates its LNG plants. New Fortress Energy had previously held similar back-to-school fairs in Clarendon on August 9th and in St. Catherine's on August 10th. I'm going to start with Kevin Carre, who's actually a son of the soil there. What say you to what's being said by the Montego Bay deputy mayor here?
All right. Montego Bay, that's more on the north coast of Jamaica. I can't speak for Montego Bay. I'm from Kingston. I'm on the south of Jamaica.
Okay.
You got to understand this. He's living in a very nice community, I would say. You know, he has meal every day. He doesn't have to go through violence. I mean, probably seen violence, but he should be good. He's a politician, but he's got to put himself in the position and shoes of people down there that's tired of, like, okay, I'll give you a good example of one thing. When I was there, I was talking to my sister. She goes, I cannot stand living here anymore. And I kind of see why. If you're telling me, look, every few minutes, every few seconds, you got these guys on the bike. I don't know if it's in the Bahamas too, but they convert the motor and it's very loud. And it gets you after a point. You listen to that all the time. The other thing too, you're worried about violence. You're about, living, getting from work and back home again without getting killed. The one thing I saw is a lot of the criminals are shaking down the taxi people. Like if you want to drive and then you got to pay us some money. So people are looking at other ways. Like, remember we said earlier about pointing fingers at people? We got to point fingers at this guy. Like, what are you doing to improve the life of your citizen? People are tired of politicians. They vote for you, but you don't do anything for them. But as I said, man, it's all about, a quality of life. People want to make money. People want to live in safety. So, of course, sometimes they're gonna flee anyway. if you let me ask you this, Goku. If you live in a very bad community, you always have a high anxieties. There's little prospect, and now you have an opportunity to go overseas. Wouldn't you take it?
Yeah.
You can always come back and repatriate the money.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like people are fleeing in large numbers. It's just people want a more higher quality of life. But I'll pass on. Mike.
Yeah, I think this guy is riding the bandwagon of what the ADOS FBA are saying currently in America, that folks leave their countries because they're fleeing. The reality of it is a lot of folks aren't leaving because they're fleeing, A lot of folks are leaving. There's a psychological aspect to this. And I can speak about it because I'm personally one of these people. When you grow up in when you live in a small place, some people are aware, without even having traveled abroad, some people are aware this place is too small for me. I don't know if a lot of people can understand what I'm trying to say, but some people are wildly aware this place is too small for me. I need bigger. And some people leave. Like my mom was like that kind of person. May she rest in peace. She was that kind of person. My mom was from Trinidad. And she knew within herself Trinidad was too small for her. And Trinidad is actually smaller than where my father's from, which is Nassau, the Bahamas, which is where I'm from. But she understood like it's just too small for me. I got to get out of here. And that's not even including the whole thing of the brain drain that comes to especially the Caribbean islands, where America, because of the Monroe doctrines and all that stuff, they make it so that these islands can't really rise above a certain level. And so that it facilitates this movement of people to America for better opportunities. The violence in some of these small islands are so close to you. Like the violence in Brooklyn, where I'm at right now, isn't so close to me, even though I live in a hood. I'm not out here around the violence. But where I come from, when a guy gets shot and killed, I'm probably 2-3 people removed from that person. So a person like me, I didn't have to leave per se, but it within me as a person psychologically, I knew the place was too small for me. Maybe I got that from my mother as well. And I had to be in a place that's bigger with more opportunities to see and do more things. So a lot of people don't understand that psychological thing that goes on as well. The problem I have with this Mobe guy here is that, and I think Tan touched on it in the chat, this guy, if I check his background, I bet you he's educated in England somewhere. You understand? He fled, right? He went to England, got his education, and went back to the country, that large but small island at the same time, right? He went back there in a different position than the average person, say from Kingston 12 or Trelawney or something like that. And now he's talking shit because he's a part of a system that isn't doing anything for the person who's from Kingston 12 or Trelawney or something like that, who's suffering under the fact that they're not living a full life. They know that there's more out there, but this country that they're in, right, this flag that they wave, they just don't have the benefits of seeing and living and doing more than what's there. So that's the problem I have with this guy piggybacking off this FBA talk about people fleeing their countries. Not everyone comes to America because they're quote unquote fleeing. Some people just know that there's not enough going on in their countries. And if they have the opportunity to go to another country that has opportunities for you to live more fulfilling lives and be able to access more things, not only for you, but for your children and whatnot, people will go. You know what I mean? Sister Raw in the chat says, we have 7 youths here that has been abandoned by their mother because they think that America is a better place to live. Yeah, there's some people who just think that the bigger countries is just a better place to go. And I can tell you for a fact, it's not necessarily that it's better. It's just that it's not as claustrophobic, so to speak. You know what I mean? But I'll yield the mic to Real Black Gentleman. What say you to what the deputy mayor of Mo Bay has to say.
Look, I mean, I think about when you think about the circumstances of black people, and like black people weren't in these islands again, 500 years ago, 400 years ago. It's like, it's one of these things where it's like, well, we're kind of here. We're in a lot of these, Jamaica for black. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, I wish there was a Caribbean Union. I wish every single island in the Caribbean was just part of one umbrella nation. And that for whatever reason, all the cultures could somehow build up a naval just like powerhouse and just dominate that area. I wish that were the case.
We almost had it.
It's, you know what I'm saying? It's like, to me, it's like it'd be the one of the greatest little things. I mean, you look at the territory, it's like, why? It's just like, why can't we not? I mean, there's languages, it's things where it's like, I mean, I almost like the Caribbean almost needs a Swahili of its own. You know what I'm saying? It's like we need a lingua. You know what I'm saying? We need a language that can just like tie every. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I look at the world, I see peoples, and I just want to see the best pop outcome. But naturally, there's things involved. You know what I'm saying? Real barriers and real obstacles and real. You know what I'm saying? Things that like prevent these things from happening. I mean, I want to see the black people in the Caribbean, the Africans, I want to see our people hold those territories. I don't want to see those islands sold off piecemeal for resorts and ecological reserves where we can't even afford the fee to walk the trail type stuff. I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all shouldn't have thrown us on them islands. Those islands are predominant or black. Let black people run those islands and let black people. I mean, I really want to see a lot. I would just want to see like nations like unify. I just want to see a couple island nations just become like one nation, like just slowly but surely, just form like Voltron, as the old saying. Just like, that's what I would love to see. I mean, you have to do it piece by piece. Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, it's not easy if the relative economics say you can leave, you can get on a flight or whatever, however you can get to America, and but again, you don't want to just abandon those islands. I know where he's coming from. I wouldn't want to know that my people is just leaving. That's what I have to say.
I appreciate that, real black gentleman. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we almost had it in the time of Eric Williams. We almost had, in fact, that's how CARICOM came about. We almost had it, and I talked about this on Shoot the Breeze before. The thing that shit that whole thing up was folks was on some bullshit about, well, where would the capital be? We almost had a federated Caribbean. Where will the capital be? Will it be in what's that part of Trinidad again? Not San Juan, but I can't think of the capital of Trinidad right now. Right? But will it be there? Will it be in Kingston? Will it be in Port-au-Prince? Like, dude, let it float around. We don't care. Let it float around, or let it be in Kingston. We don't care. Let's get this thing together where we have this borderless Caribbean, where we could move around and seek out opportunities and make our lifestyles bigger and whatnot. I was just about to go to MG2, but he dropped out because I was curious to hear what he had to say. But I'll go to the forecast and say, forecast, what say you?
All right. I'll say this. I agree, because I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't call it, saying fleeing, and I understand that I understand exactly what you're saying, but I agree with also building your own thing. I will say, like, yo, there comes a time, and that's just with everybody, because even here, like, like I know people saying fleeing because people in America say that, and but even here, like, just looking down at Alabama, you know how much land you can get, for a little bit of money if you wanted to build something or do something, It's just what are we willing to sacrifice globally, as a whole. And sometimes, little places won't get bigger if everybody keeps leaving the little place instead of making it bigger. You know what I mean? Like, even if you leave and come back to do that, you know what I'm saying? And I think that we should definitely have like connections like everywhere in the world. You know what I mean? But like I would say, like I wouldn't say, oh, you got to stay to one place, because maybe you got to travel somewhere to do something better. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't agree with that, but I would say, yo, we want to be powerful and in control, and I would say, like, also, it's not like nobody's ever going to let you do anything. You know what I'm saying? It's taking. You know what I'm saying? That's the mentality that you have to have when it comes to this. You know, and you know, just in case this is my last thing, you know, I want to say to Tanzan, if you want to come on to my channel tomorrow, we could definitely have this conversation. I know that once you on my side, you know what I'm saying, and you're not unapologetic no more, they won't be able to get past you no more, you know.
Let's remember that the matron is on tomorrow, I think at 8 p.m. as well, Eastern Standard Time. And I think Webb and them is dropping an episode tomorrow before that too. Webb, correct me if I'm wrong.
We recording tomorrow, but we don't.
Actually, tomorrow is Sunday, right?
Right. Yeah.
I'm thinking Monday. My bad.
Yeah. I was about to say I thought learning curve was Monday.
Yeah. My bad. I'm thinking it's Sunday already. Yeah.
Or Tanzan on Tuesday. You know, Tanzan show on Tuesdays.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm all messed up right now. There was another point I was going to make before I go to Webb too, and I see Erzuli joined us and MG2 came back, so I'm getting to you, brothers, in a second. Oh yeah, another thing too that this politician is not speaking about is that in the Caribbean, I could speak about this from the Bahamas. These politicians don't get out of the way, so you can go off, get an education, come back, and you can't break into the system. You can't break in the system and affect change because these assholes take up the space, and you can never break in. It's about who you know, not what you know, back in the Caribbean. So that's another point I wanted to make as well. Let me let Webb jump in here. Webb, what say you?
I mean, he's saying what he's supposed to say. You have to keep your young talent. If you want to grow a nation, you have to have young talent, yo. As a matter of fact, that's how they measure areas. Where if an area is growing is by how many young talented people are moving to your area or staying in your area for that. So I agree with Forecast on that point. So it doesn't matter what his brother was educated at or what he understands economics. He understands like you have to keep young, talented people in your country in order for your country to grow. Period. You know what I'm saying? Which the U.S. does well. Like I give the U.S. props. They do very well at attracting talented people. Yeah. And it's mainly due to what some people hate, which is capitalism. Like if you have talent, you're going to go to the place where you can maximize the financial opportunity of your talent. You're not going to stay in an area that's socialist where you're capped with your talent. You're going to go to a place where you can maximize your potential. That's why the whole socialist capitalism debate to me is so stupid because, yeah, you can be socialist, be a socialist country. Guess what? The people who are talented in your country are going to do their best to escape your country so they can go get money because they're talented folks. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be companies that want them and there's going to be countries that compete. Like if you look at the end of World War II, where they had all these Nazis who should have been in prison, but they were talented. So South countries America. Were fighting. Yeah, Operation Paperclip. They were fighting to get these people.
Okay, he started NASA.
Yeah. So if you got talent, you're gonna go to where you can maximize that money. So this dude to me is just saying what he's supposed to say is I want to keep young, talented people in my country. So I don't really see the backlash against that. I mean, but we all know, even as an island nation, and that's the problem with the island nation, that you're kind of capped. You're limited at your potential because a lot of things have to be imported in. A lot of things, you know, the area itself, the land area itself is limited. So there's only so many customers you can service and things like that. So it's gonna be hard. But to me, like he's saying what he's supposed to say. That's all I got.
Can I just backlash for a bit?
Go ahead.
You know when you have a nice, good conversation, and then there's just a guy who's sitting in the corner, just quiet, just watching, not saying anything, and then you're like, "What's up with this guy? Like, what's up with him? Why is he so quiet?" And then after everything is said and done, at minute 6 hours and 20 minutes, he comes in and he starts talking about Operation Paperclip. Like, you know, No, you can't just open a Pandora's box and then let it just you know sit over there.
I had to put the babies to bed, yo. It's not my fault, yo. Got the
Doesn't respond to emails, doesn't say anything.
Boy.
And then
Times
he's
I
like,
know to sneak this, boy.
man, I'm mad. I'm mad. When are you doing your next one? Because you haven't said anything. I haven't put you on the schedule, so I don't know.
I actually responded to an email the other day.
Did you?
Yeah, we recording tomorrow. I'm not gonna have L Miguel's down with the Rona, but I have the rest of the crew, and we will be dropping Monday. So I will talk to you. I know you on your mommy lick right now. I don't want to get a whooping, so I will be keeping in contact and making sure you know what's up. Okay.
All right, D-Web. Nice to make your acquaintance, and hopefully, your team blackedness.
Yeah, you're gonna get tired of me pretty soon because I'm gonna talk a lot.
Tanzan, since we have you here, what say?
Well, man, I can't really start talking because all that paperclip and socialist capitalism stuff. Yeah, that just wants to, like, you're just trying to provoke me. But I will say this in terms of fleeing. The first people, when you hear about African leaders, when they get sick, what's the first thing that they do?
Europe.
Yep. You automatically already, like, look at you people. Instead of investing money into your medical system, even if it's for your personal medical system, just have your own personal clinic where you have your nutritionist, your cancerist, your exercisenist, whatever, like the Hollywood people have. They have everything catered to them. Why do you have to leave your comfort zone to go somewhere else to be taken care of? Like, what kind of an idiot are you? Just idiocy, utter and complete stupidity. So these people, they want to run to other places. They want to worship at the feet of otherness. They hate themselves. Those are the people who get put on top, and then they make it so oppressive for the rest of the people that you know that your life. They talk about the people who fled. What about the 1 billion people who still live in Africa? Those people did not flee. Those people are still in Africa, enduring the hardships that we cannot. Nobody would, when Chris Rock said, oh, white people, yeah, you're cool with being black, but none of you would want to trade places with black people. The same thing with black people. None of you would want to trade places with an African living in the slums. We are happy that we have Wi-Fi and the privilege to even have these discussions. There are people who are scratching for a daily living. We don't understand that kind of, desperation. So, they want people to suffer and to suffer in silence, in misery, and in just, to never leave. Because if you leave, you will find, I didn't find out about, and Jose, I'm sorry, but Jose is still mad at me. He says that I sing for Black Americans, but if I had not left, I would not have known. I would not have known about Chancellor Williams and John Henry Clark, and even the value and the identity of being African. I would not have known. I would have taken it for granted like so many people do. So it is important to flee, because when you flee, you learn, you get in touch with your other people, you get in touch with Caribbeans, you get in touch with Black Americans, you get in touch with even Black Britons and other Africans. I never met more Africans than when I left Africa. Like when I was in Kenya, it was just fellow Kenyans. When I came to America, it was Nigerians and Cameroonians and Togolese. I even met somebody from the Central African Republic. Like, I didn't even know that was a country until I met somebody from that country. Like, for all the evil that all of this has happened, I am just happy that I was able to have the experiences that I have. So this is why I was not initially hostile to the FBA movement, especially in trying to define itself from its experience. We are all we should all be respected for our experience, whether it's the Africans who went through it and stayed, whether it's the Africans who left, whether it's the Africans who were forced to leave, whether it was the Africans who left on their own accord. We all have to respect each other's experiences, and I respect the particular thing that Black Americans bring, which is the race first. Africans will have that cultural identity. Yes, we're Africans, we're this, we're proud of our tribe and all that, but that whole concept, and race comes when everything else is stripped from you, when your language, your tribe, your identity, your past, everything is taken from you, and this is the one thing that you still hold. And this is what Africans still don't know, that this is the one thing that we still have. It's race only. It's not traditions, it's not religion, it's not culture. This is the only thing that we have. If we leave it, we are nothing. We are nothing without it. So this is why I still feel a great debt of gratitude towards the Black Americans, because however they endured, they still, carved out that concept of, despite our differences, we still have to hold on to the one thing that we still have in common, and that is the race and only and the first. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Tan. I think that's something I wanted to mention too, that you and others have said in the chat, which is, when you talk about people fleeing their country, you could talk about Haiti and the quote unquote handful of Haitians that flee. There's still 12 million Haitians in Haiti. You could talk about the couple thousand Bahamians that leave and come out here to the West. The Bahamas is full of Bahamians. Jamaica is full of Jamaicans, right? There's only really, relatively speaking, a handful of people who actually leave and go elsewhere. And like I said, not all of it is fleeing. So some of it is just, listen, I just got to be in a different spot. I've been here all my life. I need to see something different. Let me get to MG2 and then Uzuli. I'll give Uzuli the last word on this. MG2, what say you?
Man, I am just loving this conversation. Wow.
Thank you.
I have to say, folks, that it's what we're talking about, as I always say, it's like the pot calling the kettle African. Here's what I mean. With the concept of what Mode, I believe his name is, was talking about, is symmetrical with all of us. Every one of us are exactly what he's saying. Okay? When I say they have a term called going to greener pasture.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And I'm not saying that there's someone else's pasture is always greener. It may look that way, but it might be fake pasture. It might be fake grass. But the thing is it's very symmetric, because I start thinking in terms of, you guys brought up the African quote unquote leaders that go to Europe to try to go ahead and get, instead of teaching their own how to go ahead and become skilled doctors and professionals, they have to go to someone else. So that clearly is a reflection of what they have not done right as a so-called leader. It's no different. And I got to thank D-Web, man. Oh my gosh. D-Web just lit a fire under me in terms of the concept of the youth. The fact that, of course, that is the key of any demographic. All these certain immigration things that are going on around the world, like you see what's going on in Europe, with Africans dying daily, to try to go ahead and, many of them trying to swim and not, drown or whatnot to get to Europe. Or you have what happened to the Haitians at the border in the United States earlier this year. It's this thing of, a lot of folks don't know that that's a vetting system for colonizing powers. Here's what I mean. When they start talking to immigration and you can't come in because this, that, and the other, what it is, it's a vetting process to bring in youth and women, because that's what actually makes your society.
Mm-hmm.
You want to keep your competitors out, which will be other men. You want to make sure you bring in that's going to go ahead and let you compete against other folks. And that's how, colonizing, nations are. I mean, I can't get mad at them. That's just who they are. But it reminded me, you guys were talking about Gaddafi earlier, and it reminded me of something that John Henry Clark spoke about on Gaddafi. And when he said, I'm not sending you to Europe to be good European. If you're going to go over there and sleep with the Mbeki, stay over there. I'm sending you over there to bring that, to repatriate whatever it is and bring it back to me. You guys brought up the concept of islands, and of the small islands. And I look at the mindset of different islands and the different concepts of what islands were successful, irrespective of whether they had to get stuff imported, exported, or whatever else. And I understand, through centuries of colonization, complete marginalization of African countries, or those of us who were on islands. But I look at the concept of Japan. Dr. John Henrik Clarke and Dr. Amos Wilson mentioned Japan, especially Dr. Amos Wilson. Here you have an island whose demographic is a dying demographic. They don't have any youth, but they still have a concept of power of controlling themselves. Look at this other one, which is one of the worst so-called islands in the world. It's called Britain. Irrespective of what they might be able to do materially, get things in or out, they were still able to have a measure of power, not only controlling their destiny, but definitely ours. And I have to look and say, well, what was the foundation of it? How did it happen? Look at Korea. When we start talking in this term called tethers and whatnot, I mean, it's insanity on steroids when I hear those terms like, African immigrants, tethers, or whatever. I'm looking at that and saying, wait a minute. And this is to give you the foundation of why I said what Mole said is symmetrical with all Africans around the world, all of us. Every one of us is like this. So what he's saying, I can't say I agree or disagree. I could say I found symmetry with the way we live our lives. One of the things that I started looking at, and I looked at Korea, for instance, and I remember when Koreans, when they first started going into United States and Vietnamese, one of my elders, he's about 10 years older than me. He fought in Vietnam, and he told me about when Vietnamese were coming back, okay, and what they've done. And I started telling myself, they didn't care about any kind of ideology of identifying with whatever host state they were, whether it was America or Britain or whatever. They identified with what can we do for Vietnamese, and then we'll repatriate that back home. That's something that I had to ask myself with this Jamaican leader, that when he went to Britain to learn and get quote unquote scholarly school or whatever, did he repatriate his skills back to Jamaica? Is he making Jamaica better? Is that what, I mean, when it comes down to it, a man that builds houses for others and makes sure that everyone else will have a nest will always have to find himself a place to live. So the thing is, and that's why I say it's indicative of all of us as Africans, and why it's symmetrical, because it's not only in fleeing lands, it's also fleeing talents. It's also fleeing, resources. It's also fleeing connectivity and information. Here's what I mean. Many of us over here that I talk to on these social medias have what is called a job. In other words, whoever they work for, whatever corporation or whatever it is, that person is living their passion. Everyone else is an employee. In other words, they have fled the ability to have their talents, because of course we got to eat, we got to pay bills. Of course, those of you who have Netflix need to pay that. But here's the kicker. Your time is the only most precious thing you've ever had in your life. Most precious, other than health. Every hour that you spend on someone else's passion, they call it a job. Some folks might call it something else. That means that hour that you were gifted to, because not everybody has this gift of life. That minute, that second that you went to that job that you were gifted to belongs to someone else. That is no different than fleeing, whether it's a country or an idea. You're leaving your source, whether it's your personal well-being, whether it's your time, whether it's your country, whatever else it is, to go ahead and build a home for someone else. Now, the key is, if you do that, are you going to build a home for yourself? Are you going to use those talents, those resources, that time or whatever to say, okay, I've done this for that, now I've learned all this, now I'm going to bring it back home. So therefore we can compete no different than that island called Japan, or that other island called Britain, or this other place called Korea that so far has done it successfully for themselves. When I look at us as Africans, and I say, because a lot of us speak out of emotive content as a priority over just the pragmatic objectiveness of what we see around the world that others have accomplished that are not us, because clearly they're manufacturing the products we need, including the stuff we're talking to each other on called computers and cell phones. So clearly what it is I say to myself, I say, wait, if we start thinking in terms of almost like robots, mechanical, if this works, then we'll do that. If this did not work, then we'll learn from it and we'll expound it and do whatever else. will there be a necessary to flee anything, whether it's us fleeing our talents, fleeing our homes, fleeing whatever else to make somebody else look good? Case in point, I heard you say that you're in the music business. I've been in the music business since the early 70s. I've toured with almost every artist you could possibly imagine. Matter of fact, when Michael Jackson passed, I was rehearsing with another band next door to him. Let me tell you something. I was telling a bass player that was on a tour that I was on, and he's like, "Man, I wish I coulda, shoulda, woulda." And you know, he's in my age. Okay, we're up there in age. And I told him, I said, "Look, that artist, that female artist that's on the stage that we're performing with every night, you know, up to 60,000 people a night, she's living her passion. Our minutes are going to her. She's got her time, and she's also got our time. That precious thing that we can't get back." The thing is when you look at talent in and of itself, especially in the hip hop world, have we not fled the ability to own our stuff? Whereas now, you know, because of the fact that you've got everyone else who has ownership over hip hop or whatever else, or even go back to the blues, have we not fled the ability for us to go ahead and hold on to what's ours so nobody else can profit on it? I look at the times of Black Wall Street, the things, you know, the products, the goods, the services that we need on a daily basis, from toilet paper to medical care. We had the ability and did it once for ourselves, but have we not fled to make sure that someone else can do it for us? Is that any different than the symmetrical thing of this guy, unfortunate, over there in Jamaica? Are there any differences? Maybe it's just me. Thanks a lot, Bitter Medicine, and I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic.
No, MG2, you just hit the nail absolutely on the head. I think that was dope what you said. Yeah, all of that you mentioned is fleeing as well. When you abandon blues and rock and all this type of stuff, that's fleeing as well. When you built some shit that benefits other people, that's fleeing as well. When you left the South and went to the North, that's fleeing as well, by the way. I want to welcome in my good friend here, Urzuli, who sat in the chat all night and now came in finally at the end. How are you this week, Urzuli?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm good. I would like to say that I'm gonna use my country for how you expect people to stay while you ain't doing shit for the people.
Absolutely.
Like I don't understand. Like, how do you expect people to stay while you and your freaking corrupt politician let other countries come and exploit the economy? Like, how dare you have the galls to tell certain people not to leave, but help? What are you doing? Are you keeping the business sharks away? Are you giving people in the country more opportunity to get businesses to own land, as rather to give all the good part of the land to the hotel, to the business? So who dare this guy? Like, to me, this is very it's very elitist or whatever. Like you just said, I bet he sent his kids away to school to come back and exploit the people more. Like, how dare this man speak like that to people? It's like I'm use Haiti for example. Like a lot of people say that the Haitians are fleeing, going to the Dominican Republic, coming to America, the Bahamas or other spot. And then when we hear about the Dominican people being aggressive toward Haitian people, killing them and stuff like that, where's the government? Isn't your government supposed to be there to help you and protect you? They're a piece of shit. And this man stands there talking about, state, what are you? You JFK now? It's not what you could do it's not what your country could do. You ain't doing shit for the people. And I refuse. I know a lot of people say people had a bigger dreams to move and go to another place. If the Caribbean was economically sound for most people, 99% of people would not leave the Caribbean. Why would I leave the Caribbean to come to the Northeast?
Yeah, we would stay within the Caribbean if the Caribbean was set up a different way. You're absolutely correct about that.
So the superpowers come and exploit the land, exploit the food, destroy the economy, and this freaking bastard over here are telling people not to flee. How are you protecting your people's economy from that thinking?
While he's living high off the hog, by the way, because I know what those MPs and stuff, how they live in the Caribbean. They live good.
when we look at you say he's from Jamaica, right? When we look at the whole beef that happened in Jamaica, where the politician was putting people against gangs, killing, who was doing that?
Yeah, Manley and Siaga them. Yeah.
How dare he?
I was there on that time when that was happening.
You know what I'm saying? How dare these people? The disrespectful. You know why? It's because people are too. And then I think we discussed this shit the other day, yo. And then, we have to take our own. These politicians got to go, bro. This whole bullshit representative or it's a democracy. There's no such thing. They all fucking lie to everybody. It's the same oligarchy, the same people who are in charge for 300-400 years. And the brother just said something about, like I was thinking about that, like the FDA talk about, we stay. You know why you stay? You ain't had nowhere to go. They don't have another superpower black nation that could tell you come through. Right. Oh, you know what? But you know where you flee to? You flee to Liberia. You think niggas you flee to Liberia to create it, and then you went there and destroy the people there yourself. At the end of the day, man, this guy is very disrespectful, very arrogant, very disingenuous. Like, how dare you?
Yeah, he knows better.
Oh, stay in the country. You let the exploitation. I'm gonna use Haiti for example. When the Clintons came, especially the Haitian rice, they came and destroyed the Haitian rice industry, and then they sold their rice cheaper. People trying to save money, they buy the American rice, and then once the farmers stop producing their own rice, they raise their price. Who you think allowed that? The Haitian Constitution said before America invaded Haiti, no foreigners should be able to own land in Haiti. They changed it. The Clinton owned probably half of the Haiti probably right now, even the Barbados. So how dare these politicians talk shit like that? But you know why? Most of the people are not knowledgeable about what they're doing. They don't know how crooked, corrupt these people are. And even if they do, they don't put them to the test. They don't burn their houses. They don't freaking chase their children out of school. This is very disrespectful, bro. Very disrespectful. Oh, why y'all running? Motherfucker, you ain't do shit for us. You ain't protect us. So you think if everything was working properly in our country, or like you said, the Caribbean, who has the better weather, the better food growing ability? America or the Caribbean? Like, why would we come here? And it's like the FBA be talking about, we came here to flee. No, we didn't come here to flee. We came here to get what you took from us. All the shit they're talking about, we came to America to flee. No, because these big countries are exploiting the little countries and taking the job opportunities away from us. So we have to come here, some of us, to do this. And like you just said, what's his name? Bourgeois has a song that said something about, how about the people who can't flee? Yep. I forgot the name of the song. Something everybody leave, but what about the people who can't pick up and go? But there's something that like what? Who want to come here in this cold weather?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, Azuli, you're correct. We come out here because, like I said, I also look at the other side. There's people who leave because of the dynamics that America causes in the hemisphere through that Monroe Doctrine stuff. So when Grenada could have gotten help to build an international airport and open up its economy through its alliances with Cuba and Russia and all that stuff, America went and invaded this shit. The Jamaican dollar, Kevin Carey, what's the conversion rate again? Like 1 to 120 or something like that?
The last time I looked, this was I haven't checked recently, but it was it was about $119. The one American dollar.
Jamaica didn't do that shit. You know what I mean? That's the U.S. doing that type of stuff. When I look at my own hometown and folks is buying up properties to build hotels and all that shit, owning land into perpetuity, you take away the future of your people when you do stuff like that. So folks have to leave on that level too. But folks don't only leave for that level as well. Like I say, some people leave because the place is too small. And I guess maybe the place is too small because of what we're talking about, the imperialism that goes on down those places, you know. But this guy is he's up there like around like close to a minister of parliament type thing.
And it's not only in the Caribbean. We could use that same situation for the motherland.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like what? It's like and then one thing is, you know how this is like China is doing better now, at least because I have a friend who's Asian, and he said like the guy, I forgot his name, he did a horrible job. A lot of people got mistreated, but you know what? The end justified the means. Look at them now. It's like, oh, you want to exploit people? Come, you're gonna exploit our people, but we're gonna reverse engineer your shit.
Right.
Black people, I'm done. I'm done with this shit. Talking about, my dude, explain to me how Asian people could let you. Yeah, you could exploit us for 20 years, for 30 years, but you know what's gonna happen? We're gonna reverse engineer every shit. You wanna come here and be greedy and put your factory here for cheap? Yeah, we'll let you do it.
Child slavery and all
we're gonna let you do that. But in the end, we're gonna come back.
Yeah, we'll build your cameras for cheap after you finish doing that shit too.
Yeah, we'll be everything for cheap. But you know what? And in 100 years, you'll regret what you just did because you were too stupid. You were too greedy because they understand capitalism. Capitalism is so greedy that they would put money before. You know what? Should we build these computers there? That might come back to barriers. They're not thinking about that unless they underestimated the Chinese people. But the fucking black people, they disturb me, Goku. I don't give a fuck. How Nigeria got the biggest oil shit? Why are you so poor?
Yeah.
Now we gotta stop talking about the white, the men this, the men that. No, that shit cannot. I think you put something like that on a question, maybe last week or something about. It was a question about that they will steal our talent and some shit like that, but they can't do all of this without the help of our fucking coon, of our traders who'd rather get $1 million to send their fucking kids to freaking learn in a European country while the rest of the people die. This is disturbing. None of this exploitation could happen.
Focus starting to defend the coons.
Who?
The forecast. Are you doing what the forecast does, and you defending the coons?
Which coon? I'm not defending no
Nah, he
coons.
on y'all side.
No, not you, not you.
He on y'all side.
It's okay. Never mind.
Oh, I'm just saying that at the end of the day, they cannot do all of this to us without our own hand participation in there. I can't come to your house and kidnap your kid if you don't hand them to me. Emmett Till that we wanted to have. If the men were there and was like, you know what, you're not taking out my nephew here. Let's stop the bullshit. Oh, we poor victims. No, you sold us out. And this freaking bastard over talking about, oh, don't leave the country. I'll leave that shit too.
Yeah, if I can't feed my family, I gotta go where I can feed them. That's just the bottom line of it.
And the thing is,
you guys aren't creating the outlet for me to be able to feed my family, then it is what it is. You know, D Web asked a question here: can the people circumvent the government system? I'll tell you, in the Caribbean, not really. Those guys have a monopoly on that government shit in the Caribbean. You know what I mean?
And when you try to, they'll kill you.
Yeah, they'll kill you.
It's like even the President Aristide, that happened when President Aristide was first elected, he was for the people. These fucking scumbag let the powers that be use them, kick the man out. Because you know what? They wanted to buy a couple of houses in Florida, this and that and the third. No, we gotta take responsible accountability. A lot of these men ain't shit, worse than women. How God created you with all these muscles.
Worse than women? Wow, okay.
What I'm saying is that God created men with all these muscles, all these aggressiveness, and it's just to protect the women and the children and the community. And then you sell them out, and then now you're talking about, oh, don't leave the country.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it.
If you guys are interested, I think Tanzania is gonna go live after this show ends. I'll tune in. I probably won't talk because I'm talked out, but I'll tune in, Tan, if you go live. I might fall asleep, but I'll tune in. So you guys can look to join Tan if you want to. Before we go, I just want to get a word from MG2. MG2, you do live streams and stuff too, right? Is MG2 still with us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Do you plan to go live soon?
It's hard to say. It's all random.
All right. So you guys subscribe to MG2's channel in the meantime. I don't have the link, but subscribe to MG2. And MG2, if you ever think about joining a podcast network, you got the Forecast with us. You got me. You got Tanzan, D-Web. A bunch of us on the same network. Brother Bakari, Pro Black Perspective, etc. If you're ever thinking about that, by all means, join us. MG2 stands for Marcus Garvey 2, for those who don't know. So yeah, you guys could you can also join us. Web is going to be doing something that they're recording on Sunday, dropping on Monday. The learning curve is also on Monday at 8 p.m. I think I think Tanzania's on Tuesday as well. And Forecast is sometime around that time. You guys tune into all the shows, subscribe, click the bell to be notified when everyone's live. We're going to solidify this schedule soon so that it's a solid thing. Everyone knows when everyone will be on. Of course, I'll be back next Saturday to do Shoot the Breeze as well. No, D-Web is recording on Sunday, but the recording is going to be premiered on Monday. So he's recording, him, Lero, and the crew. They're recording on Sunday. It's going to premiere on Monday and stuff like that. So again, if you're not familiar, just subscribe to our channels, click the bell so you could be notified when new content comes up. I'm going to try to use the community tab on my channel to let people know when others are going live. I want to thank everyone who was here tonight, especially you folks on the panel, especially you folks who stayed up in the chat with us.
What's how you listen to her show? It's called Tanzania.
It's called Tanzania. In fact, if you click the dots on YouTube next to her name, Tanzan African Mind, I think you can subscribe that way as well to her show. But make sure to subscribe to all the channels. Razuli, I think you'll appreciate being on the Forecast or tuning into the Forecast on Brother Bakari's show as well. But Tanzan, are you going to go live next? Is Tan still here? Unmute your mic if you're there.
Yes, I'll be on in 15 minutes. Sorry, I was typing. I'll be on in 15 minutes. So I was trying to respond to D-Web's comment. Yeah, if you want to come on, please do. I'm especially interested in this whole Pandora's box that we opened about. Anyway, if you guys want to come on, I'll be really interested about the government and building amongst yourselves and so on. So yeah, if anybody wants to come on in 15 minutes, you can go relax, all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, at 3:15. So I'll be tuned in. And then there's I think he's on in the morning at 11 a.m. doing the Enemies Within. I didn't see anything from him, but I think he's on in the morning. So with that, I'm going to end the show here. This was a long one, but I think it was a good one. I think there's some gems in here. And if you guys think so, make sure to share the content. Use the clip feature to share clips with your people on social media or in your email groups. Again, I want to thank MG2. Subscribe to his channel. I want to thank Real Black Gentleman. Again, he came through this week, hung out with us for a long time. I want to thank Jay, Gassed Him Up, Tanzan, Ozuli, Kevin Kari, of course, Mr. Untouchable, D-Web, The Forecast, Brother Bakari. And if I missed anyone, I apologize. But all you guys who was in the chat, thanks for coming through. I'll see you guys again next week for Shoot the Breeze again. Make sure you guys come through next week. Let's have a spirited conversation again. I think shout out to Mr. Untouchable as well. Right? Let's come through next week, have a spirited conversation, and let's try to show up for everyone's show during the week. All right? Webb, I'll talk to you later. Tanzan, I'll see you in 15. Rizuli, Azulia, are you still on campus, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll see you soon.
All right.
Kevin Carre, I'll talk to you soon. But guys, try to go over to Tanzan. Tune in. If you fall asleep, you fall asleep, because I know it's late. But give her the watch hours all the same. And if you could have conversations with her, do so as well. Forecast, I'll see you during the week as well, all right?
All right, peace, y'all.
All right, peace, everyone. Y'all be good. Have a good night. I'll see you guys next week here, but I'll see you guys during the week on all the other shows. Take care. Good night.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.